Good morning, afternoon, what time are we on? Morning from a sunny Teesside Autodrome for round 2 of our British Supermoto and Superlight Championship. And what a lovely day it is here for the bank holiday weekend in March. I don't think we could have asked for better weather for our British Championship day. And we do have a day reversal, so we're here on a Saturday this time round. And commentating, it is just myself this time. I am Danielle Koenig, and I may be able to get a few guests to come and pop their heads in a little bit later on today for a bit of a chat and a bit more rider insight for us. But coming up very, very soon, we will have the first group of our Superlites heading out on circuit for their first race of the weekend. And that will be our S2 and S3 Superlites. So previously known as our S6 and S9s. Then they will be heading out onto the circuit very, very soon. And track conditions here today are pretty much almost perfect. You've got a little bit of a breeze, just enough to be able to blow away some of the dust from our off-road section, but a little bit of cloud. No concerns for the weather today. Keeping an eye on that, and it's quite warm out there as well, so the track temperature's up there as well. This camera view we've got here gives you a great shot of the from South Bank and our infield section, and gives you a little bit of an idea of the scale of this circuit. But coming up, it will be our S2 and S3 Superlites for their first race, and that is sponsored by Mark Bates and Sons. So Mark, one of our drivers as well. And just having a little look at our qualifying, we had 9 drivers out on circuit for that a little bit earlier this morning. That wasn't filmed and recorded. But it should be the number 17 of Mark Richardson. He managed a best time of a 1 minute 7.829. So a great lap from him, and it was a 0.6 second gap back to the number 93 of Derek Warren, who'll line up in second place. So just looking up there towards our paddock, and I think we've got Superlights being released out onto the circuit now. So it won't be very long. These guys will all get a warm-up lap, which will give us a idea of the circuit these guys are running. But typically, these guys will not be running our off-road section. It's just a little bit much for them. Although, can't say it wouldn't be interesting to see a Superlight try to take on that step up. So it looks like we've got our drivers making their ways down to the start line, and we are 3 abreast for these 4-wheel machines here today. So our front row is rounded out by the number 828 of Adam Holroyd. So we'll wait for them all to get in position, and then our start marshals will send them on the way around the circuit for their warm-up lap. And if you are interested in getting into some 4-wheeled motorsports, Superlights are a great place to start. They are absolutely amazing fun. I don't think I've ever spoken to a driver that's come in and said they've had a bad day driving a car around here. It's fantastic fun, but they're not easy. So we've got out in front there, that is the 17 of Mark Richardson, as mentioned. And just heading round South Bank, an incredibly long corner, and there is our starting grid on screen for you all. So Mark Richardson on pole, Derek Warren second, Adam Holroyd in third. Then on row 2 it is the number 50 of Phil Redfern, the 27 of Jess Wilkes, and then the double 5 of Stuart Duckworth. And then row 3 we have Guy Palmer, Joe Hodgson and Tony Turner, just rounding out that one there for us. So we'll get these guys out there, and if you aren't able to come and watch these cars live, you really do have to try and get yourselves down here. Appreciate everyone coming and listening and watching the live stream, but there's no beating being here in person and hearing these two scrotes absolutely screaming their way around this circuit. Watching these guys head up off the line, it's definitely something else. So where you can see on the screen now, it is the far end of the circuit. So it is a bit of a corkscrew, big elevation change, and I think the camera catches it quite well there. And if you see where those red and white barriers are, that's where our solos will be turning into the off-road. But as I mentioned, these Superlights doing more of a perimeter circuit here at Teesside with the off-road not really suited to them. And then this is back where our off-road then rejoins the circuit, and you can see them now making their way back towards the start line, coming back down past the paddock. So super fast section of the circuit, that one there on the far end, but a lot of technical challenges for these drivers as well. So plenty of places where we should hopefully see some action with the overtaking here. And these guys are normally really, really good at getting themselves gridded up and in position nice and quickly. So we'll be underway racing very, very shortly, I should hope. So down there on the start at the moment, we do have at the back of the grid, that is Kirk. He's one of our chief marshals. He's been around the British Supermoto and Superlite paddock for many, many years. And then at the front there with the red flag, that is our race director, David Dearden. So David getting his hands stuck in there. Oh, we've got some drivers waving at the back there, not too happy. We'll just wait to see what that issue is then for them. So we won't get underway until we know everyone's happy. Oh, it looks like we are having a retiree quite unfortunately early on, not even making the start. And just looking back there, that looks like, is that potentially, not quite sure who that number is. It may be the potential of it's the number 55. That's Stuart Duckworth, unfortunately retiring from the start of this one. So we'll just pop in there into a safe position in the infield, and then we'll hopefully be able to get underway. So oh, in the background, that's interesting to see. We've got the water bowser out on the off-road section. So doing a little bit of scheduled track maintenance for our solos a little bit later on. Hopefully that will keep some of the dust down. I know that has been one of the concerns for a few of our officials today so far, that on the opening lap we might see a lot of dust being kicked up by around 30 bikes entering a very dry off-road section, but I'm sure it'll make things interesting a little bit later on. So Dave points to the lights and they're out, and away these guys go, getting a great start off the line there. That's the 93 of Derek Warren, and its first corner is into South Bank, this super long corner, and pretty much on the grass there with the inside wheel there from Warren, being chased down by the 17 of Mark Richardson. And it is the 37. Ooh, not quite sure who that one is. So, all these riders through this infield section. Oh, it's Warren heading round the outside, but not able to find a way through on Warren there on this opening lap. And flat out down this back straight. And hopefully we catch a glimpse of them there from our cameras down at the bottom. And there they are. This huge elevation change. Richardson not letting it go. He's trying every move in the book round the outside on this opening lap. Great to see, super aggressive riding and making it, putting on a proper show for us here. Just the one corner on the circuit that we just struggled to catch them, and then back up towards us on the pit lane. But opening lap, it is the 93 of Derek Warren who took the whole shot and has led us now for a full circuit. And then Richardson again, trying to have a little look round the outside in that yellow machine. Not able to find there. Not quite close enough. And it is Warren that's covering the inside. And then a wider entry into South Bank, hugging the inside line. Not quite as tight as lap one. It looked like all wheels were on the tarmac. Richardson looked at the inside, looked to the outside. Still no room at the end for him as he now sneaks in behind Warren yet again. And it looks like it's a two-way battle at the front. But Jeff Wilkes right there. So these three drivers all battling it out, and it looked like it was a good run down the back straight there for Richardson. But, not quite close enough as they make their way down through Skid Row, as it was fondly named a few years ago. And then back down around the far end of this circuit. Looking a little bit of a way back from our top three, we've got Adam Holroyd in fourth, Stuart Duckworth in fifth, and in sixth place we've currently got Tony Turner. Oh, and we've had a change for the lead. So the number 17 of Mark Richardson found a way through there on Jeff Wilkes, who did pop in the fastest lap, and it was a 107.773, and it looks like he's actually got about 2 or 3 car lengths now as they head around South Bank with 8 laps to go. So down the back straight now, Mark Richardson has pulled a fair gap now over Jeff Wilkes there in second place, and putting himself in a bit of a sandwich there with Derek Warren still in third. And then round the corkscrew, Skid Row. Oh, a little bit of a mistake there from Wilkes, a little bit of a drift there. Oh, we got an issue there for a rider right over to the far side of the circuit. That is one of them. Is that? Quite sure who that is. We'll pick them up on timing as they head back towards us. And as they come across the line, we'll see what Richardson's been able to open up in a gap with clear track. So he was definitely looking racy from the start of this one. And he's opened up a gap now of 0.825 of a second. So almost 1 second separating him and Warren. And can Jeff Wilkes do the same? Is he going to be able to try and replicate that pass that Richardson was able to pop in there? A new fastest lap for Richardson with a 107.519 as they come through this infield. You would not think it was a second as they came across the line just a moment ago, with Warren being all over the back wheels there of Richardson, and both drivers back into a bit of a train now heading down the back straight. Then got a little bit of a gap back to the number 55 of looks like that is Stuart Duckworth. And it looks like we are having a potential issue there for Adam Holroyd, showing a little bit further down on our timing than we would have expected. So he looks like he may have been the driver that pulled off to the side on that previous lap. So back up, round, past the paddock. See all of our lovely looking paddock there. We've got flags, the sun is shining. We could not have asked for a better day here at Teesside. Oh, it was a mistake there from two of our drivers. That was Warren and Duckworth, but Duckworth popping in a new fastest lap there in fourth place with a 107.3. So that man there in fourth, he wants to get in this battle for the lead. So it's now not just a three-way battle at the front, it's now up to four. So, who's going to be the man to try and make a move? It looks like it's going to be the 55 of Duckworth, who we thought was going to be a retiree on the start. He's definitely, something's letting a fire up underneath him, and he's not letting it go. So, heading down the back straight, it looks like these guys have got 4 laps remaining. Oh, we've got a retiree there. Oh, we'll see if they're able to rejoin. I think that was Duckworth there with a mistake, so that's put him out of this one, unfortunately. Down back towards the paddock. It's now a 3-driver battle at the front as they come across the line. It is still, though, being led by the 17 of Mark Richardson. And then it's a little gap back now to Warren and Wilkes. And unfortunately, it is Duckworth there that had that mistake that's dropped him now back down the order. Real shame there, as he was definitely the driver that was pushing on that last lap. And I think he was looking to try and spice things up at the front of this one. Lovely bit of driving there from Derek Warren, just stepping the back end out there on that bright pink and blue car. That was fabulous bit of driving down the back straight, but he is coming under serious pressure from the 27 of Jeff Wilkes, and we'll have to see if he's able to put a bit of a move on him. Is he lining one up? We will have to see. It might be the case that Wilkes is thinking, I'll leave it to the death, and then there's no way that Warren can retaliate. We'll have to see if we've got some tactical driving going on there. Down past our off-road section, it's still a battle between 4th and 5th. That's Phil Redfern and Tony Turner, just a little bit of a way back. They are currently doing some pretty hefty lap times, but there it is, Wilkes all over the back wheel there of Warren. No room at the end for him to be able to try and sneak through. Some incredibly close racing, and again, it's all the way through the pack, so we might have not have huge numbers out on track, but they're definitely putting on a show for us here today at Teesside for round 2 of the British Supermoto and Superlight Championship. And let's not forget, these are actually the smaller capacity machines for Superlights we've got here today. We've just had our laps updated, so we're getting more of the action for this one. We've got 6 laps to go. Fabulous. So over those curves, just unsettling the car slightly, and it looks like Mark Richardson's putting in a shift at the front of this one with clear track, a 107.113, and he's extended his lead now out to 1.7 seconds. So he's really broken away at the front of this one and tried to get out of all the hassle and that squabbling that's happening behind him for 2nd and 3rd. And then it looks like Phil Redfern again, he's also starting to break away now from Tony Turner in 5th. So the battle that we're watching here is for 2nd place, and it is the number 27 in the wheel tracks there of Derek Warren, who's doing everything he can to remain as tight as he can, kicking up dust there as he hits the inside corners and clips the grass. Nice wide entry into South Bank and then covering the inside yet again there for the 93, but it looks like Warren's trying to make a run down the inside. Is he going to go for it? No, settles back in just behind him. He's not doing a lunge up the inside there. And then back round, we'll see him there as they head over the chicanes. A little bit tidier than the previous lap. And it looks like we may have a recovery after this one as well there for Stuart Duckworth, who's Superlites sat there at the side of the circuit. Looking like all is well, unfortunately. He's not able to continue with this one. So, the squabbling between Warren and Wilkes is really allowing Mark Richardson to settle into this. And so, back up round the paddock, and it looks like Warren got a good drive out of there, and but it's Wilkes, as soon as they get back towards this checkered flag, he's all over the back of him. So, it looks like it's ebbing and flowing between these two drivers. And we'll just see. It might be the case that Jeff Wilkes gets a little bit impatient and decides to do a dive. We'll have to see. A lot of these drivers, they're all very, very friendly in the paddock, so it'll all be a lot of respect with their racing. But, it's another good run out of South Bank, but not able to put that car where he needs it to be able to make a move up the inside. And Derek Warren doing some excellent defensive driving here and just putting that Superlite exactly where Wilkes doesn't want it to be. So down the back straight they go yet again, and looking back down the order, Phil Redfern now settled into that 4th place, just off a podium position. Oh, we've got, that was Jeff Wilkes there. Big moment for him. He's all okay by the looks of things. Yeah, he's just moving that car out of the way. Is he able to rejoin? So big moment for Wilkes at the far end of the circuit. That's a very fast section of track there, so he'll have been hard on the brakes, but just out braking himself slightly, and that has left Derek Warren off the hook. So Warren now in he'll be wondering where Wilkes has got to, but good to see he was able to get that Superlite back up and running and out on track. So that now has meant that our top 3 are all spread out. So from being in the wheel tracks of each other just a few laps ago, we've got Mark Richardson out in front to the tune of 2.4 seconds. Back to Derek Warren, who's put on a fantastic drive. He's been put under pressure for almost the entirety of this race and only just been let off the hook. So he was chased down by Mark Richardson, and then he had Jeff Wilkes knocking on the door as well. But that has now promoted the number 50 of Phil Redfern up into a podium position. So Redfern is at a very consistent drive. He's managed to keep Tony Turner behind him. He's now in contention for a podium. He just has to keep it together for just a few more laps. And it looks like Mark Richardson might have settled into this one a little bit too much. Derek Warren's got the bit between his teeth and trying to close that gap. So it was 2.4 last time they came across the line. We'll have a look now to see if he's able to improve on that one. It might be a little bit too little too late. It's still around that 2.4 second mark, so I think Warren's lightly accepted that this is all he's going to get out of this one. But a fantastic drive from the 17 of Mark Richardson out in front, and looking almost inch perfect round South Bank there. Keeping those inside wheels just on the right side of the tarmac here, and then back through in this infield section. And doing a fantastic drive here today at Teesside for round 2 of the British Supermoto and Superlight Championship, and back down at the back straight. So we should expect to see the last lap flag coming out very, very soon. And this is where we saw Wilkes head out onto a little bit of an excursion of the scenery, shall we say. And he's back up and running. So he's currently sitting in 5th place, but he was about 10 seconds adrift of Tony Turner. So I think that will be all she wrote there for the number 27 of Jeff Wilkes, who did everything he could to try and find a way through on Warren, but just not enough room at the end. And right on cue, there is our last lap flag. So Mark Richardson will be thinking all I need to do is keep it together for one more pass into this track, and then it's home and dry. And Derek Warren will probably thinking about the same. He'll know he's under no illusions that he'll be able to challenge for the race win in this one unless something catastrophic happens. And he's also got a fair bit of breathing room of 2 seconds back to Phil Redfern. So We are coming up on a little bit of lap traffic, which is incredibly difficult for Richardson because he's the first driver to have to try and negotiate that. So he's just having the fun of trying to find a way through, and that does allow Warren to creep up just ever so slightly now at the far end of the circuit. See, just those inside wheels just skipping over that inside curve. It's almost like poetry. And then back round the final corner on this perimeter circuit, back up towards the pit lane, and then they do come down the start finish, and we should expect to see a waved checkered flag here, and it is a well-deserved race 1 win for the number 17 of Mark Richardson in our S2 and S3 race 1, sponsored by Mark Bates and Sons. So it is the podium of the 17 Mark Richardson taking a well-deserved race win. Second goes to 93 of Derek Warren, a hard-fought second for him, managing to keep a few drivers at bay there. Then it's the number 50 of Phil Redfern sneaking onto the podium. Fourth for Tony Turner, and it is fifth for Jeff Wilkes. Number 9 is Guy Palmer in 6th place, and then rounding out this one, it's Adam Holroyd in 7th. So a couple of retirees in that one, but I'm hoping these guys will be all on it when they get back to their pits to get those machines back up and race ready for race 2 coming up a little bit later on today. I think we'll have a little bit of a break before we see these guys out on the circuit yet, so we'll have lunch a little bit later. And there you can see the gaps that we had as the checkered flag went out. It ended up being quite spread out after some really close racing from the start to the middle of that one. Coming up next, we do have another class of Superlites, and these are our S1 drivers. So S1, previously known as our 1000cc's, so these are the big boys out there now. And we'll just wait for our S2s and S3s just to make their way off the circuit, so they get a little bit of a cool down lap. So some more four-wheeled action coming up very, very soon. So, as we wait for them to head back to the paddock and for our next race to make their way out on track, they'll also get a warm-up lap. Why not do a little bit of plugging for us? Let's do a little bit of self-promotion. If you're watching at home now, I'm sure you've got a laptop in front of you, a computer, or even on the TV, you'll have your phone next to you. Make sure if you've got them in your hand, you are following us on all the socials. We want to see you following us on Facebook. We want to see you following us on Instagram. It's the British Supermoto Championship. We're nice and easy to find. And we do also have a new website. It's bssc.pro. And on there you can find our calendar, you'll be able to find championship standings, all our regs. So if you're sat waiting for a bit more racing to come up, like I am, make sure you are following us on all the socials and keep yourself up to date for the racing that's coming up very, very soon. So, there we are just getting our starting grid sorted for our S1 Superlites for their first race. And I'm lucky enough to be in timing today and getting looked after with loads of our qualifying sheets. So, I can tell you it is the number 11 of George Milnes who top qualifying. And just so you get an idea of the sort of speeds these guys are going, our fastest lap in that last session was a 107.1 set by our race winner of Mark Richardson. So a fantastic lap from him. And that was about 0.8 of a second quicker than Derek Warren's fastest. So great drive from him. But our best time for George Milnes in qualifying, 01. Unfortunately, it was Muirhead that came a cropper, taking a little bit of a spin round Luna. So if you haven't already, make sure you go over to our socials and check that one out. Or even better, go back and after you've watched round 2, go back and rewatch round 1. Get all the updates over on TNL Sports on YouTube. So make sure you are subscribed on there, and you'll get all the updates for our live streams for the entire British Supermoto and Superlight Championship for this season. So it looks like we're just having a little bit of a break while we wait for the few recoveries that I mentioned. So we've just got a couple of vehicles to be removed from the circuit, and then we'll be able to get underway very, very shortly. So, the circuit is now clear, and we've got our S1 drivers now just making their way around the circuit for their warm-up lap. So this is the final opportunity for them to see if there's been any track changes. And there you are, that nice wide-angled view that we can see around the circuit as they head down towards the back. So, joining me for our S1 Race 1, we've actually got one of our Superlight drivers who was just out there. You can tell us all about it, just wiping the sweat off your brow. How was it, Tony?
Yeah, got a bit of a sweat on there. It's warm out there. Yeah, thanks very much for inviting me to do this. Just finished on the S6 race. Been out of the game for about 18 months, so really nice to come back today. Be part of the No Sport family. Been part of it since 2000, so yeah, really, really good to be out there. Car's misbehaving a little bit, but plenty of time to get that resolved for the next race. So I'm looking forward to watching the S10s. Used to have one myself. Unbelievable bit of kit.
Oh, absolutely. So we're calling them now the S1s. We've got S1, S2, S3. What were you in that one?
So I was in the S3, so I'm in a 600 two-stroke Varimatic car. Right foot go, left foot brake, just like a go-kart really. And I was racing with the S9s, which is the S2s, which is a 900 Fireblade. And then you've got the S1s, which are now the 1000cc blade, fuel-injected 6-speed. And we're ready.
Yeah, and right on cue, they're underway. So lights are out.
George is swivelling it. George has got a poor start there. Duncan's got the whole shot by the looks of it.
It does. It was a great start there. A really clean start there from the 150 of Duncan McBeth as they head round into South Bank. And as you say, it is the whole shot for the 150. And these guys are not averted to a little bit of, we'd normally call it bar bashing, I would. But
I call it rubbings racing sometimes.
Rubbings racing.
Yeah. Just noted number 8 there, Peter Muir got a good start. If you hang it out on the outside on the start line, you can really, I think South Bank corner, you can really hang it out wide, and Peter got a really good start, realised there was space. I think he's pushed himself up to 4th position, so a good start by Pete Muirhead.
Yeah, cracking drive from the Scotsman, and like you say, there's loads and loads of grip out there. I know people hug the inside line even on Supermoto, but there's loads of ample grip out there, so you can go really wide and sometimes catch people out. Yeah,
gets a little bit slippy there because obviously the bikes are coming off the off-road section, so your car can just slightly understeer and give you a little bit of a wobble, and then you're hard on the brakes for that left-hander. Sometimes you just understeer, so you've got to be a little bit aware of that. But Duncan, Mr. Smooth, is out front, and he'll take some overtaking. Well, Duncan is a all-time pro at this, and young George been flying this season. I think he was a champion last season.
Yeah.
So it should be a good race between these two.
Yeah, like you say, Duncan, he had not an ideal round 1 at Three Sisters from what we saw. But watching him here at Teesside, like you say, Mr. Smooth.
Yeah.
You just saw him clipping the inside edge with those inside
See
wheels.
his inside wheel lifting up then, putting the power on. That just shows you the amount of torque and power these cars have got.
Yeah, absolutely. These 1000ccs are definitely the fastest bit of kit we've got around here.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
They're pushing about 165 brake horsepower, sealed engines. They are certainly a quick bit of kit. You can just see now Duncan and George just pulled a nice little gap now to third, which I believe is John Kershaw in third. But Duncan and George now will be taking it now. They'll want to get that gap, and then you'll sort of see him towards the end of the race. So really going for that number one spot. And I'll tell you something, George will not give up. George is a really, really hard and fair driver, and he will want to win this race. So he'll push Duncan all the way to the end. Yeah,
and the amount of the amount of demand they're putting on these cars. So you can see them there. As he was coming in through that tight infield section, Duncan going quite wide there, and then that's going to give him the run into this infield and then back in on himself. And it looks like Mills there, he's not quite in the wheel tracks with Duncan, but I think that's just allowing him to get a bit of a better run so he can try and get that bit closer.
Absolutely. I tell you what, he's had a really good infield there, George. And look at him on that back straight. Yeah. He's right on Duncan. I'll be interested to see what happens at the end of that straight, because that is a fast straight. These thousands will be hitting at 100 mile an hour, and it's a tight left hand. I'll be interested to see who's in the lead coming out of there. That's John in third.
Yeah, that's our battle for third. So
that's a good battle. That John, Paul Hudson and Pete Muirhead.
Yeah, Muirhead there. He's, I think, just lost a place there to Paul Hudson. So it was a cracking pass there for the purple machine there, up into fourth.
Paul Hudson, all-time pro. He was racing when I was a young wee nipper, a young lad when I got involved in Autosport. He's been racing a long time. Probably one of the longest serving, I would say now. I think I'm up there, but I think Paul Hudson is one of the longest serving Superlight drivers. He used to have a Honda Pilot, and then he bought Superlight. He's had 600, he's had 900, now he's into the 1000, and he knows the circuits. He's very smooth, very quick, and then you can just see him having a little look at the outside of John Kershaw there. John's kept it tight though. But on the cutback, he's not. He got a little bit tight there. He could have hung it out a little bit and got a run on John on this back straight. This is where the best opportunity to overtake really on this back straight. You can see John, look, he's right behind him. Paul's just pulled to the inside, which is what I do. Cover the inside line. Be interesting to see who comes out of that one. Oh, there you go. Still John just in front.
Oh, it was close. We saw a big moment on our S1, S3, S2 and S3 race 1 where Jeff Wilkes took a little bit of a detour into the scenery down there.
I was right behind Jeff when that happened. He tried to go for a move on Derek Warren, one of the biggest mirrors in the paddock, and not sure exactly what happened, but as I came down the straight, I just saw Jeff on two wheels coming back down onto four, and then he got going again luckily, so I think he was okay.
And like you were saying, so Paul Hudson being one of the longest members of this paddock, all you guys are so, you're like a big family down there. You're all in the sort of bottom paddock this time, which is a little bit far away. You struggle with the tannoy. But you are all like one big family down there, aren't you?
Yeah, we are. There's a lot of long-serving races within the paddock. I only came today, but normally come for the weekend. Barbie on the Friday, Saturday night. We all have a few beers, have a good crack. So we've known each other a long time, and I've got lifelong friends. Ooh, there's a little good battle there between Batesy and Smivey, by the way. Yeah, we're lifelong friends. We talk outside of racing as well. Some really, really good guys in the paddock. But when we're on the circuit, we race. Well, Mark Bates just went totally off the.
Mark Bates taking a track detour.
Detour, yeah. I'm interested to see who came out of that one in front, because Smivey and Batesy are normally quite close racing together.
And Mark Bates, he's put a lot into this sport. I think
he has.
Credit there for Mark. So he's sponsoring our Superlites here for the British Championship for our live stream. So a massive thank you to Mark Bates, who's currently sitting in 7th. So we'll see where he comes round after that detour. But yeah, this battle, that is still the battle for third. And you wouldn't believe it. So Duncan Macbeth is still holding the fastest lap with a 103.26, and it's only 0.2 of a second that separated him and George Milne there.
Oh, John's got a bit sideways there.
Yeah, a little bit. But just not enough room at the end there for Hudson to be able to try and squeeze through even after a little bit of a mistake, was there?
Paul will be looking here again. John will pull to the left. Oh, no, Huddo's done it early. Really good by Huddo, that.
Yeah.
He managed to get that early, because sometimes you cover the inside line off to protect the corner, but I think Paul's made a really nice move there. And again, I'll be interested to see who comes out of that one in front, because that'll be really, really good.
There's the battle for the front. There's Duncan Macbeth there, the 150, still being chased down by George Milnes after a great start from Macbeth. And like you said, Mills was looking really tidy through the infield section. And it looks like he's just sort of stayed where he is. He hasn't made from what we've seen, a dive for the pass. And it looked there just in the background, it looked like Paul Hudson was still in fourth.
Was he? Oh,
yeah,
wow.
He didn't make it stick, unfortunately.
George is switching it up now. You can see him, he's eager to get past Duncan. These two are quick lads, smooth, very little mistake, so you've really got to line the car up. You can see George, what I really like, he's going offline. He's trying to maybe put Duncan off, make him look in the mirrors, think he's going left, dive to the right, and vice versa. And that's something you need to do. You can't just follow. You're never going to get past. So
nope.
George has got no one behind him. He can afford to, brake a bit later, go a bit wider, and that's exactly what I'd be doing. And you never know if Duncan outbrakes himself, gets a bit of understeer, coming off a little bit of dirt there. George will take that opportunity with both hands if he can. Again, George looks a really good drive out of that corner there. Just going to come past us now. Yeah, he's really right behind him.
And I know it's fair to say that, like you say, a lot of these drivers have been in the paddock for a number of years, but it also means the racecraft in this sort of championship is properly up there with some of the best you'll see in the UK.
It's really good because it's open wheel racing, so you have to show that level of respect to each other because you're doing 100 and odd mile an hour, and you're open wheels and you touch it, it can prove a bit fruity at times. So there is that. Yes, don't get me wrong, you race hard and you race fair, but you have the respect as well for your opposition. And if there's a gap there, by all means you go for it, but you've got to show that respect because you don't want to be touching. And these two have done it all last season and several seasons ago, and they're having another go today. George is just looking, but you can just see Duncan nip to the inside. So again, protecting the inside line. That
3-driver battle there between third to fifth, it's still about the same, with that being led by John Kershaw, Paul Hudson there in the middle, and Peter Muirhead sitting in fifth place in the number 8. But all eyes on the front of this first race of our S1s for the Superlites, and then down past the paddock yet again, Milnes. There's still nothing between them. It's still 0.2 as they come across the line.
George, I can just imagine what George is saying in his helmet to himself. Make a mistake. I'm right on you. I'll take the opposite. He's left a little gap there, but Duncan shuts it down early doors.
Yeah.
Again, just got a little bit. Just lost the back end there, George. If he'd have had the bit of grip there, he might have got the drive on the inside. But Duncan's a wise old racer. You know what I mean? If he sees someone coming, he's going to cover the lines. He's going to make it difficult. But George, again, look at him. He's pushing him through here.
He is. He's looking to
see which way Duncan goes. Yeah, Duncan's covered the inside, so it makes you go around the outside, which is adverse camber. When you come to this corner where they are now, it's quite adverse camber, so it's very hard to get the car turned in if you're going wide.
I was saying it's quite hard to sort of reflect on the camera how much of an elevation change that is.
It's a massive change. So if you hang your... Oh, George has had a little look there. If you hang your opponent out to dry on the outside, they're never going to get a cut back because it's just too much adverse camber.
Yeah. It doesn't flow to be able to send you that way. There's no way that you're going to try and make it stick unless the driver in front does make a mistake, like you say.
And it's one of the corners on the circuit that you are looking to overtake. So there, I think is it South Bank corner, I call it the big drift corner. That's where you're looking to overtake, because on the infield, unless the driver makes a mistake, it's quite tricky to get past. So interesting there, George is really hugging the inside line. So when I come out, I go really wide and then sort of undercut the corner. It's interesting, the two different lines. Obviously I'm racing, I don't really see the footage. Duncan's made a mistake, but George just can't capitalise on that this time.
No, not quite close enough for that mistake to be able to capitalise on it, as you say. And then George looking to the inside, Duncan comes it straight off, as you said.
Again, see George going a little bit deeper, but he just can't get that cut back there.
It's also a really deceptive corner to quite easy to outbrake yourself, I think, isn't it? Because you're sort of heading uphill as well, and the corner's a little bit blind.
You can't see the apex of the corner when you're coming up the back straight. When you're turning in, you can't actually see the apex, and suddenly it's on you, and you can actually easily make a mistake and miss your braking point.
Super easy to make a mistake down there. It's a really tricky corner, and this one here, the amount of speed you can carry into that first corner after the checkered flag.
That slight left-hander, you can. In the thousands are probably just lifting, but in the 600 I don't have to lift. I can literally just hit that flat out and then slam on the brakes in a straight line and then turn into the right-hander.
George there again looking to the inside, but not quite. Duncan, like you say, when just that little bit wider.
I can just see Duncan's lines. He's just covering what he needs to cover, so George just doesn't have that line to get past Duncan. This is where George is getting close. He's not quite as close this time, but then again he reels him in. He gets a good run. Again, Duncan's covered the line.
Yeah. He's put it exactly where George doesn't want it to be. But interestingly enough, George Milnes has set a fastest lap. So he's currently doing a 103.1 as his fastest. And both of them around the 103.6.7 on that last one. So it looks like it is Macbeth setting the pace. But it was 0.3 across the line last time, 0.2 this time by. And with it being the last lap flag now being out, Mills will know this is now sort of now or never.
Yeah, Mills needs to really go through the infield section, and coming out on the sharp right hand or hairpin right, he needs to be right on Duncan's back bumper to have any opportunity. And it's, I don't like to say do or die move, it's not, but to give himself the best opportunity to get around Duncan, he needs to be tight up on him now. He needs to really say he's good little one, he's gone wide, so if he can get a good run out of this corner now and he's right behind Duncan, this will probably be his final opportunity, and I don't think he's close enough. No, I think Duncan will just cover the corner off.
Yeah, and we did see him get a really good run, like you say, this far end of the circuit. But yeah, Duncan covering the inside, and Milnes not quite as close as we've seen him earlier on in this race. Like you say, good drive now down here, but
he's getting close
to try and pass.
Yeah,
the only
no
advantage
space
of a later pass is that it would mean that Duncan would have no opportunity to retaliate, but it looks like it's a fist in the air for Duncan Macbeth as he comes across the line. Well deserved race win for him, and George is in second there, and we'll just wait for that battle for third. And it was Paul Hudson that had found a way through on John Kershaw as well, so he was showing in third.
Yep.
That's Peter Muirhead, is it not?
No, that's Paul Hudson in third, John Kershaw in fourth, and Peter
Muirhead fifth.
Good little battle between them three. Yeah, really, really good.
And then we've just got three more drivers to make their way back round to take the checkered flag. So there they are, right on cue. That's David Milnes.
Look at Mark Bates right on the back of Paul Smythe going over at finish line. Brilliant, love to see that.
Oh yeah, cracking drive there from Bates. So he rounds out that class there in 8th place. So we've just got, we'll have these guys do their cool down lap, and then it will be our first lot of bikes on track. So I know that's not
my forte, unfortunately. I love watching them. I fully respect the bikes. I think they're absolutely crazy, brilliant to watch. I do go and watch them when I'm not fixing my car. No, I haven't. It's not something I've ever been into. I fully respect them. I go to TTs every year. I love watching it, the Supermoto bikes, especially on the dirt, and I know you do it, Daniel, and I think you're mad for doing it, but it's fantastic to watch. Just not something. I'm a four-wheel with a roll cage. I know I'm protected.
See, I'm the opposite. I'd have a go at anything.
Yeah.
Honestly, if it's got wheels and an engine, I'll probably just have a go.
You love it. Yeah. Nah, I love to hear that. It's brilliant.
Yeah, so there we are. We've got bikes heading out on track just now. Well, I'll let you get off. I'm sure you've got bits to try and get sorted on that car.
I certainly have, yes, but thank you for having me, and I'll pop up again if I can do it later on in the day.
No problem at all. And just there on that wide angle screen, that will be our S3 riders just making their way out to us. So they again will get a warm-up lap, and this will be our first glimpse on the live stream of our off-road section, which is definitely a centrepiece here at Teesside. It's fabulous. So this class now sponsored by Walker Group, so a great big thank you to Chris Walker, who's done a lot for our championship and supporting our Supermoto S3 class. Now let me just have a little look, because I know I have our qualifyings, and I do. Here it is. We have on pole the number 80 of Andrew Fulton, and if you haven't already been back and watched round one, Andrew Fulton was definitely one of my favourite riders, and I'm sure he got rider of the day on the Saturday at Three Sisters, because he was absolutely fabulous. He's out there and he's in what we call our Evo class, so that is carbureted, non-injected machines. I think the age limit is pre-2010. I think he was on an LC4, and there he is, right on cue. That bike, I think it's fair to say, it's not the most modern bit of machinery, and he was throwing it around at Three Sisters. He was great value for money. So there he is, the number 80 on board that orange KTM, and it looks like that is Byron Johnson. Have we got him out there? Looks to be that. Oh no, that's the 89 of Corey Leggett, who's just managed to take a tumble in the off-road on the warm-up. So good job that doesn't count towards his position, so we'll just have to wait for him to get picked up on what looked like to be a Yamaha that he's out on there. We don't see many of those in the paddock. What a fabulous off-road. This is probably one of the longest off-road sections we see in the British Supermoto Championship. So There he is, Andrew Fulton, the number 80. He's going to be the one to watch in this one. And if he's able to stick that LC4 into the Bs by taking either a first or a second in this one, I'll be damned. It is incredible. So, going down the order, front row, we do have Andrew Fulton, Byron Johnson, one of our Academy and Under-21 riders, the number 89 of Corey Leggett, who we just saw take a little tumble, and then rounding out row 1, it will be the number 27 of Austin Johnson, there with the, looks like Dianese leathers and a white helmet, nice and easy to spot on track. Row 2 will be headed up by another one of our Academy riders, the 79 of Jackson Bennett. We'll then see the 671 of Steve Smith, one of our Superbit riders who's over 45. He's then got the 69 of Lewis Cowper alongside him. And then rounding out row 2, it will be the 264 of Jack Hoy. Row 3, my teammate, the 714 of Andrew Goodsell. He's had a really good qualifying there. To pop it in 9th place, it's then the 127 of Stephen Winter, who I believe is one of our Brothers Racing riders out there, and then it's the 126 of Chris Bick in his debut season in this championship. And then rounding out that row, it is the 14 of Gavin Scaife there. You can see him just in those pink leathers in the mid-pack. It's a really busy class, this one, which is nice to see. We've got so many riders out there. We'll do a quick rundown from Scaife. So it's then Philip Rigg, Rick Owen, Andy Mayo, Elliot Strike, Simon Billam, Jensen Knowles, Lee Room, Danny Walk. We've then got the 23 of Lee Rudd, James Wallace Moores, the 782 of Matthew Granger, 66 Jonathan Reed, the 692 of Aaron Hillary, 28 of Andre Clare. We then got John Samuels, Darrell Brett, Craig Louth, Tony Cummings, Adam Woodhouse, and rounding this one out, it's the 444 of Graham Anderson. So it looks like we've got 32 riders, so a full grid for our Supermoto S3 Race 1. So fabulous to see such great numbers. And over at the side there, we've got, it looks like a retirement for Rick Owen, which is a real big shame. So one of our cranked up racing riders, they have a channel over on YouTube where they basically post vlogs of their weekend, and they're really great to watch. If you want to have an idea of what it's like racing in this championship, go over there and watch them. They're really great to watch. So you'll see a few of these riders put their hands up and ask for a little bit of assistance from our start marshals. What they're usually doing is putting on a whole shot device. So what that is a little piece of equipment on the front forks. And you have a ring on the fork guard, a ring on the fork leg, and a little bit of a sort of like a metallic plunger on the fork guard itself. So you push the front end of the bike down as far as you can, and then you press the plunger, and it hooks into the ring, and that just holds the front end down. Now, they're really, really great to try and stop these bikes doing a little bit of a wheelie, which for supermoto riders, it's usually not the last thing they want, shall I say, but on a race start, it's definitely not ideal. So it holds now the front end right up until the rider presses the brakes going into that first corner. The forks dive, and it allows that clip to release. So it then goes back to full operation of the forks. It looks like we're having a good mix around on that grid. We've got a few riders that clearly haven't taken up their correct grid positions, so we'll just wait for them all to take up their rightful positions. And looking back there, that's the 89 of Corey Leggett. Good to see he's up. Wonder if he's brushed off the dirt on him. And it looked like that the bows that we saw earlier on, that I'd say he just dampened the off-road. I wouldn't say it was completely wetted, which is nice. Corey looking like he's just having a little bit of a poodle around there at the front. I think anyone that's ever raced in the British Supermoto Championship can always say that Supermoto Group B or C or S3, whatever you want to call it, it's always just that little bit of chaos. It's sort of organised chaos sometimes out there, but it does put on some great racing. So these are riders that are either sort of novice or clubman, either just getting into the sport or maybe doing it for quite a few years. You get a real mix of riders out there. And they put on some fabulous battles. It's not always I wouldn't say the cleanest racing, but not always the the most organised racing, but you do see some cracking passes. It's where sort of people cut their teeth in this championship. So not only do we have our academy championship for the youth that want to come through and get into racing Supermoto, this is also where, if say you're, let's say, mid-30s, 40s, 50s, and you think, actually, I want to go back riding again, I want to go racing, but I can't afford to do road racing anymore and sports bikes, and I'm not fit enough to go racing motocross every weekend, I'm going to go out and ride Supermoto. It's a perfect happy medium for those riders. So we've got a real mix. Now, it looks like our riders are actually getting another warm-up lap. So that is the number 80 of Andrew Fulton there on that LC4, just making his way round Southbank. So we'll let these riders get that final warm-up lap. I think it's just because we took a little bit longer than we would have hoped to get set up on the set up for the start of this one, and just allow them to get a little bit of warmth in those tyres. So it looks like we've actually had an adjustment to our off-road, unfortunately. So as I was previously saying, that the happy water in the track and it'll keep the dust down, it looks like our riders actually made a different choice there, and a few of them weren't too happy with sort of how wet it was. So we've cut the uphill by the looks of things, so we're still doing the step up, but we're not going up the uphill banking. So we'll just wait for these riders to come back round to us. I'm sure it'll make for some great racing. Just a slightly adjusted and shortened off-road here at Teesside. What I will say, if you haven't already, that is the number 37 of Byron Johnson on the front row. That is one of our academy riders out there mixing it up with 450s. I'm not quite sure the size of the CC on that one of Andrew Fulton's, but big boy bikes and big boys out there, and he's out there on his, I believe it's a Husqvarna 85. And it just goes to show that the talent some of the kids in this championship have got is absolutely amazing. So great racecraft from him. He'll be doing double duty today, so we will actually see him in our academy class a little bit later on. So that means he's got double the amount of track time, and I'm sure it'll keep these kids going and keep them busy. Another rider out there doing the same, that is Jackson Bennett as well.
Well, yeah, because I put the anchor in, now it's in the way of moving. It's fine, it won't take long. It's all good.
So, and it is a waved red flag at the front there from the start marshal. That is Andy, and away they go. And it looks like, oh, a big wheelie there from Andrew Fulton, but it's a good start for Corey Leggett now as they head round Southpack, but super wide out, braked himself slightly, and that's allowed Byron Johnson to nip up the inside there on board that 85, but he is going to be just down on horsepower a little bit here for the 89, but he manages to keep him in front. But a cracking pass there up the inside from the 27 of Austin Johnson there. So Leggett, who got the launch off the start, he's now been funnelled all the way back to about 4th. And it's Fulton that leads us down the back straight for the first time here today at Teesside. And the weather conditions are absolutely perfect for these guys out on track. And it looked like Johnson probably used the legs of that 450 to pass Byron Johnson, but he wasn't having it on the brakes, and nips back through. Then this is the first time we see the riders go through the off-road under race conditions. So see all these riders funnel their way through. So different line choices. You go up a step up, and then you've got the outside and inside line, and we're cutting across rather than going up the banking this time round, and then back out onto what has been a newly tarmac section of the circuit. And lap one's always a little bit of chaos in this class, I have to say, but it looks like we're looking really smooth. So Andrew Fulton looking racy out there on that LC. Then it is Corey Leggett who's found a way back through. So I think that might be a man that's on a mission there on that Yamaha. So it's Fulton, Leggett, Johnson and Johnson. So we've got Byron and Austin Johnson there battling their way through for 3rd and 4th. Byron being the younger of the two. And Fulton there squirreling about there, hard on the brakes on board that KTM. And I think this is a great advert for this championship. that it does not matter what bike you've got at home. If you fancy coming and racing with us, you absolutely can, and you can have great fun and get some cracking results. Oh, just at the bottom of the shot there, it looks like an issue for the number 14 of Gavin Scaife. Looks like he's getting that machine back up and running, but at the far end of the circuit, Fulton pulling out what looks to be a healthy lead of almost a second now as they make their way back into the off-road section. So it's a super tricky corner there. You head hard on the brakes and then try and get on the power to try and clear that step up and decide whether you're going inside or out. So there are our two Johnsons. You've got Byron being chased down by the 27 of Austin. It's then the 351 of Rick Owen who managed to make the start after the modified warm-up lap. Then the 137 of Andy Mayo now in 6th place. And there they are, back through into the infield section. So this will be the area of the circuit that really suits the number 37 of Byron Johnson on board that 85. You won't have the top end speed that these guys have, but the corner speed that this lad can carry is something else. So round South Bank, that knee down style, and you can see him just reeling in Corey Leggett there on the corners. Is he going to be able to make a move on the Yamaha rider? He's all over his wheel tracks, and he looks to the outside, and he does. He goes nips around the outside, but Leggett not giving him enough room, and then does have the legs on him as they head down the straight. So Andrew Fulton, fastest lap with a 1:25.207 on that last lap. He leads us by 1.1 over Corey Leggett now, who's under pressure from Austin Johnson, who's nipped through on Byron. Byron there looking to the outside, not able to make it stick, but they head back into the off-road, so up the step up, and it's outside for all three of those riders, which gives them the nice clean inside line, and it looks like that is looking a little bit one-liney there for me. I know we've seen that the inside and outside lines were fairly evenly matched while we had the full off-road, but with this slightly modified one, it looks like that outside line's definitely being the favourable one to set you up for that next corner, cutting back on yourself. Andrew Fulton now coming under pressure from Corey Leggett, so that gap of 1.3 now down to just 0.3. I found a whole second on him in that lap, and that's meant that the Evo rider now coming under a lot of pressure from the Yamaha man. And we saw take a little bit of a tumble on the warm-up lap, and then it is Austin Johnson who currently holds the fastest lap of this session with a 1:23.6. So that's the man currently on your screen in 3rd place. I'm going 3 riders abreast there through that infield section. Just coming up on a little bit of lap traffic there as they head down the start-finish straight, keeping themselves nice and out of the way. Then it's a little bit of a way back to the 351 of Rick Owen there, who sits in 5th. Fulton, that knee down style on the tarmac, and as I said, that elevation change can really catch people out. And the grip there is so unpredictable, I have to say. And then back up. So again, yeah, all these riders opted for the outside line, so not really giving an opportunity for a pass. It looks like Corey Leggett's got a little bit of off-road prowess there, but it did mean he went a little bit deep there as they returned back onto the tarmac, almost clipping the tyres and allowing Fulton a little bit of breathing room now as they head back towards the start-finish. And it's 0.2 that separated them as they came across the line, and it looks like we've got 3 laps remaining in this session as well, so not very long at all. But it's a pass there from Austin Johnson, the 27 there. Really clean pass there on Corey Leggett, nice and up the inside. It looked like it was a mistake for Leggett that left the door open, and now he's coming under pressure from the 37 of Byron Johnson on board that 85. He's able to reel him in down South Bank, and Johnson with that knee down style, that's giving him a lovely move there on Fulton. Fulton there just went to go pop the leg out and realised, oh, there's a husky there. So it is a change for the lead. It is the number 27 who's gone from 3rd to 1st all in one lap, and he's now got 3 to keep it there. And there he is, the man on board that Husqvarna. He's looking incredibly smooth. So he's now got clear track in front of him and no one to chase. Let's see what he can do through this off-road. So we'll expect to see these riders all heading round the outside berm as they made their way over the step up. And very close in the wheel trap. Byron Johnson now found a way through on Corey Leggett, so he's found a way through up to 3rd place. Worth mentioning, the top 2 in this class do promote themselves to our Supermoto B group later on. So not in the next race that's coming up very, very shortly, but our B group that we'll see after lunch. And, Byron Johnson wants a bit of that, so he dives up the inside there on Fulton, who's rode a brilliant race so far, but he's just being picked off now by the Johnson boys as they come round Southbank. So, 37 there, just a back marker there of Craig Lau there on board that pit bike. Johnson tucking in as much as he can on board that 85, and the corner speed he can carry is incredible. But it looks like that Johnson on board the number 27, Austin Johnson, and he might just have the legs on him now as they head down the back straight and back towards that corkscrew. Looking a bit further down the order, it's the 351 of Rick Owen in 5th, the 137 of Andy Mayo still in 6th, and the 126 of Chris Bick up to 7th place, so even having a really good ride. Further down the order, Simon Billam on the 552, he's now up to 12th place, with Jack Hoy finding a way through on Lewis Cowper on that last lap to nick 9th. So riders bunching up now on the off-road. Byron Johnson, just not getting as good a drive out of that corner back out onto the tarmac as Austin did on board the 450, and the last lap flag is out. So Johnson will know, Austin will know that all he's got to do is try and keep a nice defensive line. Byron all over him now. Is he able to carry the corner speed now around Southbank? So he's in his wheel tracks. Is he going to get sent the long way round? He's just not quite close enough to be able to show him a wheel. But we've seen him in this infield section. This is where he shines. So, and we are coming up on a back marker. So it's the 27 of Austin Johnson that leads, but fastest lap now to the 37 of Byron Johnson in second with a 121.5 on that last lap. So just goes to show that the young whippersnapper is really, really putting everything he can into the final stages of this race to try and take that race win from the 27 of Austin Johnson. But he's keeping a really tidy line now as they make their way up the step up, head into that outside line, and they've broken away now from the number 80 of Andrew Fulton in third, which it's looking like a really close battle now as they make their way towards Checker Flat. Just coming up on a little bit of a back marker there, and one of our cranked up racing riders, and Austin getting a better drive out of there. But it is a race win for the number 27 of Austin Johnson, who crosses the line 1.1 seconds adrift of the 37 of Byron. I don't think that really tells the tale of that last lap, just getting caught up in a back marker just on that last corner. Third place, it is the number 80 of Andrew Fulton, which means he will get another opportunity to start on pole for our C Group Race 2 a little bit later on today. Fourth place, it's the 89 of Corey Leggett, the man that got the whole shot on that Yamaha. And then fifth, it's the 351 of Rick Owen. And good to see these boys both doing some wheelies. I was holding my breath there for Byron as he got it up on the back wheel on that 85, but nicely controlled. And lovely, lovely wheelies down the back straight from our riders. All little bits of show-offs, aren't they? We love it, really. And that's a bit of a view of our off-road section at the moment. Just been maybe slightly overwatered for our C Group riders. As we mentioned, these are our mix of novice and clubman riders in this class, so it might have just been a little bit more challenging than they were expecting, especially as they went out this morning in practice and qualifying. It was completely bone dry, so maybe a little bit of a shock to the system for them, but we'll have to see if we can get that all put back on a little bit later. So Austin Johnson and Byron Johnson have both promoted themselves up to our Supermoto B Group Race 2 later on today after lunch. They will start at the back of that grid, but that does mean they are a class in front of all these riders here in our C's, and it will be the number 80 of Andrew Fulton taking pole alongside Corey Leggett, Rick Owen and Jensen Knowles. And again, another big shout out to the Walker Group, who've sponsored our Supermoto Group C here for the live stream. A huge thank you to them. for their support of the championship and the live stream, which you can catch all the racing for the last few seasons over on TNL Sports on YouTube.
It does have a paddy if you try it, yeah. But also sometimes it has a paddy and tries to make it. Yeah, we had some ghost braking. Sometimes I've still got the test lag. I have also made a purchase that I don't think you've seen yet. No, I bought a whole other car.
So looking up towards the paddock, lovely shots of South Bank and our infield section of the circuit. I wonder if we can get a little look at the off-road. I wonder if our B group riders are going to potentially be able to do the full off-road section. I wonder if they'll let them do that on the warm-up lap. It might be worth a go. B group's always a great race to watch because you've got the riders that are fighting their way to make their way into the A group with our S1 riders, and it's really where you see sort of some of our up-and-coming riders. That being said, on pole we do have I wouldn't say a regular of our British Supermoto Championship, the number 58 of Craig Forshaw. He's one of our elite riders, our S1 riders. It looks like he's had a tricky qualifying and he's just outside of that A group for race 1, but he will be starting on pole. Alongside him will be the 276 of Richard Jennings, and then it will be the 167 of Michael Craig and the 63 of Kevin Crowthers rounding out that front row. So 3 out of 4 of our riders on the front row are all in the over 45 championship, so it just goes to show we've got a very well-rounded championship, shall we say. So between 2nd and 10th, all those riders are in the over 45s, and 4 of those are also in our super vets. We've got Michael Craig, Mark Stevens, Dave Spafford and Jamie Wrigglesworth, who's the number 98 in 9th, all our super vet riders. That just goes to show that, as I mentioned a little bit earlier, if you're feeling like you're getting a little bit older for motocross, Supermoto is really that great sort of race that you come here, have a great laugh. It's a really lovely, friendly family paddock, and go out there. And the racing, don't get me wrong, I wouldn't say it's not strenuous. Everyone comes in and they've broken a sweat, I can guarantee that. But it's not quite as physical as you'd find trying to manhandle a 450 around a motocross track. And here are our riders right on cue, making their way round South Bank. And it's looking like the new leathers for Craig Forshaw. He's got those bright yellow and black Automotive Solutions team colours on there. Another championship supporter of us is Automotive Solutions with team boss Paul Reynolds as well. I expect to see him in this race as well. Yeah, there he is. He's there in 8th place, the number 10, Paul Reynolds. So he'll be on row 2 for the start of this one. Yeah, there's Craig Forshaw on board his Automotive Solutions Honda. Then we've got Rich Jennings, Michael Craig, the Scotsman, and the number 63 of Kevin Crowthers. And our B group riders are all doing the full off-road section, and you can even see just after one race you can see there we've actually got dust, so even after the water tanker went out there and watered it for while our Superlites were out, you can see that with the bikes going around, the breeze that we've got here today at Teesside, that it has allowed us to get some dust kicking up ever so slightly. So this will be our first opportunity to see these riders taken to the full off-road section under race conditions. So just waiting for these riders to take up their grid positions. So there it is, pole position for the number 58 of Craig Forshaw. He'll have clear track in the run into South Bank for the first corner. And behind him there is the 944 of Mark Stevens, who qualified in 5th for our Supermoto B Race 1 on board his Husqvarna. Looking a little bit of a way back through this one as well, we've got the number 97 of Dax Almond. Now, I know we've seen Dax race with us previously. Dax was out there on a 250, so it'll be interesting if we can catch a glimpse of him. It looks like he's actually on the number 10 bike of Paul Reynolds there. You see him weaving through the paddock, through the group there. That's the number 10 of Dax Almond, so it looks like he's been given Paul Reynolds spare bikes maybe there to get out on a 450. Looking through the middle of the paddock there, we've got the number 44. That's Daniel Hudson. He's out there on board a TM. And we've also got the number 62 of Eddie Rushforth out there. He's just popping his hand up. A little bit of a wave. So all these riders looking like they're settled in their grid position. So it's red flags at the front. A wave drag. Oh, we've got an issue there for the number 10 of Paul Reynolds there. Just trying to get that Automotive Solutions Husky up and running. And he does. So waved red flag at the front. Under starters orders now. So lights out and away they go. And a big wheelie there for the number 98 of Jamie Wrigglesworth in the mid-pack there on board that new KTM for this season. But it's a cracking start there for Rich Jennings, and he takes the whole shot round South Bank. That demotes Craig Forshaw into second. So one of our S2 riders there taking a very well-deserved whole shot there from Craig Forshaw. It's then looks to be Michael Craig. And we've also got one of our Bathmate riders there mixing it up. So that's Kevin Crowthers. And then it looks to be Dave Spafford and Jamie Wrigglesworth. Paul Reynolds now heading down the back straight and into this really, really elevated adverse cambered tricky corner at the end of that straight. But Rich Jennings getting a flyer of a start for this opening race for our Supermoto Group Bs. And then we're getting the first look at the full off-road section here at Teesside. So inside line there for Jennings, making a little bit of a mistake, almost hopping out of that berm, but opting for the inside line over the tabletop. Not quite able to clear it on that lap. Kevin Crowther's opting for outside to inside, and a rider with some great off-road prowess, just spinning up there on the exit up onto the off-road. We've got our race director Dave Dearden up there, just keeping a close eye on things. Back out onto the tarmac it is. So it looks to be we may have had a change for the lead, and we have. It is Dave Spafford who snuck his way through there, I believe. Or we got Rich Jennings there nipping through with Kevin Crowther's number 63 looking for a move round the outside on board that Bathmate KTM. All under pressure now from Craig Forshaw there in third. He's been mugged off a little bit on the start of this one, I have to say. And Rich Jennings was looking super fast and smooth on the opening lap through the tarmac. And you can see him pulling away there from Kevin Crowthers. Back through this infield section. Forshaw making space for that Automotive Solutions Honda up the inside there of Crowthers, then back down the start finish. And it looks to be that this is where Forshaw is best off. We've had a faller there. That was the number 53. I think that is Stuart Burgess, who else sat in 13th place. He takes a bit of a tumble but gets remounted as he made his way into the infield section. But Rich Jennings still holding off the number 58 of Craig Forshaw. Both riders opting inside to outside. Kevin Crowther's doing the right thing, taking an alternative line, so he opts outside to inside. You can see he's already equivalent of alongside Craig Forshaw and up in front. And if he gets the power down, he's managed to go from third to first in just one move, taking that alternative line. And it just goes to show how evenly matched these lines are. So a cracking pass there for the Bathmate rider of Kevin Crowthers there. And looking through the order, all riders making their way through the off-road safely, and you can see just how much of an advantage that Kevin Crowthers has taken there, just from one pass through the off-road. So the off-road speed that he's got. Will Rich Jennings be able to retaliate? Rich looking like he's on a leisurely Sunday ride out, I'll be honest. He doesn't look aggressive at all there. Making his way round South Bank. Forshaw keeping feet on the pegs and just closing in ever so slightly there on the RWJ machine there in the purple. Kevin Crowther's, as he came across the line, it was 0.2 of a second that separated them on that last lap. And down the back straight, seeing all these riders funneling their way through that really, really tricky chicane. As soon as you go over those curves, it can sort of unsettle the bike, shall I say. Get a little bit of a tank slapper on heading down that way. But these riders, contact there as they made their way through into the off-road. I think that was Dax Almond managing to just clip bars. Not quite sure who it was he clipped with on that one, but hopefully managed to stay on. Dave Spafford opting outside to inside. Is he able to make that move work? Craig Forshaw up into second now on Rich Jennings, but the number 63 of Kevin Crowther is just pulling away out at the front on this one now. So Crowther's already across the line. Then it is Craig Forshaw up to second. Now that's where he needs to stay if he wants a chance of moving up to the A's for race 2 in the remainder of the afternoon. Rich Jennings now under pressure from Dave Spafford, one of our super vet riders, and a few there battling it out. It's then Michael Craig, and it looks to be the 98 of Jamie Wrigglesworth just in the back of that group. Jennings looking up a move on the inside of Forshaw there, but just not quite close enough to be able to do anything really about it on that lap. And it's then hugging the inside line, both these riders, as they make their way down the back straight. And you can just see Kevin Crowther's out in the distance, using that off-road to his advantage to give him enough breathing room that it won't affect him on the tarmac. It looked like Rich Owens Jennings was looking super racy on the brakes into that far end, but as we were mentioning earlier, that adverse camber making it incredibly tricky to be able to try and make a move. So both Forshaw and Jennings going inside to outside here. Michael Craig opting outside to inside, and he's found a way through on Dave Spafford, and a good run up the banking, and Michael Craig, just tip off there from Craig and Jennings at the top. So Craig looking like he was just trying to get a little bit of room at the end that just was not there, and both those riders heading down. So a real shame there for Rich Jennings, doing a great ride here in our Supermoto B Group Race 1, sponsored by the Walker Group, as we've said. But that's let Forshaw off the hook, and a little look over the shoulder, and he knows it. He's still being chased now by the 117 of Dave Spafford, who's been, let's not be funny, he's been sort of handed a third place there. The two riders in front of him getting tangled together, and that's given him not only a third, but also a little bit of breathing room as well. So in fourth, it was showing us the number 4 of Jamie Wilson on that last lap. Our race leader, the 63 of Kevin Crowther's, he's ran away at the front with a advantage of 6.2 seconds, and currently holding the fastest lap of a 1:38.4. So nothing really to trouble him out front, and it'll be great to see what he can do from the back of the A's for race 2 later on this afternoon. But on screen with you now is still Craig Forshaw on board his Automotive Solutions Honda. He's pulled away a little bit of a gap on Dave Spafford. It's then Jamie Wilson, Jamie Wrigglesworth, Paul Reynolds and Dax Almond on board the number 97, chasing down Automotive Solutions team boss Reynolds. And great to see the mix of these lines through the off-road definitely being utilised by the riders. Dax Almond getting a little bit of airtime there over that tabletop, and doing everything he can now to chase down the number 10, Paul Reynolds, who sneaks up the inside of Jamie Wrigglesworth up on the top of that banking. Great pass there from Reynolds as they make their way down back onto the tarmac. Nothing Wrigglesworth could really do about that one, unfortunately. And then it's back out onto the tarmac, and you can see there that angle that shot was showing just how much dust is sort of being carried out onto the track. Does mean that you can spin up quite a bit there trying to get the power down on these 450s. So it's Reynolds, Wrigglesworth and Almond, who are now battling it out for 5th, 6th and 7th place on track. Crowther's out in front, has extended his lead out to 8.1 seconds and has settled into this one now with a last lap of 1:39.1. But definitely plenty of breathing room now over the 1:17 of Dave Spafford, who's found a way through on Craig Forshaw. So we didn't catch that on the live stream, but a fabulous move must have been put on there from Spafford, who's one of our Superbet riders and has found a way through on Craig Forshaw, who's one of our F1 riders. So definitely, there they are, just flashing by us on screen, and it was definitely Spafford leading Forshaw as they make their way into the off-road. And then it's this battle. It is Jamie Wilson under pressure now from Paul Reynolds through the off-road. A little bit of a mistake there, feet off the pegs from Craig Forshaw as he came around that inside berm. So a mistake there from Forshaw, just not looking happy through the off-road. And it looks like another pass there. I think that may have been Jamie Wilson, who's on a different bike to what we'd normally see him on. Craig Forshaw's had a great recovery ride after just coming off earlier. He's found his way back up through that pack, and he was mixing it up there with Paul Reynolds. So with 2 laps to go, we should be expecting to see the last lap flag very, very shortly. There's the number 10 Automotive Solutions team boss, Paul Reynolds, and then it's the 167, the Scotsman of Michael Craig, who we saw take a tumble earlier. He's found his way through on Jamie Wrigglesworth. Rich Jennings, who was having a fab race at the start of this one. I'm not sure if the red mist may have descended, but he's now chasing his way back through this pack as well. And it looks like it's going to be a move up the inside for Michael Craig. Yep, nice and easily done on the brakes, just slotting that KTM where it needs to be, but Reynolds not letting it go. Back at him and retaking that position now back down the start finish. And there's our race leader. That is Kevin Crowthers on board the number 63 Bathmate KTM, having what can only be described as a leisurely lonely ride at the front of our B group. And it's 7.9 seconds to drift back now to Dave Spafford. He can just put his feet up and relax, metaphorically of course. Over outside to inside and looking super relaxed, and you can see just how much that off-road has now dried out after the little bit of watering that our tanker did earlier on for us. That's just keeping the dust down just enough, but definitely not enough to be affecting these riders now. And then back out on to the start finish, and he should be expecting to see the last lap flag anytime soon, and there it is, right on cue from our start line, Marshall Kirk. So it's one last passing of this track for Kevin Crowthers needed through the infield section. A little look over his shoulder. He knows he's got no one to bother him. He's had no one to bother him for most of this race since he got through at the front. But we have had a change for fastest lap, and as I mentioned, the red mist may have descended for the 276 of Rich Jennings. He's just popped in a 136.6 and is currently sitting in 6th place after his tumble off earlier. So he's definitely fighting his way through the paddock, and he's now currently sitting only 0.3 of a second adrift of the number 10 of Paul Reynolds. And if he can find a way through, that would promote him back up to 5th. And there is that big gaggle of riders there. And we've got riders all the way back from 4th to 11th battling it out in that mid-pack. So fantastic racing here at Teesside for round 2 of our British Supermoto and Superlight Championship. But the man at the front that's put on a fantastic show for us this afternoon, it's the 63 of Kevin Crowthers coming through the off-road section for the final time of asking for his first race of the day. And you can see how well that off-road is holding up. Those berms, absolutely mint condition, which if you are coming from a motocross background and perspective, these bikes with their slicks on, they don't batter the berms as much as you would with a novelty tyre on. I think that makes is quite common sense. And then out on to the start finish is the 63 of Kevin Crowthers coming across the line to take a well-deserved race 1 victory in Supermoto Group B, followed by Dave Spafford, the 117 our Superbet rider, takes a fantastic second and just managing to hold on to 3rd. It is the 58 of Craig Forshaw. Rich Jennings made a 2-for-1 somewhere, finding his way up to 4th place, the 276, and finishing with the fastest lap of that session. It's then Jamie Wilson, Paul Reynolds, Ronnie Potts, Michael Craig, Dax Almond and the 303 of Sean Rogerson rounding out our top 10. 11th is the 98 of Jamie Wrigglesworth, so an issue for him at the closing stages of that one. We did see him around the sort of 5th, 6th position earlier on. The 944 of Mark Stevens in 12th. We've then got 150 of Liam Pearson. The 6, Dean Clark. 1-6 of Tommy Sayer in 15th. And there's the 77th of Stephen Haig in 16th place. 17th, it's the 44 of Daniel Hudson. And 18th in that one, it was the number 19 of Tom Nutter. Looking a little bit down our order, just a few riders that came across the screen there. So from Tom Nutter, it was then Eddie Rushforth, Stuart Burgess, Jason Ramshaw, Simon Bentley, Jordan Grant, James Wood, Dan Spencer, Sean Jones, Carl Geary, and the last rider we would be looking to take the checker flag would be John Oakes, but unfortunately he did retire from that one, unfortunately. So some fantastic racing. And we will see the 63 of Kevin Crowlers and the 117 of Dave Spafford starting at the back of our A group for race 2, their race 2 a little bit later on today. But that's what we've got coming up next. Right on cue on the screen, it is our Supermoto A group race 1, again sponsored by the Walker Group. So these riders should now all be in the holding area, and you can see them just to the left of your screen there. You can see all those riders mingling and just now being released out onto track. So who's that being out on first? That looks like Lee Williams on the high-tech coatings, Husqvarna in some fresh leathers for this round. There's number 7 of Jamie Duncan. He improved on his lap time earlier today in Superpole, and he will be starting this one in 4th place. So he rounds out our front row. But on pole position, it will be the number 21 of Ryan Kringle on board his TM Leeds UK 450. Alongside him, the 100 of Alex Mullaney. And then it will be 11 Max Ingham in 3rd. And as mentioned, the fat and fast rider Jamie Duncan in 4th. Row 2 headed up by 217 Richard Sharp. Alongside him, it is teammate and son, the 817 of Harley Sharp. And we've then got Lee Williams in 7th and Richard Blakeman, the number 54, rounding out row 2. Row 3 is the 155 of Chris Walker. Then in 10th we have Blake Wilson, 11th Oliver Holmes, and 12th Dean Hillier. Then got a couple of newcomers out here today. We've got Matt LeBrun in 13th place. He's one of our riders, I believe, from the Jersey Islands, come to join us this weekend. Then the legend that is the 61 Andy Mitchell in 14th. 79 Peter Bennett 15th, the 138 of Paul Groom in 16th, and the 116 of Harvey Ward in 17th. Rounding this group, it is the 666 of Darryl Pennington and the 255 of Kyle Eccleston. So, joining us for our Supermoto A Group race, and freshly off the back of a race himself, it is the number 88 of Jamie Wrigglesworth. How was that one for you?
Hi Danielle, that was tough.
There you go.
Hi Danielle, that was tough. Really tough. I was losing a lot of time in the dirt section because I felt safe going on the outside.
Yeah.
And the guys behind me could see that it were quicker on the inside. But I just sort of stayed safe on the outside. And I just got through the race. It's a new bike, so I'm still learning it.
Yep, we've seen you out there on a KTM now, haven't we?
I couldn't wait to get back to come here and sit in this commentary room with you.
We've got the best view in the house.
And watch the first air race.
I know, we've got the best view in the house. And I say it every single weekend, I get the best job here. I get to sit and talk about how fantastic the racing is and tell everyone how brilliant it is, and I get to watch all the action close up. I think I get the best job.
Oh, you've got a great job. I tell you what, though, Danielle, from my point of view, I've been in Supermoto 5 years now.
Yeah.
And I have never seen it in the 5 years be as competitive of this A group that is on the start grid now.
Oh, they're fantastic.
There are seconds, tenths, hundreds of seconds between them all.
Absolutely.
Right, and every single one of them want it.
Oh, we've just got a rider with our hand up at the back there. I don't think that's quite been seen. Oh, there we go. Riders underway. That was the 108 of Dean Hillier's having a little bit of an issue, but on the start, Max Ingham getting a flyer. Jamie Duncan, he's going the long way round.
Whoa.
We've got a few riders down there, unfortunately. So it was Max Ingham that's taken the whole shot, but I have a sneaking suspicion that with the speed of that incident, we may have a race stoppage very, very shortly.
I think it was one of the Trips team.
Yeah,
white helmet.
We'll just wait for we've got a race stoppage for this one. That looked like quite a serious incident, so we'll just wait on this one. But it was a cracking start there from Max Ingham, wasn't it? He's been the
Brilliant.
boy so far this season, hasn't he? The one to watch.
Straight off the line, him and Ryan Kringle, they're here to win, simple as. But we've got Alex Mullaney, who wants to win, Richard Sharp, who wants to win. Oh.
So, yeah, just to watch these riders now make their way back to the holding area. Ryan Kringle as well. He's both riders from the Isle of Man. And they've come in here and just sort of really shaken things up a little bit, haven't they? Which is nice to see, really.
They have, and I'd like to give a quick mention to two Jersey boys. I don't know whether I should call them Jersey boys, right? I think Jersey boys are singers or dancers. But we've got Matt LeBrun and his friend, Jake.
Holland.
I think it's Jake Holland,
Yeah.
Now, Matt LeBrun, he came to riding the British 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago. I think his other half was pregnant at the time, and his little girl's 2.5 years old now. I had a word with him earlier on when I saw him in the paddock, and he will be here to win as well, all the way from Jersey.
Oh, yeah, and I think it also goes to show. So, over in Jersey, they have quite a very popular hill climb championship, from what I've heard. So, another rider that's come over from there, and we've definitely pinched him and kept him, it is the 42 of Oliver Holmes. So, they had great success.
Do you know, I thought Oliver Holmes was South African.
No.
No, I did.
No, not South African. He's definitely come from sort of that area. He's now moved himself and his family up to Scotland. So
he's got some brass then.
They've done a big move, but they're honestly fantastic. One of the loveliest men in the pant.
No, that was a different guy. There's two people.
So honestly, some of the loveliest people in the paddock. But I think it goes to show that they've got their sort of hill climb things over there, and they've got some very lovely bikes as well. Some of the bikes that they brought over got all the bits of kit on. But it goes to show that how good our British Championship is, that those guys are willing to travel from the Isle of Man, from Jersey, all those places, and come and race with us. It shows that we put on such a great event.
I've actually followed that Matt LeBrun on Facebook and Jake Holland, and they do a lot of those, the hill climbs.
Yeah.
So it must be quite big over there in Jersey.
Yeah, they've actually got a hill climb on at one of our circuits we're going to a little bit later on in the year. Oliver's Mount is they've got a hill climb on this weekend, and it's nice to see that sometimes they do get a class of supermotos. So we're trying to pinch them. We're trying to pinch as many supermotos as we can. We've got our road riders, we've got people on their Evos. We're trying to get them from hill climbs, we're trying to get them all here racing in our fantastically competitive championship, aren't we?
Great news. Do you know, Danielle, I'm sat on a really small chair. I think you've put me on a small chair, right, just to show me who I am in this commentary room. Do you know who has lost it on the first corner there? Because I couldn't see.
We're not quite sure because the camera didn't catch it. So
right.
we're not quite sure who went down just yet. But we're just making sure they get all the medical assistance they need, and our riders that are all okay. They're just being held up at just before where the start finishes. So it might be the case that these riders are sent back to the pits potentially, depending on how long the race delay will be. It might be the case that it's easier for these guys to go back and stick tyre warmers on.
Right.
So, we'll just
Do
wait.
we have any other riders in the British that are from overseas? I know I say overseas, Isle of Man
Let's have a little look. So we've got Isle of Man, we've got
Jersey. Have we had anybody else that's
have a
come?
little look. So I know we used to, like you say, when you said about Oliver Holmes being South African, we did have a few riders. So, Yeah, we did have a few riders that were coming from here, there and everywhere, to be honest. I know we had riders that were, say, on holiday and trying to fly back to get them 8 rounds. We were seeing that quite a lot last year.
Shall we Google it?
Google it. Well,
Mind you, I haven't brought my glasses, so I'd be
you
no
wouldn't
good with
see
that.
anyway. Don't be daft. So it looks like our riders are just getting a little bit of information. I think they're being asked to, they're being sent back to the paddock. So I think we're going to call an early lunch. So that means you get time to go get a little bit of a breather. What I'll do, I'll give you a shout to come back up because I know how excited you were to come watch the A's. It's great fun. So I'll give you a shout when we know these guys are heading back out on track. And I think we're going to take a little bit of a break on the live stream just for the time being, just so we can make sure that all these riders get the necessary attention they need, and then we're back with the action a little bit later on. So, welcome back to round 2 of the British Supermoto and Superlight Championship here at Teesside. And after an unscheduled lunch, we are now back on track with some more racing action, and it is our Supermoto A group for their first race of the weekend. Alongside me, I do again have Jamie Wrigglesworth, and he's incredibly excited to watch the A's, aren't you, Jamie?
Hi there, Danielle. Yeah, I've made my way back up. I'm totally refreshed, and I've got my glasses on so I can see what's going on.
So, the off-road, we saw it in the Bs. It was sort of a race decider by people that had it dialed in and people that didn't.
Yeah, there's 2 lines through the dirt section here, and I think they've just watered it before. I was told that the guy from the motocross track on the next circuit, he came across and watered it, but I think it dropped a little bit too much water on, but it needed it. So there's 2 lines running through it. There's the outside and the inside, and personally, I were using the outside, but the inside looks like it's quicker.
Yeah, I know we've seen the lines definitely work in favour of sort of the riders that we've got out there at the moment. On pole again, it will be the number 21 of Ryan Kringle on board his TM Leeds UK 450. Alongside him, we've got Alex Mullaney, Max Ingham, and then he's actually Jamie Duncan rounding out row 1. Missing from this one, and I think it's fair to say, we can announce the rider that did have their little tip off. It was unfortunately the 217 of Richard Sharp. On the Voyage, it looked like he grabbed a little bit of front brake. Light end got a bit too rear, and at that point he was a little bit of a passenger and along for the ride. But I'm pleased to say he is up and okay. He's going to the hospital just to get checked over and make sure that there's nothing untoward. But he's up and in the paddock, so that's really good to see that he's all right. But it will mean we'll have an empty grid spot for this one. So that means that 5th place, so the heading up row 2, that will be an empty grid position for this race. And we'll have our riders on track setting off very, very shortly. So, under starters orders, we've got a waved red at the front, and then lights are out and away we go. And it looks like a good start there from the 21 of Ryan Kringle, but Alex Mullaney just shutting the door on him now as he gets that knee down. Everyone taking it just a little bit safer there around South Bank for the first time.
That was a superb start from Alex Mullaney.
Absolutely, and Alex has been absolutely on fire so far here today. He was incredibly quick in qualifying, just pipped to Superpole by Ryan Kringle. But look how much of a gap he's made out already, just in a few corners.
He's riding a lot of road bikes at the moment.
Yeah, he's on a 600.
Is he on the? He's in a 600 Cup.
Yeah,
and he definitely shows in his riding at the moment. And I think this type of riding that he's got his knee out. He's cornering quicker. It definitely suits him more than the previous sort of erratic Alex, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say we've seen Alex look a little bit loosey-goosey in seasons previously, but Alex opting inside to outside with Max Ingham there around the out. So Alex there covering that inside line, then back down the banking. And then it's a little bit of a way back there. So all these riders are looking like they're making their way through nice and cleanly through the off-road section for the first time of asking, and not too much dirt being kicked up there. So that looks to be Mullaney, Ingham, and then it's a little bit of a way back to Ryan Kringle in 3rd place. Then Lee Williams in 4th. Good ride from him so far on the high-tech coatings Husqvarna. Then it's Harley Sharp in 5th, Jamie Duncan 6th, and Dean Hillier crossing the line in 7th, with Richard Blakeman 8th, and Matt LeBrun breaking into the top 10, with Blake Wilson in 10th. But out front, the man putting on a masterclass, it's Alex Mullaney.
Matt LeBrun will love that.
Yeah.
I think just watching now the sort of distance between 1st and 2nd and 3rd and 4th. If you go back to 8, 9 and 10 after that first lap, Danielle, right, if you're in 10th and you push him, you want to get some points, you've absolutely no chance of getting back up to Alex. There's like 5 or 6
really
seconds between
struggling.
you.
Yeah, the pace at the front of this class is just on a bit of another level at the moment. So it looked to me there that Ryan Kringle was coming under pressure from Lee Williams. So there's the TM UK rider over the tabletop. Then it's the 94 of Lee Williams, all opting for the outside line. So, a bit of a losing the rear a little bit there for Williams, as Kringle quite heavy on the front wheel there as he landed up on that top banking to head back down towards where that corner there, you see a lot of spectators. You can't get much closer to racing than you can do here at Teesside on that corner.
Yeah, you've got to be very careful there, Danielle. You know, you pull too much of the front brake, right, and you've lost the front.
Oh, very easily.
I think this particular track at Teesside here suits both type of riders, the MX rider, and the road racing rider.
Oh,
because you've got a massive amount of dirt, and you've got 80% tarmac and 20% dirt, but there is a long dirt section here.
Which do you class yourself under, Jamie? Are you more MX or more tarmac?
I'm just a fun rider, Danielle.
Same.
You know,
we're the same, Jamie. We just go out there and enjoy it.
Listen, I'm not happy on this seat here, Danielle. Right? I think I should go get one of my grandkids' booster seats to put on this.
I'm sure you've been told that a few times. You need a booster seat, Jamie.
Such as Lee Williams. Lee Williams always. I love to watch Lee Williams because when he's on form, he's on form.
Oh,
right,
yeah.
and he's obviously a motocross rider, and this will suit him. And he's got that grit.
Lee's got a fantastic road bike background.
Oh, has he?
Massive road bike background.
My God, because every time I see him, I just know he's going to give everything that he can possibly give.
He's been out in the BSB paddock and had a really successful few championships.
I thought it'd be motocross league.
Fantastic.
Well, he can jump.
He certainly can jump. there is Max Ingham, another rider with a good mix of a background that lends itself to Supermoto. So that's the number 11. So that's the 2 Isle of Man lads that are out there. He's now coming under pressure from Ryan Kringle. So whatever was sort of hampering his progress at the start of this one, he seems to have settled in, and a nice move up the inside there from Kringle.
Yeah,
I think Max knew that one was coming.
Sweet move, that, Danielle. And
Oh.
Alex has just put a couple of seconds or something in between them there.
We did just have a waved yellow there, though, on the exit of South Bank, so we'll just make sure that that wasn't an issue. Laura. So, heading down the back straight, Kringle still holding off Ingham as they came across down to that far end of the circuit, and you can see them there. Kringle keeping feet on the pegs, but that outside leg actually just sort of hanging off there.
Right, let's have a look, Danielle, see where we are here and what positions.
So, Mulaney, he's got 3.2 seconds out in front. He's run away at the front. Mulaney's run away at the front, which is what we like to see. 3.2 seconds out there. Then it is Ryan Kringle now up to second. Max Ingham's not letting it be, though. He's all over the back of him. Then it's Lee Williams, a very strong fourth. And then we've got a battle of the fat and fast lads. We've got Jamie Duncan and Richard Blakeman battling it out for 5th and 6th. So those two riders very friendly off the track. We're not very friendly on the track. I'm sure they won't give each other an inch.
It's still quite close after 3rd position there. You've got Willow in 4th position. Jamie, is it Jamie? No, it's Richard Blakeman in 5th.
Yeah, so Jamie was showing us in 4th place on that last lap. And let's just have a little look at our timing screen. Ryan Kringle.
Dean Hillier looks to be up there, Danielle.
Yeah, Dean Hillier. He looked like he was struggling slightly in qualifying, but he's now up to 6th place. He's having a good ride on that new bike for this season. He's the number 108 of the Steve Hillier Racing Company. He's in a good 6th place, so he's chasing down Richard Blakeman. Ryan Kringle putting in the fastest lap with a 125.7. So it looks like we are actually missing now the 100 of Alex Mulaney, and our timing screen is showing us in 13th. So the man that
I don't
had
know
it
what's
all
gone
to
off
lose.
there. I'm just looking at the timing screen now, and it looks like Ryan Kringle's in 1st position with Max Ingham 2nd and Lee Williams 3rd. So I don't know where Mulaney's gone.
Yeah, Mulaney, he was out in front, but unfortunately it looks to me that he's had a little spill off somewhere. So he's now got all the work to do if he's going to come back from 13th. We'll just have to make sure that that's not an error on our timing screen. They are good, but they're not perfect. There's Lee Williams. Then it is the number 7 of Jamie Duncan using all of the track and getting chased down by Richard Blakeman. Now, we have just heard from Race Control. The reason that Alex Mulaney is showing us on 13th on our screen, but is currently still leading on circuit, is actually, unfortunately, a 10-second penalty for a jump start. So it was deemed that he got an unfair advantage off the start, and he's been handed a penalty from Race Control, unfortunately. But on screen, it's that battle between the fat and fast riders. We got Kyle Eccleston having a little bit of a break in the centre of the circuit. I think he's had a spill off there. But the fat and fast riders flat out heading down towards the far end of the circuit.
I was just looking, Danielle, at the timing screen, and it looks like Alex Mulaney's just pushed past Paul Groom. Paul Groom were looking well in 11th. He's now dropped to 13th as Paul.
Yeah.
But the Harley looks like he's doing well in 10th, but Alex Mulaney's clawing his way back.
Alex has got we saw him just in the back of shot there as we were watching these guys go down the straight. Handguard is down, so he's definitely taken a tumble. You can see the dust being kicked up there through the off-road now. That might start causing some problems, and we may need the Bowser out yet again, much to the joys of our C Group riders, I'm sure.
Can you see, though, going through the dirt there, Danielle?
I know.
The outside line, the bigger boys are using the outside line.
They
right?
are.
And they seem to be reeling it a lot quicker than such as myself and some other B Group riders. When it were damp outside and it had been watered, the inside seemed to be the quicker one, but now looking at Richard Blakeman, Jamie Duncan, they are using the outer outside line through that dirt section.
Just watching our timing screen, it must be commentator's curse. We were singing his praises just a minute ago, but the 108 of Dean Hillier tumbling down our order. So he was in 6th place, and he's now tumbled down to around 14th on screen. So that's a shame for the Steve Hillier Racing Company rider. So it looks like he's had a bit of a tip off. It looks like Alex Mullaney has got up to 10th place. He's currently behind the other under 21 rider we've got out there of Harley Sharp. We also have the number 8 of Blake Wilson in 6th. What a fantastic ride from him. He's currently out there on the Chinese manufacturer, the Cove. So a bike that we've not seen in this championship.
I was talking to his father yesterday, Leon, and said, how's Blake doing with this new bike, with his Cove? And he said, yeah, he's liking it. They're still developing it.
Yeah.
And I think one of the salesmen from Cove's come this weekend, and I think he'll be quite happy with him.
Oh, absolutely. That is nothing to take a stick at, is being 6th in a grade
14-year-old on a bike that's really unknown, not developed yet for this sport.
Absolutely flying. So definitely going to be one to watch. Will the number 8 of Blake Wilson?
I don't know, but you keep forgetting I think he's 14 years old, is Blake Wilson.
Yeah.
14 years old, he's on an unknown bike, and he's in 6th position in the elites.
I think it just goes to show how promising the future is of this sport.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong, we've got riders that have been out there for the longest time, so I think one that we have to mention, it will be the 61 of Andy Mitchell. He's an absolute legend of the sport, a former British champion, I'm sure. He's won countless over the years. But then if you look at the other end of the spectrum, like you say, we've got Blake Wilson out there, Alex Mullaney, Harley Sharp, all riders that I'm sure we're going to see progress onto bigger and better things. And I don't just mean within Supermoto, it's a great breeding ground for talent in motorcycle racing. So whether we see riders taking to road bikes like Alex has been doing, I think it's still fantastic to see.
Storm Stacey, Davey Todd, Christian Eden, all ridden Supermoto,
yep.
All good guys, all made it in the sport that they wanted to make it in. But I think Blake Wilson, you've got to put him in that category.
Yeah, you definitely do. Back at the front though, it's Ryan Kringle. He was looking a little bit loosey-goosey through the off-road there, spinning up the back wheel on that 450 TM. But he is managing to keep Max Ingham at bay, and still holding the fastest lap of this session with a 1:25.780. And here he comes round South Bank, a slightly wider entry, but really tight on the inside there, with his knee sider almost on the grass there.
Daniel, I think he's smooth. If smoothened is a word, I think he's smoothened up as Ryan Kringle. This bike's suiting him more. He looked slightly erratic last year, but fast.
Yeah.
But this bike here, he's got it dialed a little bit. He's a lot smoother, and it's showing with his times here.
Oh, definitely.
Although Max Ingham has put a faster lap in by half a second, he's still looking good as Ryan Kringle and smooth. Yeah,
Ryan Kringle, I think it'd be fair to say, he's a really aggressive rider on track, and that goes to show in his riding style. So although he does the smooth, sweeping sort of cornering using that knee down style, you watch him through this off-road, he's attacking that off-road. He's not just letting the bike do its own thing, he's attacking the off-road. And you can see there a look over the shoulder just to see where Ingham is, up through the off-road, really nice and clean there.
You don't need to look, Ryan. You should know where he is.
He will know.
Right behind you.
Yeah. And it is now last lap. So as they come across the line, head down there for Ryan Kringle. Checkered flag is out, and it was a race win for the number 21 of Ryan Kringle. It's second place for the rider of Max Ingham. Lee Williams takes third place with Jamie Duncan fourth, and Richard Blateman in fifth. So a fantastic ride there from Lee Williams, I have to say.
Super class.
Yeah, he's a cracking rider, Lee Williams. So there is the youngster of Blake Wilson on the number 8, finishing
Blake
sixth.
Wilson 6th.
Alex Mullaney, he managed to make his way back up to 7th place after his tip-off earlier. It's then
Chris Walker and Harley Sharp. Yeah.
Great ride from Chris Walker as well. There's a few riders out there that have really, really surprised me. So it's Chris Walker, Harley Sharp, Oliver Holmes rounds out our top 10. It's then the 138 of Paul Groom in 11th, Dean Hillier 12th, 13th it is the 79 of Peter Bennett. And showing on our timing screen, we've got Jake Holland in 14th, 15th Daryl Pennington, 16th at the end of that one. So just not able to keep it together, just to the checkers, unfortunately, there for the man from Jersey.
The professor just comes over the line. I don't know whether he's been caught up in something as well through that dirt section.
Yeah, he's just coming across a little bit more of a leisurely pace. Yeah, he finishes in 18th, does Chris Lambourne. He's a rider that I'd love to have a chat with today. He's always got some really good insight on the racing. He's fantastic.
Love speaking to Chris.
Yeah, he's absolutely fantastic. And the insight he gives on the racing, he's great.
Did you know that his dog is in a relationship with my dog?
Oh, we got dogs dating?
Yeah, we've got dogs dating.
Dogs dating?
Jess's boyfriend is Bobo.
So does that make you almost related?
We're going to be like... father-in-laws or something, aren't we?
Yeah, you are. You're going to be like father-in-laws. Anyway.
Shall we move on?
We'll move on. And right on cue, it's our Academy riders. So coming up, we've got the first race of our youngest riders that are racing with us today. I won't say our youngest riders on track because we actually have a session at lunchtime and at the end of the day for Bambinos. They're riders that get to go out and just get a little bit of their on-track experience. It's a very friendly, non-competitive environment for them to go out and learn. So our Bambinos did manage to get a little bit of time on track earlier, but our step up from that is our Supermoto Academy class, and these guys are absolutely fantastic to watch. The racing that they put on is great. It's really good entertainment, but also they're really, really good friends off the track as well. They're all really good mates, so I'm hoping we've got a nice busy grid of these. And if you are sat at home watching this and you do have a youngster, whether they've come from a motocross background or maybe racing pit bikes, this is certainly the pace for them to come and learn more on tracks or racing experience,
Daniel,
isn't it?
I'll just butt in there because this is going to be the lads to watch as well. You know, we've got Edward Darnton, who was absolutely singing last year, and then Archie Reynolds, Jackson Bennett, they've both been in it. Young Cole Reynolds, he's flying at the moment. Rip Jennings is back, and there's some new riders along with Josh Walker as well.
Yeah, Josh has come on leaps and bounds, I'd say, in the last season. From a rider that we sort of saw towards the tail end of the pack, getting a little bit of experience out there, he's now battling there in that mid-pack, and I'm sure it won't be long until we see him battling at the front of this one. I'll be honest, I had a track day here a few weeks ago, and watching him through the off-road, he was flying.
Yeah. Now, I don't know, but Byron Johnson, has he just come this year?
Byron definitely did a few last year with us. So Byron, he actually finished our Supermoto Group C in second place and put himself into the Bs for later on.
Wow. Because he definitely put the cat among the pigeons with the younger lads, because he can ride a bike smooth, and that bike of his goes really quick.
Oh yeah, he's really, really fast. And
all you have to do, sorry Daniel, is look at the times.
Yeah.
You know, just look at the times. They're pulling 136s.
I'm just watching the screen. Edward Darnton going there with a little leg out over the tabletop. The lad's nothing if not a show-off. But, hey, if he's going to be a show-off, he has to back it up, and that he certainly can.
I went to Belgium last year to race in Mete, as we do every year, and we spent a lot of time with Edward and his family. And he is a funny, decent young lad.
Yeah, I've had a few chats with Ed. He's absolutely lovely lad, and he's getting to grips with that TM. So I think Phil's mentioned it a few times. So his father kept him on a 65. He had a Wiser 65 for quite a few years, and he was fast on it. And they said, "Oh well, if it works, why change it?" Yeah, he's happy on it. We'll just keep him on that. And he has made the transition to this TM. And it seems to be suiting his riding style really, really well. And he put on a great show at, I think it was the first round of the European Championship over in Italy, I believe it was, just before round one. And I believe he got a 4th place over in Europe. Wow. And you've seen how fast those lads over in Europe are.
Do they use a slightly bigger wheel though, Daniel?
They do. So they use what would be a front wheel. So you use the rim of what's like a 17-inch front, and then you lace it with a rear hub.
Oh, right.
So it's laced up differently. So you end up with sort of the size of 2 fronts on there.
Right, because, Edward's a cracking lad. He can go fast, but the Byron, you know, he's sort of he's going to be sort of lifting Edward to his best again now, if you know what I mean. I was trying to think of some words to explain it, but you know what I'm saying, Daniel?
Yeah, looking there, though, it looks like they've got Byron Johnson on the outside of the back row, so not quite sure what's going on there. We'll wait for these out, and it looked like a good start there from Archie Reynolds. Ed Darnton looking over yet again, over his shoulder on board the number 41 with the red plate, and he looks to the inside, but it's a good clean run round South Bank for the first time of Askin, and he really needs to keep looking in front of him.
Yeah. Jackson Bennett, another kid, absolute world kid. He's a young man now, but he's incredible on the brakes.
Yeah.
I watched him last year in Belgium, and he were taking lads on the brakes coming down that big long straight into the first right-hand corner, just easily.
Well, Byron Johnson there on the 37, just watching him, he started from the back row and he just popped himself to the front of this one. Within 2 corners he was up to second, so an absolute flyer start there for the number 37. Ed Darnton now needs to get his head down in the full off-road section. No making it smaller for these guys, they can all absolutely handle it. So all these riders at the top 3 4 all opting for outside. We've got a rider there gone for the inside, so mixing it up slightly. Are they able to make that work for them? So Byron Johnson, we've already seen him out on track already, so he's had a little bit more experience with this off-road, but he did run the adjusted off-road, shall we say, the shortened version.
So what's Byron running there, Daniel? Do you know, is he KTM 85?
I think he's a Husqvarna 85, so sort of tomato, same
and
difference.
Edward Darnton TM 85.
Yes, yeah. Ed's on the TM, so
Edward's
he's supported by TM UK.
Still sort of getting it together on that bike, isn't he?
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that bike's definitely still in development for the team. They're doing a lot of work to that bike, but he was looking very happy on it. So
yeah.
Lap times at the moment, it was a 122.2 for Byron and a 123.2 for Darnton as they came across the line. So it looks like Johnson has just sort of got the upper hand so far, but this might be a good opportunity now for the 41 to be able to try and sort of maybe learn a little bit from where he sat there in second.
Just to sit back and just have a look at the lines and see if he's quicker on any other corners.
Yeah, where's he making that time?
The Byron, yeah. Obviously, Byron's got this bike set up, so he should have his bike set up. He's riding like he has.
Oh, he's riding it like he's on rails.
Yeah,
he's
just brilliant. I looking at his time now, Danielle, and I don't even look at my time now because that's going to be a punch in the ribs, isn't it?
Let's maybe have a little look, shall we? So
let's not, Danielle.
Yeah, let's not. I'll be honest.
Let's just carry on chatting.
They're flying, these kids. Absolutely.
You know the jump that they've just gone over there?
Yeah.
Right, to slow it down for that top corner to drop onto the tarmac hill there is really hard, and it looks like they're getting across. There's a yellow flag there.
Oh, yeah, we've got a retiree just in the centre of the track there. Yeah, so there was a track day here, just I think it was about 2 weeks ago, when we were lucky enough for the Teesside circuit to put on the off-road, and coming down this way, trying to get the bike sort of stopped for that corner, and then there's sort of like a little bit of a build-up of like rocks and grass and bits and pieces. So you want to stay nice and close, but if you go out wide, there's sort of like marbles as well where people aren't riding. So on these slicks, it'd be really easy to sort of tuck the front up there.
And the elite riders, if you've watched the elite riders coming down there, they just gas it and stop it.
Yeah, it's definitely something to watch, and you get such a great view of it as a spectator from that corner as well.
Yeah,
you're so close to them to be able to see just how fast these guys are.
Archie Reynolds is still there, you know, he's still there with them, but there is just that second or two between each rider. You know, Johnson, Darnton and Reynolds, obviously Jackson Bennett is still in there.
Yeah, there is Byron Johnson just spinning the back wheel up on that Husky as he makes his way over the tabletop and then round into the berm. And like you say,
Jensen Knowles, he's only 2 seconds, and I haven't seen Jensen that much, you know, in Supermoto, but he's only 2 seconds behind these boys, 3 seconds behind the leader.
Yeah, there's nothing in it really with them. Another rider that's having a great ride so far is number 10 of Cole Reynolds. So Automotive Solutions, we've got the two brothers out there. Archie currently sitting in 3rd place and Cole in 6th. Cole's, again, another one of those riders that just only a couple of seasons back, he was out there enjoying it, riding round.
Yeah, he's come on leaps and bounds.
He's now a proper, fully fledged little racer out there and putting in some fantastic lap times. So his best lap so far is a 146.6. He's on, I believe, a 65, so a little bit down on CCs compared
Grits
to these
his teeth, does little Coley, doesn't he?
He does.
He's in for a good race.
So there is Johnson. So as they came across the line, it was 2.8 seconds that separated Johnson and Darnton. And then away back about another 1.8 seconds, it is Archie Reynolds in third. So there they go, heading down that back straight and then hard onto the brakes. We were saying with the Superlites, it's really hard to be able to sort of see your braking point because you can't actually see the apex of the corner.
There is actually a line across in the tarmac, right? But if you try and brake at that line, you're not gonna. Trust me. I thought I'll get as close to that line as I can, and you just cannot do it. But this is a long. It's looking on our screen now. Like it's 4 laps to go. That is a long old race for these boys, you know, because it's a good lap time. It's 140. You know, we must be doing 8-9 laps, so that's 15, 16 minutes.
Yeah, they're doing.
I know they can
really
go forever,
but they would. If we didn't put the flag out, I just don't think they'd stop. The bikes run out of fuel and that'd be it. They absolutely love it, all these riders. So there's Ed Darnton, a little look over towards his pit board. Did we get any information?
Yeah, I know.
Looking really smooth though.
I know the TM guys are stood just down below our office here before our commentary room here, and they keep sticking the board out for Edward, right, to tell him where he is. Obviously, you're going to know where he is, but I think they're putting a time on as well.
Yeah, something for him to sort of chip away at. It can be quite challenging for a rider, especially if you're out there and the rider in front of you's sort of pulled away. The gap behind you's very, very comfortable. And it's an easy time to make mistakes. Whereas if you focus with someone in front of you, I think that's actually a little bit easier.
Yeah, Johnson's disappeared there, hasn't he, Danielle?
He's about 4.2 in front on the last lap, so there he is.
There must be something different, gearing or something that's slightly different, because I'm sure Edward Downton would have been able to stay with him if he could.
Yeah, I think a lot of it, when we saw them at Teesside, at Three Sisters, sorry, I actually had a little word with Ed. Watching him race, it looked like he'd sort of accepted the fact that he was going to be the second place man, which was a little bit disappointing. Right. I said that to him, and especially towards the end of the race where Byron then had to sort of then navigate back markers. I said to him, well, that was your opportunity then to close that gap, because he had all the challenge of trying to get past them. And I'm sure we'll see it again in this race if we do come up on back markers. The front place man is always going to have the hardship of trying to get through the back markers first.
Yeah.
And that's your opportunity in second then to try and close that gap and close in and then give yourself the opportunity to make a pass.
There's a few, you can see that there's a few new lads coming in as well.
Yeah.
The two Nuttall brothers are doing quite well.
Yeah, so we've got Jackson Nuttall out in
Jackson's the one that's
academy.
out in this one, isn't it?
He is, yeah, and then his younger brother is out in the Bambino, so he's had a little run out at lunch.
Yeah, he's had a run out at lunchtime.
Yeah.
But yeah, it looks well. You know, if you look at Jackson Nuttall's bike and his kit and everything else, and where because he's come from the Bambinos, just starting, and now he's in a race. Yeah, he might be a little bit further back than the other guys, but he's going to get it, and he looks fantastic.
Absolutely, he does. This championship is one of those where you get. There is Jackson on screen, right there. He was just getting lapped by the number 5 of Archie Reynolds. Now, that is absolutely nothing taken away there from Jackson. He's out there on a geared bike, learning racecraft.
Yeah, and he's doing the moves.
Unfortunately, you can attest to this. Being lapped is also something you need to learn.
Oh, yeah.
You need to learn that you stay on your line. You're not always looking behind you. If they're faster, they'll find a way around. There's all that. It's all experience.
Yeah, I think he's next. Get through this season for Jackson Nuttall. If he gets through this season as he's doing now, next season might be a different cup of tea for him.
I'll just mention, it looked like on the exit of that outside berm, there's like a bit of a kicker bump where it looks like it's maybe dug away a little bit. So when Ed Darnton came across that, it sort of looked like it's unsettled him a little bit. But last lap flag is out for Byron Johnson. So as he came across the line, it was 6.1 seconds his advantage over Darnton. And here he is, just making his way around South Bank now for the final time of our Supermoto Academy Race 1.
6 laps. Have they all done will that be 7 laps, Danielle, when they finish?
7 laps.
So 7 laps, 1 minute 40. It's a good near enough 12 to 14 minutes race, isn't it? No, 10. Something like that, is it?
Around 10. I think by the time these guys get over to the checkered flag, we're looking around sort of that 11-minute mark. But here is the 37 of Byron Johnson coming around that corkscrew. I know we called this Skid Row the other year because it was a little bit greasy, and the amount of people that managed to skid off was quite amusing.
Do you know, it feels really grippy now there.
Does it?
Yeah, it does to me. I don't know why. It's very bumpy as you come in into that, and then you take the right turn. But it feels better than it was, and I don't know why.
Nice.
I do understand what you were saying about it being slippy.
Yeah.
People tuck in the front all the time.
Yeah, we saw people tuck in the front, and then we also saw 3 people with the rear got rather light and then spun round on them. But there is Byron Johnson back out onto the start finish, and I know this lad can pull a good wheelie, so I'm waiting to see it. Is he going to do it across the line? I'm sure we'll see it on the cool down lap. He was popping some proper crackers out in the seas earlier. There's Ed Darnton. He comes across the line in second place. It was 7.1 seconds to the death for that one. And then Archie Reynolds take a well-deserved third place.
Jackson Bennett, 4th.
Yep, it is the 79 of Jackson Bennett that places in 4th.
Jensen Knowles should be 5th.
Yep, just keep an eye out on that last corner.
Here he is.
There he is.
Good lad, well done.
Yeah, huge well done to all these. That's our top 5. Next up, we're hoping to see the number 10. It should be Cole Reynolds coming round very, very shortly. A few riders just making their way at the far end of the circuit. Just got the off-road to navigate for the final time. Here is our race winner.
Yeah.
That's Byron Johnson. A well-deserved, I told you, a little wheelie. I knew he couldn't help himself. I'm sure he'll have done a cracking one down the back straight as well. See if he does one. There we go. Had to be seen. Well done.
I can remember when I could do that.
I can't.
I've seen you pull wheelies before. There's photographic evidence of it.
Well, yeah. I don't know if they can actually be classified as wheelies. I've been bullied out of them, I have to say. So, Cole Reynolds did take 6th place, and just 2 more riders to come and take the checkered flag. It is Rip Jennings and then the 455 of Josh Walker. So we'll just wait for these riders to all make their way around the circuit and head back to the paddock. And then coming up next, I believe we've got our Superlites back on track. So
I've got my grandchildren here, and we like to watch the Superlites go out.
Oh, they're fantastic, aren't they?
The kids are waving at the Superlite drivers, and you just don't know what's going to happen with them because they are just incredibly fast.
Oh,
and every time I look at them, I think they're all farmers.
They're all farmers.
I think they're all farmers. They might not be, but that's what they look like. Right.
Jamie Wigglesworth thinks
Danielle.
you're all farmers. No worries. We'll see you later, Jamie.
Bye.
No, that's not what I meant. No, it's Higgle. Higgle's a good start to a surname. It could have been all sorts.
So, coming up on track now, we do have our S2 and S3 Superlites for race 2. Now, these put on a fantastic showing for us for race 1 earlier on today. We did have a few, let's not say casualties, but a few unexpected dismounts from some of our drivers. So, we'll be waiting for them to get out on track, and then they will take to the grid for their warm-up lap. So, out on track, they're our S2 and S3 Superlites. And joining with me for this second race, we do actually have another of our Superlite drivers joining us. It is the 150 of Duncan Macbeth. Hello.
Good afternoon. How are we all?
I'm really good. How are you?
Yeah, good. Buzzing after my first win.
Fantastic.
Now,
he didn't let you have it very easily, did he? He was all over you.
Oh, he pushed me. He made me work for it. Yeah, I was absolutely shattered at the end of that race. I'm glad the end came. Now, I understand this race is going to be very slightly shorter in laps. I think they're knocking 2 laps off the race distance.
Yeah, I think we are.
Just we're running a little bit behind time from the crash in the A Supermoto race.
So, on pole, we've got David Adams. It's then Mark Richardson, who he had a fantastic race in race 1, and Derek Warren. So we did see, I believe, it was Jeff Wilkes. He ended up taking a unscheduled detour down at the far end of the circuit.
Yes, unfortunately I didn't see that. I'm looking forward to looking at the back at the video. Jeff has got a lot of rubber on the side of his car. Yeah, I believe he went through a tyre wall and was lucky to stay on all 4 wheels.
But, he ended up on 2 for a little while.
Yeah, he thought he was going
2,
over.
Then he was on 4, but he was all right.
I had a chat with him at the end. It sounded a bit hairy. He came out unscathed. Car was unscathed. Now, our list of drivers, you've got Dave Adams at the top. It says he's on pole, but he didn't compete in the first race. During qualifying, which he had an incident which happened right in front of our S10 class. We were all sat at the grid, and he came around the corner, lost the back end, and another driver at the back collided with him, and he lost his front wheel.
Oh.
But he's managed to rob a disc, because the disc broke from another driver. A very friendly paddock here. Like to keep everyone on circuit.
We've been saying
and,
that.
We are nearly ready for start for race 2 of the S6 and S9. David Dearden has the red flag up. We're looking at the lights ready to go.
So lights out and away we go. You can see all that smoke from the 2 strokes we've got out there, and it looks like it's a great start there for Derek Warren as he hugs the inside. And who's that going around the outside? Was that Jeff Wilkes trying to look around the outside?
Well done, Jeff.
What a flyer of a start.
From 3rd on the grid, made himself 2nd. Derek from 2nd on the grid up to 1st. Derek always seems to have an excellent start.
Absolutely. And this looks like a repeat of race 1 with Warren out in front, and then it's Mark Richardson with the work to do, trying to find a way through, and he looks like he's going to have a go already, looking up the inside as they head towards the far end of the circuit, but not quite close enough. Warren shutting the door on him there as they head round this corkscrew, and no off-road for you guys.
No, I think the off-road's a little bit extreme for these Superlites, as just suiting the Supermoto bikes.
Yeah, it's a little bit much for you, although I did say it would be quite interesting to see you tackle a step up.
Maybe one day. I think this circuit is bumpy enough without the off-road for these cars. It is a car killer, this circuit.
It is. So one of the things that you might not get a full picture of around here is the circuit does have quite a few sort of repairs on it. So those transitions between tarmac can make it a little bit unsettling. Warren, though, still out in front, but Mark Richardson, we saw this in race 1. He's
going to go around the outside, is he?
Not quite close enough. Is he going to get the cut back?
Oh, he's going to hang it round.
Yeah.
He's going to make the move done, is he?
Is he got it done?
Oh, my word.
He's got it done.
Absolutely superb by Richardson. And as in the... Brilliant driving.
Oh, fantastic. So, Richardson back out where we saw him in race 1, so he's out in front. It's then Derek Warren and the 27 of Jeff Wilkes, who, like you say, got a fantastic start. He did, unfortunately, have a bit of a detour in race 1, so the position didn't really reflect the race.
So the front 3 cars are the S9s. Mark Richard in 1st, Derek Warren in 2nd, Jeff Wilkes in 3rd. Then we have a couple of S6 cars with the 600 Rotax engine, led by Joe Hodgson in the red car, followed by Tony Turner in the orange car. There's another 600 out there, Phil Redfern in the matte black car. Not exactly sure where he is at the moment, but got a few S6s in contention.
As they came across the line, it was Tony Turner, Joe Hodgson and Phil Redfern from 4th, 5th and 6th. So we did have Tony in here with us a little bit earlier, and he was saying he's been having some mechanical issues with that 600, so good to see that it looks like he's got those ironed out.
And the 600s are all in a nice tight pack there. 4 cars in a row. We've got Adam Holroyd that's joined the back of that group of S6s. Have we... no change up at the front. Mark Richardson seems to be just stretching out a little bit now. Derek Warren, the rolling roadblock as he's known, with the biggest wing mirrors in the Superlight paddock. He is.
I've already heard that one. I've heard that one. Biggest wing mirrors in the Superlight paddock there for Derek Warren. Yep. So I've been told that apparently in the S6s coming into this first corner, they don't even have to let up. They are flat out into that first corner.
Wow, I'm grabbing a lot of brake heading into there. So we're going some bit
so
faster.
Yeah, so Tony Turner was explaining that apparently into that first corner after the checkered flag, they are flat out before they brake for the hairpin on the infield. So,
wow.
Yeah, hairy stuff.
Now, can he make a move?
Oh, is that going around the inside there? Is it going to make it stick with the outside? I think that's Joe Hodgson.
Joe Hodgson in 4th, first of the S6s. Followed by Tony Turner, Phil Redfern and Adam Holroyd. So we've got the 4 S6 cars. You can tell an S6 car, they have 2 horizontal exhausts on the back of the car. The S9s, as we're looking at now, they've got an upswept single exhaust on the rear of the car. So easy to tell the difference just by looking at them. As you see the rear shot, the twin exhaust horizontally on the back of the car, they're the S6s.
Yeah,
4 of them in a nice tight little group there. You can almost throw a blanket over them. This is good close racing.
And then back down past the paddock. So Derek Warren still just managing to keep Jeff Wilkes at bay, but it does look like it's sort of piling up behind him now, doesn't it?
Tony Turner's looking Joe Hodgson there, but nothing doing. I say Derek, the rolling roadblock, he's still in 2nd place, but he's doing enough to hold it. Mark Richardson doesn't seem to have scampered off anymore. He made a little gap, but that seems to be closing somewhat. That certainly is.
Yeah, Joe Hodgson looking like he wants to get in on the mix with Jeff Wilkes. Watching him as he came into the infield section.
Just as they hit that straight, though, you see the S9s, they just stretch away from the S6s. They've got that bit more power. But this is a twisty circuit. This will suit the S6s. Obviously no gears to change in the S6. It's just a throttle and a brake with an automatic Rotax 650 engine out of a snowmobile. So the tight twisty circuits, it does suit these cars. That's why the S9s are not really able to pull away from the S6s. We got 4 S6s right with the front pack of 3 S9s. Still Richardson in the front, followed by Derek Warren. Jeff Wilkes in 3rd. It's the first 3 S9s. Then we have Joe Hodgson in the red car, Tony Turner in the orange car, Phil Redfern in the black car, and Adam Holroyd.
Yep, Adam Holroyd currently sitting in 6th place. He found a way through on Phil Redfern. And then it's Guy Palmer and David Adams rounding out this class. Oh, a little bit wide there for Wilkes. And is that going to allow
Joe having
Hodgson?
A real good sniff.
Oh, close. It is close. Now, I appreciate you're actually out next, aren't you?
Yes, I'm going to have to make a move in just a mo. I've got to go and warm my car up, get my belts on,
I was thinking
settled.
that. You do have a little bit of a walk back to get to your car, don't you, as well? You're in the
100
farm
yards or so. I shall take this moment to leave you. I have very much enjoyed being a commentator for a short while.
Thank you very much. Well, I'll let you go get sorted and we'll see you out on track very, very soon. So it is now, when they come across the line, it will be 4 laps to go. So coming across the line, still being led by Mark Richardson. He's not been able to pull out the advantage we saw earlier in race 1. Then we've got an absolute train of S6s and S9s, our S2 and S3 classes respectively, behind, being led by the 93 of Derek Warren. Then it's Jeff Wilkes there in that bright yellow and blue Superlight. I think he's got 37 on the car, which was throwing me ever so slightly, I must say. Then Joe Hodgson, who found a way through on Tony Turner, who we had a lovely chat with earlier on. So back down through that chicane, which unsettles them slightly as those wheels head up over the curves, flat out, back straight, and like you say, we do see the our S2s just stretching their legs ever so slightly, but then on the brakes the S3s are able to catch back up, you see. Oh, it looked like a dive for the inside there for Derek Warren on Mark Richardson. So Warren's definitely not given up on what could be a race win for him. He's definitely got his eyes set on the number 17 of Mark Richardson, but as they came across the line, it was 0.6 of a second that separated them, and then it was only 0.2 back to Wilkes. And then, as you can see, there's absolutely nothing in it from there, especially through this tight, twisty infield section, which, as Duncan mentioned, really does suit our S3 class here. So out, down the that straight over on the other end of this circuit. Can't really call it the far end. So Wilkes, maybe a little eye around the outside, but just not enough legs in it to be able to make that move stick. And then there is Mark Richardson, the number 17. After finding his way through on the opening laps of this one, he's managed this race really well and does currently hold the best lap of the session with a 107.911. Although they have all settled into this race, so Richardson, Warren, Wilkes, Hodgson, Turner and Holroyd, and Redfern as well, all on their last lap doing 109s. Absolutely fantastically close racing. I don't think it does get much closer. We've got a battle between first down to almost 7th in this one. All of them, I'm sure Darren Warren has those big mirrors just because they're always full of other cars. So 2 laps to go. Is Wilkes going to get a little bit tired of sitting behind and maybe try and make a break for it? Is he going to be able to try and find a way through on the number 93? He wasn't able to make anything work there on the infield section. Now it's flat out down the back straight up towards that corkscrew corner. And here we are, right on cue. There's Mark Richardson, our race leader. Little bit of breathing room, not much for a mistake, shall we say. And then it is that train of drivers there round the bottom end of our circuit. Back up past the paddock. And as these riders come through, we should be expecting to see, there it is, the last lap flag for these drivers. So Warren knows now he's got one more lap to try and keep these drivers at bay behind him. One more lap to keep it all together. And as I mentioned, the top 7 in this race all doing 1 minute 9 lap times. There's absolutely nothing in it. Will we see a bit of a Hail Mary maybe on this last lap, or is it a little bit too little too late, shall we say? Wilkes just not able there. And look, right back onto the leader of Mark Richardson. As they came across the line, 3 seconds separated them. It was 3.5 seconds between 1st and 7th. It's absolutely nothing. Now, back round one final time. Down the bottom end of the circuit. And then up past the paddock. And this is the final corner. And it's the 17 of Mark Richardson that takes a well-deserved race victory. And that is 2 for 2 for the S2 driver of the number 17 of Mark Richardson. Second place goes to the 93 of Derek Warren, who manages to keep the 27 of Jeff Wilkes at bay. And all those drivers having a fantastic run. I think we had no retirees, which also means no recoveries. 4th place, it goes to the 84 of Tony Turner. 5th, Adam Holroyd. 6th, Joe Hodgson. And 7th to Phil Redfern. The final 2 drivers we'll be expecting to see come and take the checkered flag are Guy Palmer and David Adams. So just waiting for them to make their way back round to us, and here they are. So there is Guy Palmer coming across the line, I believe that is, and David. Oh, it was David Adams, I believe, that got there first. We'll just wait for our timing to update. But what a fantastic first race for the afternoon for our Superlites. So we've had lunch and that was their first race. They've got one more left to do of our S2 and S3 drivers. But coming up next, hopefully Duncan had enough time to get down back to his van and get there in his 1000. So Duncan, who we've just been chatting with, the number 150, he had a fantastic race 1, taking that race win. So he should be starting on this one in pole position. So we'll just wait for these drivers to be released from the holding area once the circuit is clear, out onto the track, and then as usual they will get one warm-up lap and then we'll be away racing again.
I don't know, they're just red dots, so I got my feet in them. Is it even in focus? I can't tell. The clouds, over you? Yeah. I think it is a seagull, yeah, sorry. Sometimes you can see that really face is really pointed.
So on screen now you can see we do have our Superlight S1 class out for race 2, and they're making their way around the circuit for their warm-up lap. This just gives them one last sort of preview of the circuit before they're under race conditions, and looking forward to this one. These guys were incredibly fast, so we had a good battle at the front between Beth and Milnes, and then it was a 3-driver battle between 3rd, 4th and 5th between Hudson, Kershaw and Muirhead, with David Milnes having a good drive finishing in 6th place, Paul Smythe in 7th and Mark Bates rounding out this class in 8th. And again, another huge thank you to Mark Bates for supporting the live stream for our Superlites. If it wasn't for Mark, I don't think we'd actually be able to broadcast our Superlites here today. So a huge thank you to him. He's been a great supporter of the live stream and the British Supermoto and Superlight Championship as a whole. So this paddock genuinely wouldn't be what it is without the people that are in it. And I know it's probably cliche to say, but I think we are the friendliest paddock in the UK for any sort of motorsport. They are absolutely fantastic. So if you are thinking of wanting to come and spectate, or you actually want to come and have a go, and watching this is making you think, do you know what, that's a bit of me, make sure you do. And even if you come down first and just get chatting to people and you want to know how to get into the sports, there's so many friendly and helpful people in this paddock that will be more than happy to try and help you get there. But coming up next, we are just getting under starters' orders, so we point to the lights and away we go. And it looks like it's another great start there from Duncan Macbeth. George Milnes, Macbeth on the grass on the inside. So it's as tight as anything now as they head round South Bank for the first time, but it's Milnes from Macbeth who's already trying to get alongside. Is he close enough? And back with me we do have Tony Turner.
Yeah, sorry I was late. I was just winning that last race, so I was pretty proud of that one.
You were doing really well.
I've given it the big head, Anna. Great start by George Milnes there. I had a little chat with him after the first race, you know. I said too much juice on the start. He said I'll just feather it in a little bit less this time, and obviously it's worked out for him.
You've given him the winning tip there,
absolutely. Well, I want to mix up a little bit, don't we? I got told off for not mentioning Dave Milnes as well. Chippy Dave, as we call him.
Hey, he's
steady
well,
away, he's Chippy.
He's been doing well, a 6th.
Yeah, he's steady away. He's having a good battle with Paul Smythe and Mark Bates in the last race, so got Paul Huddle latching onto these two. That's good to see.
Yeah, Paul Hudson up to 3rd place there, and then it is Peter Muirhead 4th, John Kershaw 5th, Dave Milnes, as we mentioned, in 6th place, Paul Smythe 7th, and Mark Bates in 8th. So it is now the shoes on the other foot now for Duncan Macbeth. He was the one doing all the defensive driving in race 1. He's now got to be on the offensive.
What I can tell in these cars, I'd rather chase than be chased, because when you're out front, you know, you're trying to pick the smooth lines, you're trying to be quick, but sometimes you're braking that little bit earlier just to be safe. And when someone's right behind you, like Duncan is on George now, George cannot afford to put a foot wrong, basically, because Duncan will take advantage of it if he can. And Paul Huddo as well. Paul Huddo has a really good start. He looks like he's look at him. He's latched right onto back at Duncan Macbeth. So these two having a battle will actually work in favour of Paul, because he's got nobody behind him. So he can now just take a little bit of a risk and wait for the opportunity to arise. So that's good.
Yeah, so as long as he can sort of stay with this front group, I think it'll sort of pull him along a little bit, won't it?
It certainly will, yeah. Just dropped him a little bit there, but while people are battling, you know, he's in his own little race at the minute, nothing to lose. Wait for the opportunity, because Duncan will be pushing George right the way to the end of this race, I can guarantee you that.
So, Duncan
the different lines there, look.
Really wide.
Trying to get the drive out of the corner to try and get the run on George there, but it's not worked this time.
No, not quite. It looks like he goes to the outside, but he's not close enough. Is he going to get a bit of a cut back? Not quite. Not quite close enough to be able to sort of make anything happen there on the infield.
He got a good run out. Look at Udo now on the back of Duncan.
Yeah.
If George can just gap Duncan's now got to be concerned about Paul Hudson, and that'll give George that little bit of breathing space maybe to put in a few hot laps and just get away from Duncan, which will then can take him to the checkered flag. But unfortunately, these guys don't let rest up. They'll be on it till the end.
Yeah, it's hard to sort of race in front of you when your rear view mirror's filled up with another car, isn't it?
100%. I had it in that race then. I had Joe Hodgson in my mirrors the whole time. He actually got past me at one point, but I set him up in a couple of laps ago and just drove around outside of him while he was tied up on the inside of a corner just round here. So this corner where they are now, if you can hang it out wide, you can drive around the outside, but Duncan can't do that at the minute because he's got Paul Hudson right behind him.
I was saying to Duncan, who was in with us just for sort of half of your race, I was saying about how in the S60s you'd mentioned that going into that first corner you weren't letting off.
No.
He was shocked.
No, we don't let off. You just literally keep it pinned, because obviously we've got slightly bit less horsepower than these thousands, so we can carry that speed, and we haven't got the gearbox to help us, so literally you keep it pinned, keep that belt nice and tight, and you just absolutely keep it floored.
He said he was like, oh, I'm braking quite a lot into there. I said, yeah, me too.
Yeah, they'll probably be touching fourth gear when they're hitting into there. They'll be quite considerably a bit faster than us, so we can just nice and quick into there, and then you've got your line for your sort of right hairpin, left hairpin, and then onto the south bank corner. Hurdle's just dropped off. Second.
How many gears do the 1000s have?
6-speed sequential box, yeah. Some have got quick shifters, some haven't.
Yeah, and do you think, I'm assuming having a quick shifter around here would make a bit of a difference?
It doesn't make much of a difference. I never had a quick shifter when I had the 1000. Didn't make much difference to me. I could still compete at the front end of things. A lot of it is tyres, a lot of it is driver as well. You know, you're hanging on for dear life, I'm not going to lie, at times. And it's a fixed axle, no differential. So they like to go a little bit sideways. And if you go too sideways, you scrub off all your speed. If you don't get it sideways enough, if that makes sense, you'll just understeer straight on. So it's a real happy medium.
Yeah.
And especially with brake bias as well, you want to be braking hard. Dive at the front, loosen the back end up a little bit. Duncan just saw a little gap there, didn't he?
He did.
Just shut the door though, George.
Yeah. I don't think it was enough room to actually show a wheel, but yeah, he definitely saw a gap there. Yeah. It looks like Paul Hudson dropping off just a little bit on that one. So it was 1.2 that separated him from Beth as they came across the line.
Who we then got? We've got Pete Muir in 4th, John Kershaw 5th. I call him Chippy Dave, but it's Dave Mills in 6th, Paul Smythe and Mr. Bates coming up the rear, but he's getting quicker and quicker, is Mark Bates. I mentioned to him that I saw his off-road excursion in the first race, and he was hoping that we didn't see it, but we did see it.
We did.
He said he got squeezed out by Paul Smythe, so look at Duncan again. Yeah, he's putting some pressure on now, isn't he?
Really putting the pressure on George Mills in this one, and it shows. He's just done a fastest lap of the session with a 1:03.633. So the man in second is currently the fastest man on this track, and I'd say that's using a little bit more than all of the track there.
There's a little bit of a hook in there on the inside, and you can just drag you around that little bit because it wants to push you out, because it's they use it for drifting, don't they? So, Duncan's just got completely crossed up there. He's now chucked you up. He's got oh gosh.
Yeah,
just went over the apex and over the curb, and George held position well there. Duncan is pushing, isn't he? He's on the limit.
I think he thought he saw a gap there on the inside where the tyres were, and there just was not enough for him to be able to make it stick. He's trying again here. You can see him pushing as much as he can to try and get as much out of that car.
I'd love to be Paul Hudson in this race. He knows he's got a little gap in front that if they make a mistake, and he's got a nice gap behind him where he can just push but not be put under pressure and wait to see what the guys do in front, because you know these two lads are racing that close that anything can happen.
Oh, absolutely, and we saw it earlier on.
He's looking wide, he's Duncan.
Where Jeff Wilkes took a little excursion after trying to sort of make a move, and it just didn't quite work for him.
He certainly did. I just saw the underside of his car when I came down straight. I was like, okay, that's not supposed to happen, but luckily his car was fine, and the great thing about that was he got straight back on circuit and he was going again, so just shows how robust the cars as well. You know, you can take a little bit of a hit and get back going, and safe to do so, which is really good.
So Duncan, again, he's really trying to make that move work.
he's seen something there, hasn't he? He's seen something that George is line and thinking if he can hang it out wide and then try and do the undercut, and that's what you've got to do. When you've got no one behind you, you've got to try and look at different lines. There's no point. My dad, right, he's won six British Championships back in the day, and he always said to me, if you're following someone for more than one lap, you're doing something wrong if you're not trying to get in the mirrors, out the mirrors, in the mirrors, outbreak them. Just do something different to try and put them off. George has gone a little bit wide there. Duncan's looked at the inside, but again, he's held it well as George.
Yeah, and it looks like George may have pulled maybe about a car length on Macbeth there as they come back. So across the start finish, it was 0.1 second that separated them last time. It's now 0.2, but that's gone already. Yeah,
look, he's pushing him around. Look at Paul Hudson. He is creeping up on these two, isn't he?
He is.
A lot of tyre deg does affect these cars because obviously no differential. Tyre degradation can, if you've got brand new tyres on, you've got part 1 tyres, you know, they can go off. And look at Duncan, he's making that move.
Outside, he's going for it.
They've had a little touch, I think, there.
Yeah.
Was George missed a gear? George might have missed a gear there, you know. Duncan got the run.
Yeah, Duncan making that move around the outside stick. And George
has pulled off.
Is just...
Oh, George has pulled off. Has he got an issue?
I think he might have an issue. He's cruising down the back straight now. So
yeah, George has definitely got an issue. That is a shame because that was a cracking race between them two.
Yeah, but that means that's let Macbeth off the hook, and even better, it's promoted Hudson up to second. Yeah,
again, told you, you've just got to bide your time. Sometimes things happen in racing, and if you're there, you can take advantage of anything that happens to anyone else. And Paul Hudson's good at that. He's smooth, he's quick. He's a really, really good, solid driver, is Paul. I've raced with him many, many years. I actually spoke to him after the commentary, and I said, was I right in saying that you were the longest serving Superlight driver? And he was like, yeah. And I said, is it right that I'm second? He went, yeah, I think so. So I was pretty chuffed for that.
Good.
To say there's a few old boys in the paddock, I'm pretty happy with that. But yeah, wise old head on him as Paul, a very good driver.
We don't say old boys, you're all very wise. We'll
yes, okay, maybe, yes, sorry, we'll go with very wise. Sorry.
All experience.
It certainly is, and there's plenty of experience out on that circuit today.
Oh, absolutely. And I think if you want to see a masterclass in driving a Superlight, but Beth's putting one on now.
He certainly is, yeah. He's a multiple S9 champion. I've raced with him, raced against him through the years, and he's smooth and he's aggressive when he needs to be. And he's really, really good to race with. He'll put his car out the inside if he sees a spot. He won't just wait and wait. He'll push you to your limit. And but that's what racing's about. You come here, adrenaline rush, drive as fast as you can, see what happens. So
this will be his first full lap with no one in front of him and a completely clear track, and it's last lap flag. So he manages to pop in a 103.8. So not quite a fastest lap, but enough that it was 2 seconds quicker than Paul Hudson. So he's just giving himself that breathing room, and that shows that that's a comfortable pace for him to be setting.
Yeah. Just looking a bit further down, it looks like Pete Muir is now obviously promoted to third, which is good for Pete. John Kershaw's jumped up to fourth. He's a couple of about 3 seconds behind. And then Dave Mills up to fifth. He'll be chuffed because Dave Mills is in front of Mark Bates and Paul Smythe. Them three have some right banter in the pits, to be fair, after the races.
That's a good drive.
He's getting there, he's Mark.
Really good drive.
I just say just a little bit more right foot, a little bit less on stop pedal.
It's easy to say, isn't it?
It's easier said than done. Easier said than done, but he's getting there. I can just see him now, actually. He's just right up behind Dave Mills. They're going into the infield now, and Mark Bates is pushing Dave. It's a last lap. He's got nothing to lose. Going down the back straight now. Dave's just got the legs on Mark on the back straight, I think.
But down here, it is the 150 of Duncan Macbeth that takes the checkered flag and a well-deserved race win, and it's second place for Paul Hudson. And just coming around to round out our podium, there he is, the Scotsman. It's Peter Muirhead, an absolute gent in the paddock. He's absolutely lovely. And then there is John Kershaw taking fourth place. There's that battle you were talking about,
go on,
right
Mark.
To the end.
Yeah, brilliant. Mark's pushed
so close.
Dave right to the end there, hasn't he, which is good to see. Just shows never give up. You never know what can happen. Paul Smythe coming over the line now.
Really close there between Milnes and Bates. Then, as you mentioned, Paul Smythe, and I think George Milnes might have been a retirement because
he may have pulled in, because he had an issue, didn't he?
We'll just keep an eye out, see if he does come through to take the checkered flag, because it showed him as doing 9 laps. So it might be that he's still out on circuit, just nursing that car round. Also, I have to say, so we had Jamie Wrigglesworth in here for our A group and our academy riders, and he was saying how fantastic it is watching the Superlights, and he takes his grandkids to come and watch you all, and he really enjoys watching it. And he also said he thinks you're all farmers.
To be fair, he's not far wrong. You know, there's a fair few farmers in the paddock. Not me though. I'm a chocolate man. I work for Nestle. But yeah, we have a few farmers in the pits. Yes, we do.
It's like your dream growing up as a kid.
I know.
Isn't it?
Well, it is. Yeah. I should have
factory.
bought some Kit Kats and Aeros. That's where I work. But I didn't bring them this weekend. But maybe next time.
Well, thank you so much for coming along and helping me with our S1s. That was fantastic racing, so I really appreciate it. And good luck for your next race a little bit later on.
No problem, Daniel. Thank you very much for your time. Cheers. Bye bye.
So we are now waiting for our next block of Supermotos to come out on track, and I can see there just a few riders in the holding area, so I'm sure they'll be out on track very, very shortly. So, out on track is our Supermoto Group C riders for race 2, and taking up pole position for the second time of asking today, it is the number 80 of Andrew Fulton. We've then got Corey Leggett alongside him, Rick Owen and Jensen Knowles on the front row. And alongside me, I've actually got Chris Lambourne, who you were out in our A group, weren't you, Chris?
Yeah, just about scraped in there. Yeah, I'm in there, yeah, for some reason. Yeah, we've had one race so far, so this is the start of the second block. Track's good, actually. They've sorted the dust out now. Yeah, it's riding really well.
Well, this will be the first time our C Group riders will have done the full off-road for a race, because I won't say they chickened out the first race, but they didn't feel the track was right, did they?
Didn't go to plan, no. No, it's all good there now.
Hey, I don't know if you've watched this race so far today. That one there, that number 37 on the 85.
Yeah, young lad.
There's a few riders out there today that are absolutely flying.
Yeah, one of them was on a small road race bike yesterday, is that right?
Yeah, we've got in the next race coming up for the Bs, the two Johnsons, we've got Byron and Austin. Byron on an 85 was flying.
Right, okay.
So that's Jensen Knowles. He'll be starting this on the front row.
Blimey. Yeah, he's doing well.
Yeah.
And I'm always impressed with the guy number 80.
Yeah, I've been
That can't
raving.
be the most nimble machine. And he goes really well. It's brilliant.
So it's an old, I think it's an old LC4 from what I've been told.
Yeah.
And
I think he had a number plate on it when he came or something. Or it was last round or...
I think he did the warm-up round maybe on it.
Yeah.
And he left the brake light on.
That's
so
it,
everyone was like, oh, we can see when you're braking, so we just out-braked you. So he took it off for round one and was flying. I think he got rider of the day.
Yeah, I'm glad we've not all got brake lights, that's for sure. Well, I suppose it'd mix it up a bit, but...
Well, yeah, it would. The cars have them. The Superlites, they've got brake lights.
So the good thing with this C class I'm looking at the moment is loads of new people, unless I'm...
Yeah, I know there is. There's a lot of new people out there.
Yeah, that's brilliant.
So we're just coming on to starter's orders. So all the riders now directed towards the start lights, and away we go. It's another good start there for Andrew Fulton. And Corey Leggett looking like he's getting the whole shot for the second time. Rick Owen slotting into second.
There's your young lad there, look.
Look at him go round the outside. Jensen Knowles absolutely flying on that 85.
Yeah, he's doing really well. He's going up the inside.
Rick Owen didn't need to be asked twice there to go up the inside on the cranked up racing KTM. And just a few riders standing themselves up ever so slightly as they came round there.
It's tight through there on the first lap.
So we're flat out now down the back straight, and this is where those 450s will have the legs on the 85s.
Like going into this corner here, you're pretty much as fast as they'll go, really. And it's bumpy going in as well.
So it's Rick Owen, Andrew Fulton, Corey Leggett are our top three on this opening lap. And they head up through the off-road. You've ridden this so far today, inside or out?
Yeah, so the inside is miles better, to be honest.
So inside to outside?
Yeah. the outside is just a too long a way around, and this is quite tight. But if you can get the drive here, it does work. And after it was watered, the outside wasn't watered as much as the inside. But now it's sort of they've evened up again on the dryness front. But yeah, definitely inside outside is the better run. And this is new for this year, isn't it? That's been tarmac now.
Yep, that's now tarmacked.
But you've got to be careful at the bottom because your tyres are still covered in mud.
So Rick Owen leads us, Andrew Fulton, then Corey Leggett. He tried to move from that outside to inside, and then just sort of caught himself up a little bit, not making the berm. And then it is Jack Hoy, another new rider to the British Supermoto and Superlight Championship, and Jensen Knowles down to 5th place. It's then the 137 of Andy Mayo in 6th, Lewis Cowper in 7th, Philip Ribb 8th, Danny Walk in 9th, and rounding out the top 10, it's the 552 of Simon Billam. So, like you say, Andrew Fulton's doing a really good job of manhandling that LC4 round.
Yeah, I'm always impressed with him on that. Especially around the tight. I mean, it's probably quite nice around some parts, but around the tighter bits, and especially the dirt, it's just a lot heavier bike, a longer stroke engine.
Yeah.
So it would just be a lot steadier sort of thing. But on the dirt, yeah, it's a big old bus.
It is. So Jack Hoy in 4th, seeing there just in front of Jensen Knowles. Which lines did he take? So we've got Corey Leggett going outside again to inside there.
Yeah, see, I mean, these guys are actually mixing it up a lot more than the other two groups, I think, which is brilliant. That's the idea of it, obviously.
Yeah, I think you get a lot of that more than everyone's sort of being a similar pace.
Yeah.
A lot of the time the pace is a lot closer, especially on the off-road. I feel like in the sort of C's and the B's you get a lot more differentiation of people that maybe it suits them or it doesn't.
Yeah, the A's just follow a bit more.
So that's the 264 of Jack Hoy now up to 3rd, and just looking, Andy Mayo now in 6th place. Across the line, it looks like it's spreading out slightly. Fastest laps being awarded to the 89 of Corey Leggett, who currently sits in 2nd, but he's got 1.3 seconds to find if he wants to try and take the challenge to Rick Owen at the front.
Which doesn't sound a lot, but
it doesn't.
When you're actually that far behind, it takes a bit of catching up. If you're similar speed, that's a big gap to bridge. Even though it doesn't, like I say, it sounds nothing, but it's a good 10-15 bike lengths, and that's a long way.
Yeah.
Unless you're head and shoulders quicker, you have to concentrate to break it down anyway.
Yeah, and then this far end of the circuit, we were saying about the elevation change down here.
Yeah.
It can sometimes sort of catch riders off guard, tuck in the front, losing the rear.
I think it's really good, that bit. It's such a good bit of track.
Yeah, so it looked like Jensen Knowles there diving to the inside.
Yeah, see, that's really slippery there, that left-hander. There's a berm that you can bash into and get up over the jump, but you have to be careful there.
And I was saying, it looks like they've got a bit of a bump on the exit of that outside berm as well.
Yeah, well,
it
it kind of disappears. It's really strange. You can't wind the power on too early because the back wheel would just disappear over the side. I think the berm just goes flat.
So back out, down past the paddock. Jensen Knowles now, he's up to 3rd place. So if it stays as it is, he's just put in the fastest lap of the session with a 1:39.1, and that would put him on pole position for the final C race of the day.
Yeah.
On an 85.
Yeah, he's going great.
Flying.
Especially on a track like this, which is fast.
Yep, it's certainly a fast track, but the amount of corner speed that he's able to get out of that bike.
Yeah.
Really impressive.
Yeah, he's doing brilliant. I bet around these little short bits, this is where he catches up.
Well, I mean, he has
there, yeah.
There's Rick Owen, there's Corey Leggett, that's our front runners, and he's chasing them down. So I think on the brakes as well at the end of this straight, although he hasn't got that top end speed, he's able to sort of close in on the brakes.
Yeah. All through this bit, I'd have thought he'd be good. You can hear the little bike in the background, can't you?
You can hear him coming, can't you? I'm sure that's what they're thinking out there.
Yeah, you have sort of a bit of awareness of what's going on around you. Not perfect, but you've half an idea. He'll know he's behind him.
I have to say, it's a class I end up in quite often, and as soon as you hear those 85s, you think those pesky kids.
I know.
Absolutely flying. So it looks like Rico into the inside. Corey Leggett's got the run on the outside, so that's allowed him up to first. So we've had a change for the lead with Corey Leggett, and now Jensen Knowles getting in on the mix, trying to chase down Rick Owen. So back out onto the tarmac, past the paddock. He takes that a lot wider.
There's your leader there.
Yep. So Leggett now up to first, then it's Rick Owen, then Knowles, and look how close he is here.
I think he's going to get him.
Oh, it's close.
Oh.
You see that? Just watching the corner speed of this kid, and look how wide he goes. He knows the grip's out there.
Yeah. It's a funny corner, that one, because it is a bumpier than you think. It's got a few like patchy bits of tarmac in it, and it's such a long turn.
Yep, it does. I think a lot of this infield has been subject to some repairs, so you do end up with a lot of sections. So there is a lot of that.
The end of this straight here, where the leaders are going through now, that's probably the bumpiest bit of the track there.
Yeah.
Just breaking into that.
Running the circuit the other way, trying to get the power on out of this corner as well. It's a little bit tricky. So
he's on him.
He's going for it, isn't he?
Oh, he's going to get it this time because he's gone to the outside.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's through.
He's up there, isn't he?
Yeah. Unless the other guy can get the power on a bit earlier.
He's got like 2 or 3 bike lengths on him now.
Oh, no.
Leggett's caught up with a back marker, so that slowed him down as well.
So is that... Yes.
So our race leader just managed to stay on there, just catching on the back marker. You then got Jensen Knowles up to second. Rick Owen sort of got mugged off a little bit there, taking the outside to inside line there. And as we come across the line, we've got 2 laps to go for the little whippersnapper to try and put on a show. So he's just put in another fastest lap with a 1:38.3. So that was a second quicker than Leggett on that last lap.
Yeah, he's going well.
Goes.
He'll know that that's the leader as well.
Yeah.
No, he's doing brilliant.
So here he is, he's looking alongside, not quite got the legs on him into the corner, down the straight, but in the corner, can he make it stick?
It's through here that he'll be so much better, I think.
Yeah, so he's not quite going to have it down the straight.
No, it goes tight there. That's one line.
So he's tucked in now down the straight, knows he doesn't have him here, but going down towards the braking zone.
Yeah, this will favour him. Did the other guy go inside last? Oh, did the other guy go inside last time?
He went outside to inside, did Rick Owen, and so did Corey Leggett. So he's doing it again.
This is it.
Is this going to be another one? The same move as last time? I think it might be. That was close.
It's very close.
Corey Leggett's seen him now and knows he's going to have to pull the pin if he wants to save.
He's going to have to see it's hard. No, he's blown
made a mistake.
Oh, no.
And that was the pass for the lead from our academy rider, Jensen Knowles, with it'll be last lap next time.
Round.
Yep, so here they come. There's nothing that Leggett could have done there other than just try and carry a bit more speed around that burn. Just caught himself up slightly. There's the last lap flag.
He's pulled a gap as well, so he's all good.
He's down to a 1:37.1.
Yeah, he's
absolutely
good.
Flying. Fantastic riding. And I think Corey Leggett has accepted his fate now with a second place.
Yeah.
It also means we'll see Jensen Knowles and Leggett on the back of our B group for the final race.
And there's a couple of other 85s in that, you said, didn't you? In the B?
So he'll be out. Byron Johnson will be in that one as well. He'll be coming up next. So back down the back straight, really tidy through that chicane.
I'd have thought the other boys, mate, because it can be a bit physical, this track. So they're probably thinking, you just carry on.
just get it done.
Just get it done. Yeah, it's a brilliant ride.
Yeah, he's put on a great show for us. It's around. Which line does he take? What's he going for? Is he going inside to outside again?
Yeah.
Yeah, there he is. Very nicely done.
Yeah, brilliant. Oh,
Just going up on a back marker. I don't think it'll bother him. He's, yeah. Cruises past. That looks like a YZ. Not sure if it's an 85 or maybe even a 65. I'll have to go find out.
what, the bike he's on?
Yeah, it's definitely a Yamaha YZ by the looks of it.
It's
Not
an 85, I think.
because I know we had Ed Darnton out there on a 65 last year, but there is a race win for Jensen Knowles. A fastest lap time as well with a 1:37.1. Corey Leggett in second, ended up being 6.2 seconds across the line.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive.
Pulled away. I think Leggett gave up after that one. It was a 1:42 for his last lap. Jack Hoy in third. He'll take pole position for race 3. Rico in fourth. Chris Bick in fifth in his opening season. Lewis Cowper 6th. Andy Mayo 7th. Philip Brigg in 8th. Stephen Winter in 9th. And the 714 of Andrew Goodsill rounds out our top 10. Danny Walk manages an 11th. It looked like Andrew Fulton had an issue, so we were singing his praises at the start, but he finished in 12th. And then the 552 of Simon Bill in 13th. Gavin Skaith, the number 14, in 14th. Then it's Steve Smith in 15th and Andre Clark in 16th. So just a couple more riders to head round to us to take the checkered flag. But yeah, that was a fantastic race, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. Well done, Jensen.
Yeah.
Yeah, he definitely broke Jack at the end there.
Yeah,
16 seconds.
So it was Corey in second. So our top 2 of our Supermoto Group C race will make their way up to the Bs for the final race of the day. So we'll see Jensen a little bit later on at the back of our Bs, where Byron Johnson will be now, because that is what we've got coming up now. We've got race 2 of our Supermoto Group Bs, and then you're out after that, aren't you?
Yeah, I
You're in the
better go
As.
now, actually. Otherwise, I'll have to split halfway through the race. Yes, out for race 2. Yeah, see if we can do any better, I suppose.
Do any better. Try have a little bit of a tidier race. I think that's
I know. It's difficult. But yeah, all good. Right.
All right, well, good luck for
Thanks,
your
Danielle.
next race. We'll see you later.
Okay, thank you.
So we'll just wait for our final C group riders to finish on their cool down lap, and then our B group riders should all be ready and raring to go, sat in the holding area to come out on track very, very soon for their second race. And this is a great race. It didn't finish how I thought I've expected it to, I'll be honest. I thought we'd see the 58 of Craig Forshaw run away and hide at the front on board his Automotive Solutions Honda. But that wasn't the case. It was a bit of a tough race for him, I think it's fair to say. But yeah, some great riding earlier on. So just waiting for those to be let out on track, and then they will get their warm-up lap. They'll be sent straight through, and there's the final opportunity to see if they've got any sneaky lines up their sleeve. And here they are, coming out on track now.
Rebel CGR with CGR steel, Reynolds 725 steel frame double line. Just wait till someone comes out and says they've got an 825 and you'll see it. Or a 930.
So on screen we've got our grid for Supermoto B Race 2, and on pole it is the number 58 of Craig Forshaw. He's then got the 276 of Rich Jennings, who we saw take a tumble in race 1. He managed to fight his way back 3 to 4th on that last lap, putting him on the front row for race 2. It's then Jamie Wilson and Paul Reynolds rounding out that front row. And there they are, right on cue, coming through the off-road section. You can see the dust is definitely going to cause a little bit more of a problem, I'd say. It's kicking up ever so slightly. So back down that newly tarmacked exit of our off-road section for today's racing, and then back out onto the circuit. So we'll just wait for these riders to make their way round back to the paddock. It shouldn't be too long for them to be able to take up their start positions. And here they are. So Craig Forshaw back on the front row on pole position. One of our S1 riders had a bit of a tricky qualifying this morning, and not an ideal race one, shall we say. Rich Jennings again, and not another ideal race one for him. He was having a fantastic race until he had a bit of a coming together with the 167 of Michael Craig at the top of the off-road section just before they made their way back down the hill. So he did really well to be able to come back through the pack after that little spill off. So we'll wait for these riders to become under starters' orders. And they are away, and it's a stall there for one of our riders in the mid-pack, and other riders doing a great job there not to collect him as they make their way down to South Bank. So that was one of our riders in the mid-pack there, just not getting away, but it's a fantastic start again for Rich Jennings on board the RWJ Racing. I believe that's a Husqvarna that he's out on there. He's taken the whole shot from Craig Forshaw as they head down the back straight. It's then Automotive Solutions team boss Paul Reynolds, and it's Jamie Wrigglesworth up to fourth. So having a chat with us earlier must have given him a bit of excitement to go out there and stick it out front. So fantastic riding from Jamie Wrigglesworth. Into the off-road section now, and we'll see if we can get a couple of different option lines through the off-road. So Rich Jennings going outside to inside, Forshaw inside to out. So a good mix, which is what we always see on the opening lap, and it looked like a good run out of the off-road for Forshaw, but not enough room to be able to go alongside Jennings up onto the top banking and then heading back down. Michael Craig has found a way through on Jamie Wrigglesworth on that last lap, and it looks like he's had a bit of a mare because he's also been overtaken by one of our brothers racing riders. So across the line it is the 276 of Richard Jennings, then 0.6 of a second back to Craig Forshaw, Paul Reynolds, Michael Craig, Sean Rogerson, Jamie Wrigglesworth, Liam Pearson, Ronnie Potts, Tommy Sayer and Tom Nutter rounds out our top 10 for our British Supermoto and Superlight Championship Supermoto Group B Race 2. So a bit of a redemption ride for Rich Jennings after his spill off, but Forshaw will be doing everything he can to try and make sure he's in that A race for the final race of the day. So chasing down the 276 to give himself breathing room on those promotion positions up to the next group. Then a little bit of a gap back now to Paul Reynolds and Michael Craig. It is then Sean Rogerson and Jamie Wrigglesworth, who currently sits in 6th place. So up the banking, up that step up, back into our off-road section our riders go, and Jennings again opting outside to inside, with Forshaw taking the latter, and Forshaw doing a good job of railing that berm. He's definitely closer on this occasion. Can he get the run up there? It's not quite close enough, and it's really, really easy to tangle bars as you make your way up there. So Forshaw just backing out of that move ever so slightly. And it looks like Michael Craig still holding 4th place there, but under pressure from the 303 of Sean Rogerson as they made their way out of the off-road. Fastest lap is awarded to Rich Jennings with a 134.3 on that last passing. And it was 0.6 of a second that separated him from Craig Forshaw as they came across the line. Looking back through the order, we've got battles the entirety of the way through this class, with Tom Nutter being chased down by Tom Sayer after passing him and taking that 9th place. Dax Almond up to 11th and Eddie Rushforth in 12th place. And Liam Pearson out there as well. Good ride from him on the number 150. He's on board a 250 KTM and currently sits in 8th place, having just been overtaken by the number 03 of Ronnie Potts. But that's our leaders on screen now, and Forshaw looking up the inside. Is he able to? It looked like he was definitely closer on the inside there. Rich Jennings just managing to carry just that bit more speed. So Forshaw opting to go the long way round. Is he going to be able to get alongside this time? He's looking even closer, and he just backs out of it again. So just being on the inside line as he heads up that banking does give Rich Jennings the advantage to cover the inside line before they make their way down the banking. Now, if Forshaw was to try and go around the outside of him there, he runs the risk of probably losing the front on sort of what are like marbles. You've got loose rocks that get sort of thrown to the side on the areas of the track that aren't really being used. And it ends up being quite risky to run over those, especially on these slicks that we're running today, which we can't complain about at all. The weather has been absolutely fantastic so far today. It's cracking the flags here at Teesside, and plenty of people out there in shorts and t-shirts enjoying this early May bank holiday weekend. And if you are looking at joining us for any more Supermoto action coming up soon, we do also have a round at the end of May. Our round 3 of the British Supermoto Championship is being held on the 30th and 31st of May, and that is at Rowra over in Cumbria. So if you're looking for more Supermoto action, that will be our next round. There will be no Superlites at that event. It will just be Supermotos only. So on this occasion, Jennings opts for the outside line. So Jennings opts inside to outside, heading round this berm. So Forshaw now chasing and not able to make an advantage. And back down that tarmac exit of the off-road and then out onto the remainder of the circuit. With it'll be 4 laps to go this time as Rich Jennings comes across the line and into our infield section. And it's really hard to get a clear picture of it here, but that corner, the amount of broken up tarmac and patches and repairs, it can be really off-putting for the riders when they're trying to get the power down, and it does unsettle the bike quite significantly, especially going around South Bank as well, another area of the track where you're trying to keep it nice and smooth and the circuit just doesn't want to let you. So back through this hairpin, back on yourself, and then through the super tight chicane down the back straight. He Forshaw close enough to be able to get alongside. He didn't look like it on that occasion, and it wasn't enough for him to be able to make a move on the brakes at the far end of the track. It is still the 276 of Richard Jennings that leads us now into the off-road section. So will these guiders mix up their lines? So it looks to me there, yep, Rich Jennings taking inside to outside, Forshaw outside to in. So it looks like Forshaw's done the right thing there of trying something different, slamming on the back brake there, trying to get that Honda stopped into the corner. And unfortunately, I mean, he has actually lost a few tenths or so with that mistake. So just coming in a little bit hot into that inside berm than what he was able to make it corner. Third place, a very, very good run for the number 10 of Paul Reynolds, our Automotive Solutions team boss, and Automotive Solutions, a company that has supported the British Supermoto and Superlight Championship for the last few years. He's done a lot for this championship, and we're really, really grateful for all the support and help he's provided. But out in front, Rich Jennings, he's putting on a fantastic ride at the moment. And in through this infield section, looking as smooth as anything as they come round down that back straight and back towards that far end of the circuit where we just lose sight of them for a moment or two. And this really tricky corner elevation change. Just got to keep it nice and tidy as you head back towards the off-road section, taking a nice sweeping line. It looked like Forshaw was just a little bit tighter as he came into the off-road section on that last lap. So both riders opting for the inside to outside line, and you can see there what Chris Lambourne was saying, also known as Prof, that that outside berm just seems to sort of give away slightly and sort of disappear on your exit. It doesn't sort of round itself back out. And as they come across the line, it is Craig Forshaw that still holds the fastest lap with a 1:33.7. But out in front, it is the 2:76 of Richard Jennings. It was a 1.4.5 second gap back to Forshaw on that last lap, with only 2 laps remaining. He really has got his work cut out. There's then about 9.3 seconds back to the number 10 of Paul Reynolds, we've not seen very much of in this session, but he's in a very good battle with Sean Rogerson of the Brothers Racing. It's then the 167 of Michael Craig, another one of our super vet riders out there this weekend. He currently sits in 5th place. So there is that battle I just mentioned at the bottom of your screen, and you could pretty much throw a blanket over those 3 riders. But there's our race leader, Rich Jennings, looking incredibly smooth. It doesn't look like he's even breaking a sweat out there. I'm sure he will be doing. I wouldn't take that away from him. He's definitely trying, but it's definitely working for him. But if it stays as it is for the time being, it will be Jennings and Forshaw that do find their way to the back of our A group for the final race of the day. So again, round that outside burn, trying to get a good run up this banking to the top and then down this tarmac run back towards the main circuit. So Jennings now will be having his eyes peeled, looking for that last lap flag, and right on cue, there it is. Super fast into this infield section, so it sets him up nicely here for this tight right-hander, then back on yourself for this left. And the corner speed you need to carry around here to be able to make a perfect lap. It is all about carrying speed, not just being super late on the brakes, but carrying that speed and not scrubbing too much off. Forshaw banging down on the box on that Automotive Solutions Honda, and he is back in the wheel tracks now of Rich Jennings. Is he going to be close enough to be able to make a pass? He's chasing him down the back straight, and he looks closer than we've seen him on previous laps. Oh, it's still Jennings that holds on to it at the end of the back straight. We've just got a few more corners left to navigate in this off-road section. Is Forshaw going for a different line? Let's watch now as they head up through the off-road. So both riders going for the inside to outside line here through the off-road section. Forshaw lovely clearing that tabletop. Round the outside berm, trying to get a good run. Now up this banking. Up, back out onto the mountain up here, and then down the hill. It's only 2 more corners remaining. It looks like it might be too little too late for Craig Forshaw as they come towards the start finish, and it's a checkered flag and a race win for Richard Jennings, who takes first place from the 58 of Craig Forshaw. And then 3rd place, just holding on to it right at the very end, it was Paul Reynolds from Sean Rogerson, and then Michael Craig in 5th place. So fantastic racing there. 6th place, it's the number 19 of Tom Nutter. He had a great ride there coming through the pack. Liam Pearson in 7th, and then a big gaggle of riders coming through after that. So we've got Jamie Wilson, James Wood, Tommy Sayer, Ronnie Potts, Austin Johnson and Byron Johnson. So our 2 riders that made their way up from our C Group Race 1, starting from the back of the grid, both those boys ending in that one in 12th and 13th respectively. It's then a 14th for Mark Stevens. 15th place is to the number 62 of Eddie Rushforth. 16th Daniel Hudson. 17th Simon Bentley, and in 18th place it is the 153 of Simon Burgess. So a rider who I'm not seeing that has come across the line there is the number 97 of Dax Almond. He comes across the line in 20th. So it looks like he's had a bit of a tip-off somewhere on that one. Jamie Wrigglesworth, again, another rider that's lower down the order than I would have liked to see him. He finishes that one in 21st place after having some good battles around the 5th, 6th place mark. And there on screen, that is your final grid for the Supermoto B Group Race 2. Rich Jennings and Craig Forshaw both promoting themselves up to Supermoto Group A, so that will give the number 10 of Paul Reynolds a pole position start for the final B Group race of the day. And coming up next, we've got our Supermoto A Group riders, and really looking forward to this one. Track conditions are still looking absolutely perfect. And again, we have to mention, we are supported by the Walker Group for this live stream. So a big thank you to Walker Group for supporting this live stream and allowing us to be able to broadcast the fantastic racing we've got here at Teesside for round 2 of the British Supermoto and Superlight Championship. So it will be on pole the number 21 of Ryan Kringle. In second place, the 11 of Max Ingham. Third, 94 of Lee Williams. And rounding out row 1, it is the number 7 of Jamie Duncan. Row 2, Fat and Fast rider, the number 54 of Richard Blakeman. And then it is Blake Wilson, Alex Mullaney and Chris Walker, rounding out row 2. Row 3, we'll see Harley Sharp, Oliver Holmes, Dean Hillier and Peter Bennett. Then on row 4, it's the 190 of Jake Holland, Paul Groom, Darryl Pennington and Harvey Ward. And then towards the back of this one, we will see Jake Sayer. We've also got Chris Lambourne there in 18th. Andy Mitchell, an uncharacteristic 19th place for him. He looks like he's maybe having a little bit of difficulty on that new Triumph out there today. Kyle Eccleston, we saw him have a tip-off in race 1. He's in 20th. Matt LeBrun, we didn't actually see him head off the track, but he must have taken a detour somewhere towards the end of that one. Towards the back of this one, we will see the 63 of Kevin Crowthers and the 117 of Dave Spafford, who moved up from our Supermoto Group B Race 1. And one rider that will be missing from this one is the 217 of Richard Sharp, as he's headed off to hospital to go and get checked over. So, on track there's Lee Williams just coming up over that tabletop. Jamie Duncan having a little bit of a look round. And there's Richard Blakeman on the outside line. Alex Mullaney looking super fast as ever. So it looks like a few of our riders are taking a little bit of a detour before they make their way to the start line. A lot of them heading actually off circuit and down into the dead area of the track where our Superlites have been running to go and scrub their tyres off, so they don't do the start with dirt on their tyres. So a little bit of a tactical move from the riders there. So, just looking, I've not seen Ryan Kringle head to the grid so far. There's Darryl Pennington, the 666. He's out there on board his Husqvarna today, he's 450. And just looking a little bit back through the grid, there's the number 21 of Ryan Kringle making his way round to us. And where is Max Ingham? Where's he at? There he is, just weaving his way through the middle. So there is our front row. We've got Ryan Kringle, Max Ingham, Lee Williams and Jamie Duncan. So just wait for these riders to get themselves into position. That looks like Peter Bennett there, just doing a little bit of bike manoeuvring in the mid-pack. Get their whole shot devices on. You can see Richard Blakeman there. He keeps leaning the bike over towards the side. That is just to get more oil onto the slipper clutch to try and get less clutch drag as he gets ready for a race start. So, understarted orders waved at the lights, and away we go. It's a fab start there from Ryan Kringle, who gets the drive, but it looks like Max Ingham is going to be the one for the whole shot. And Kringle, oh, we're really close there into Southbank. Alex Mullaney sneaking up the inside as well. And that's Blake Wilson trying to get in on the mix for these front riders. And Lee Williams round the outside as well. Super, super fast, incredibly close racing through this infield section. All four of our front riders now there with that knee down style as they head down the back straight. And there they are, last few. So that looked like that is Kevin Crowther's just rounding out the class there down the back straight. So Ryan Kringle, Max Ingham, Alex Mullaney, Blake Wilson are our top four into the off-road for the first time. It's then Lee Williams. We've then got one of our fat and fast riders heading through. I think that was Richard Blakeman. So we've got three riders there, all opting inside to outside, and that is being led by Ryan Kringle, who's looking over his shoulder. Lee Williams taking the alternative line inside to out, and it looks like he's getting very friendly with Alex Mullaney on the exit of the off-road. Is he able to make that move stick? Not quite. Mullaney having the inside line was able to just outbrake the high-tech coatings rider as they made their way back out onto the circuit. But all that squabbling behind them is allowing this man here, the number 21 of Ryan Kringle, on board that TM Leeds UK 450 to be able to break away at the front ever so slightly for the start of our Supermoto A Race 2. Looking super smooth as he comes round Southbank now. Then it's Max Ingham and Alex Mullaney who is on a charge here in third place. So Kringle letting all hang out there, backing it in at the end of that straight, and then back on himself through this infield section, and then letting that TM 450 sing down the back straight. Alex Mullaney doing everything he can to try and chase Max Ingham, and hard on the brakes. It looks like Mullaney looking for a move up the inside possibly. Is he going to be able to make that stick? It's a hard move to make, not quite. Max Ingham still holds him off now as they head into the off-road. And Lee Williams is still there or thereabouts. All riders taking the same line, so going inside to outside. Lovely as they head up over the tabletop. So round. Oh, you can hear just how much Ryan Kringle is revving that TM450, and the back wheel spinning up there as he tries to get the drive up the hill. So our top four breaking away slightly. It's then the number 8 of Blake Wilson in 5th, Richard Blakeman 6th, Jamie Duncan was in 7th. Backing it in there into the infield section, Ryan Kringle, what a ride. So he's again just got that breathing room. It was 1.5 seconds that separated him from Max Ingham as they came across the line. And Max Ingham doesn't quite have that pleasure of breathing room, with Alex Mullaney breathing down his neck only 0.2 of a second behind him as they came across the checkered flag. So Max Ingham putting that husky exactly where Alex Mullaney doesn't want it to be. So he's going to make Alex work for this one if he wants to take that second place spot from him. And then it is Lee Williams, Blake Wilson, it's then Richard Blakeman and Jamie Duncan who sits in 7th on board the number 7. So Ryan Kringle with that lovely knee down style up into the off-road section. I'm sure we'll see him go inside to outside yet again. So it is still Kringle, Ingham, Mullaney, Williams as they come through the off-road, and it looks like Ingham got a really good drive through the berm that time, and it has just given him a bit of breathing room there on Mullaney. And same can't be said for Blake Wilson, with Richard Blakeman looking like he's trying to squeeze himself into a bit of a gap there, much like we saw him squeeze himself into my leathers yesterday. And back round through the infield section, Max Ingham holding a tight line, just going a little bit wider, but not enough that Alex Mullaney's able to show him a wheel. Is Mullaney able to get the drive? Not quite. He's looking up the inside, but he's not quite close enough to be able to make a move stick. And then back on himself. Mullaney goes slightly wider on the exit there. Nowhere near close enough to be able to get the cut back now as they head back down the back straight towards this far end of the circuit. Lee Williams looking a little bit lonely out there. It looks like the 54 of Richard Blakeman has found a way through on Blake Wilson, on board the Chinese manufactured Cove machine that currently sits in 6th place. So a fantastic ride from Blake Wilson so far today. And firing their way through the off-road. It is this battle for second that we've got all eyes on. Ryan Kringle pulling away ever so slightly. He is the fastest man on track, doing a best lap of a 1:25.443. And the gap back to Ingham was 2.1 seconds on that last lap, which in a field that's been so tight and so close in their racing and their times, that's a big gap. So it's remained the same. It's equidistant. It's 2.1 seconds as they came across the line yet again. And Alex Mullaney, it has to be said, he's starting to look impatient now, trying to find a way through on the number 11 of Max Ingham. He's looking up the inside, but just not quite close enough. But has he got to move? He's squeezed in there. Oh, contact made, but Alex there just not able to make a pass stick on Max Ingham, who did a fantastic job of holding his line there and defending that position. Alex Mullaney looking like he's getting a good run out onto the back straight, and it was on the brakes. That was all she wrote. Alex Mullaney is up to second, and it looked almost inevitable after that move he just put there on Max Ingham. So into the off-road, and both riders again inside to outside line. Alex Mullaney wrestling that Automotive Solutions I believe that's a Husqvarna he's on. Husqvarna KTM, same difference. Up there, it's a KTM by the looks of it. Then back down that ramp to rejoin onto the tarmac. So Alex Mullaney now has 4 laps to be able to use clear track to see if he's able to chase down Ryan Kringle. He does that by starting off with a new fastest lap of the session with a 1:24.899. The gap to Kringle is 2.2 of a second. So 2.2 seconds, and Alex Mullaney's got a lot to find if he wants to be able to challenge for a race win today here at Teesside for our Supermoto A Group Race 2. So back down the back straight through the chicane, Alex Mullaney looking incredibly fast, and he's already broken away now from Max Ingham in 3rd. Richard Blakeman seemingly on a bit of a flyer. He must have had something for lunch that's given him a bit of race fuel now, as he's up to 4th place. He's found a way through on the very quick 94 Lee Williams, who was charging at the front of this one earlier on in the laps. So it is Kringle who looks over his shoulders and now sees Alex Mullaney there rather than Ingham. And Mullaney looking incredibly smooth through the off-road, back down the ramp and on to the remainder of the circuit. One last corner and then we're back towards the start-finish. And I'm going to keep an eye on these lap times. How much has Alex Mullaney been able to take out of him? So he's taken out 0.6 of a second. So it was 2.2 last time. It's 1.6 this time. Now, with 3 laps remaining, Alex is really going to have to give it everything he's got if he wants to be able to try and get onto the back of Ryan Kringle. It was another fastest lap popped in for the number 100. And it's a 1:24.36 with Ryan Kringle responding again with a 1:24.9. So both these riders breaking into those 1:24s, and the only riders on circuit to do so far today. So there he is, Alex Mullaney round the corkscrew, chasing down into the off-road section, and again I'm sure we'll see him take that inside to outside line, and there they both are. And Mullaney definitely looking closer to Kringle on this lap through the off-road. He's definitely closed the gap, not enough to be able to try and make a move just yet, but he's got just over 2 laps remaining to try and do that, and he's definitely closing in. But will he have enough laps to be able to not only get close but also challenge for that race win? So back out onto the start-finish straight. It was 1.673 last time across the line. It's now 1.61. So Unfortunately, it is looking like Alex Mullaney is going to run out of laps, but anything can happen in racing. Ryan Kringle will be the first rider to have to contend with any back markers should they arise. And we all know that this track has been one to catch out even the most experienced riders here today. So round through the infield section, Alex Mullaney just not quite close enough to be able to show any sort of move. Looking back through the pack, Richard Blakeman in a strong fourth place, holding off Lee Williams, Blake Wilson and teammate Jamie Duncan, who still remains in 7th place. And through the slower sections of the circuit, that gap does look incredibly close. Like Alex Mullaney through this section, almost on the back wheel of Kringle as they made their way up the step up. But he's just not quite close enough. But it was a mistake from both riders there. Both spinning up and losing the rear as they came round that berm. So both riders making a mistake. So Kringle made the mistake, looked back, saw Alex making the same mistake. So I'm expecting the gap to remain fairly equidistant as they come across the line. And it's 0.7 of a second that separates them. Mullaney in the wheel tracks. Last lap flag is out. It is now or never for the number 100 on board the Automotive Solutions KTM. He's closing in on the drag down the straight. He's looking towards the outside. He's not quite close enough to make a move. He checks towards the outside here. Again, not quite close enough on Kringle, who defends incredibly well. Now, back down the far straight. Is Mullaney going to have the legs on him and get the drive? As they come up to the far end, Mullaney hard on the brakes. He's up the inside and he makes the pass. A fantastic move there from the youngster of Alex Mullaney, who just managed to squeeze that KTM through on Ryan Kringle, who did everything he could to defend that position. But Alex Mullaney leads us through the off-road for the first time in this race over the tabletop. He's got only a few corners left to keep it together, and this means he's has not given Ryan Kringle any opportunity to be able to retaliate for this one. Down, exiting the off-road, Alex Mullaney out back onto the circuit, and the final corner out onto the paddock straight. Look over the shoulder and he's done it. A fantastic race win there for Alex Mullaney, who just pipped Ryan Kringle to a race victory. A fastest lap there for Alex with a 1:24.2. And third place, it's Max Ingham in third with a 1:25.7. It's then fourth place Richard Blakeman, fifth Lee Williams, sixth Jamie Duncan, and seventh to Blake Wilson. Whew, I'm almost out of breath. That was a cracker of a race from those two at the front. Alex Mullaney and Ryan Kringle putting on a absolute masterclass, and there it is. There are our race results. It is Mullaney, Kringle, Ingham, Blakeman, Williams, Duncan, Wilson, Walker, Hillier and Holmes rounding out the top 10 here for our race 2 of our Supermoto A Group riders. What a fantastic race. And I think that just goes to show, I know Alex Mullaney is one of our under 21 riders, but that was some very crafty riding from him there. He knew that he could, if he made that pass stick, it was going to be a real challenge for Ryan Kringle to be able to come back at him. So he left it right until that very last seconds. That was very, very clever riding there from Alex Mullaney. But credit where credit's due. Ryan Kringle rode a fantastic race there. Looking incredibly fast on board that TM Leeds UK 450 after getting the whole shot and battling with Alex. It was a great race. So after that one, we've got our Superlight, our academy riders that should be coming up very, very shortly, and yeah, we're just waiting for these riders to just make their way off the circuit after their cool down lap, and then we will be back with some more racing very, very shortly once our academy riders are released from the holding area. So, out on track now, it is our Supermoto Academy riders for their second race of the day to here at sunny Teesside. And it's still absolutely cracking the flags. It's not too windy here, just enough as a breeze to be able to get that dust cleared away from our off-road section. And yeah, we're just waiting for these riders to do their warm-up lap. And it was a race win by quite some considerable margin for the number 37 of Byron Johnson, a rider who I must have said his name God knows how many times so far today, but all for good reason. He's having a fantastic day so far. So Byron, who we saw in our Supermoto C Group Race 1 and our B Group Race 2, as well as our Academy racing. These our S4 riders, so we got a mix of 85, 65s and a few bits here and there in the middle. So our front row, it will be headed up by the number 37 of Byron Johnson. However, he did start from the back of the grid for race 1. On second place on the grid, it will be the 41 of Edward Darnton on board his TM Leeds UK 85. It's then the number 5 of Archie Reynolds on row in third place, and rounding out the front row, it's the 79 of Jackson Bennett. Fifth place, heading up row 2, it's the youngster of Jensen Knowles, who just took a race victory in our C group a little bit earlier on. It's then Cole Reynolds, Rip Jennings and Josh Walker rounding out row 2, and row 3 we'll see Jackson Nuttall, Harry Page and Hayden Owen. And there we are. So Byron Johnson has taken up his rightful place on pole position of the grid for this one. And we'll just make sure all these riders make their way to the grid, and then we'll be underway with some more racing.
That pylon line goes straight up the hill.
So, wave red flag, and all eyes on there. Oh, it looks like we had a little bit of a issue there on the start. That is Jackson Nuttall, I believe. There, just having a little bit of an issue. He came out of his grid position, so just retaking that up. It looked like almost a jump start. So he'll just retake his grid position, which is in 9th. So again, wave red at the front, point to the lights, and the lights are out and away they go. So Darnton and Byron spending more time looking into each other's eyes than onto the first corner, but it's Byron Johnson that's latest on the brakes as they head into Southbank for the first time. Darnton looking really wide there. Is he going to go for a run round the outside there on the number 37? And he is. So Byron looks like he went wide, and that's allowed Ed Darnton to nip round him and up the inside, but he's not letting him have it easy. All legs off the peg there for the 41 of Edward Darnton, and both of them looking over at each other as they're flat out down the back straight. So heading into this far end circuit, it is Edward Darnton that leads us on board his TM Leeds UK 85 from Byron Johnson, and then it's Archie Reynolds there in third. Up into the off-road section for the first time, up that tarmac tabletop. Both riders opting for differing lines now, with Darnton opting inside to out, Byron going outside to in and looking incredibly racy, and it looks like he's made that move stick. So it was a fantastic pass there from Byron Johnson, who made a textbook pass, but unfortunately not a textbook landing on the top of that banking. Just took in the front there on the brakes and taking a bit of a spill. He's now got to get that bike started nice and quick, and away he goes. So he's now giving himself all the work to do. Edward Darnton clearly chuffed with that one, and giving a nod to Dad and Mechanics there over on the pit wall. So now Edward Darnton needs to get his head down and really put some breathing room between himself and Byron Johnson. As they come across the line, it was Darnton, Reynolds, Johnson, Jennings, Reynolds, Walker, Nuttall, Bennett, Knowles, Page and Owen. So it looks like there's been an issue there for Jackson Bennett, who started on the front row and currently shows on our timing screen as 8th. So we think he had a bit of an issue and came off in the infield section. And now there is Byron Johnson in the lower part of our screen. So Darnton already on his way down the back straight, while Byron Johnson's got all the work to do to try and catch him. So Darnton did exactly what he needed to do there, which was put enough pressure on Byron Johnson that it forced a mistake. So Darnton out in front now, into the off-road, looking incredibly relaxed, almost a little bit too much. Through the off-road, up over the tabletop, opts in for the inside to outside line now. Round that super long berm, and then back up to the top of the hill, and then a nice tight line to make his way back down the tarmac exit of the off-road section and back out onto the circuit. And Edward Darnton, it'll again be probably another look over at his team that has stood there on the wall cheering him on as he leads us now and comes across the line with a fastest lap of a 1:36.8, so a fantastic lap time there from these 85 riders. That's now just been bested by Byron Johnson, who's putting in a shift in third place with a 1:35.4. There's number 10 of Cole Reynolds, our Automotive Solutions rider, on board the 85 after making the switch, I believe. And watching him come round through the infield section now back out onto South Bank. So the gap between Byron Johnson and Archie Reynolds was 4 seconds, and Byron Johnson's got 7 seconds to find if he wants to chase down Edward Darnton, and with 5 laps to go, that's going to be a tall order. There is older Reynolds, that's Archie Reynolds now on board the number 5 Automotive Solutions 85, up the step up and into the off-road section again, opting that inside to outside line with those lovely looking chrome graphics on board that 85. And there is Byron Johnson, who's chasing him down. Quick look over the shoulder there from Reynolds, who knows he's there and will do everything he can to try and put that KTM exactly where it needs to be to keep it that way. So back out onto the paddock straight past the pits. And it was another look over the shoulder. Reynolds now needing to focus on riding ahead of him, put that bike where it needs to be. So Byron Johnson looking for a move around the outside. Will that set him up for the inside? Not quite. Reynolds there, if he's going for it, he's trying to send him around the outside. Oh, Byron just sneaking up the in. And he does make his way through. So Byron Johnson there just nipping through up to second after a spill off in the opening laps of our Supermoto group. And he's down again, pushing just that little bit too hard there for Byron Johnson, and he tips off yet again in the infield section. So frustrating ride there for the number 37 of Byron Johnson, and I have to say that looks like he's probably just scuppered his chances of a race winning this one if he was going to try and chase down Darnton, who's now out in front to the tune of 5.7 seconds. So a fantastic ride from him. Archie Reynolds again doing what he can, keeping it together, keeping it nice and tight and tidy up through the off-road section on board his Automotive Solutions KTM, through over the tabletop and round that outside berm. And Byron Johnson, oh, it's a mistake for Archie Reynolds, very uncharacteristic from Archie, normally incredibly consistent, just pulling the bike out of the way there of Johnson, and he's now got to get that restarted. So Johnson, after his tip-off, just re-gifted second place. So we'll watch as they come across the line. So Darnton has already crossed the line, which just goes to show you how much of a lead he's managed to pull after the mistakes of these two. And as Byron Johnson comes across the line, it's a 13 seconds lead now that Edward Darnton has. So I don't think that's just comfortable, that's almost relaxed for him. So uncharacteristic ride for Byron Johnson, who so far today we've seen be incredibly consistent, but 2 spill-offs in this one, just trying to get a little bit too much out of that bike there, it seemed, and back round on himself through the infield section. And hopefully it's not third time unlucky. There is our race leader, the 41 of Edward Darnton. Nice and easy to spot there with those bright blue leathers and that bright yellow helmet. And it looks like we've also got a retiree there just on the outside of the circuit as well. I think that might be the number 10 of Cole Reynolds. He's up and okay and just trying to get that bike restarted. But there is Edward Darnton. Again, inside to outside line. Clearly the line that these riders are preferring. And I'm sure Edward's really enjoying this one. And putting on a good show for us here today. Back down, out onto the tarmac. Another good long look over his shoulder there. And there's absolutely no one in sight. His closest competitor is Byron Johnson. And last time it was 13 seconds away from him. So nice and steady away. Interesting to see Ed Darnton there using that foot out style on the inside, a very traditional Supermoto style that, I'll be honest, we don't often see here in the Academy class. And there it is, the switch right back to that standard road racy style with the knee inside knee out. So Johnson doing good to be able to chip away at that one. He's now chipped away to 9.9 seconds, which is still an incredibly tall order without a mistake from Edward Darnton for him to be able to capitalise on it. There's Johnson just in the bottom half of your screen. You can see him making his way through that infield section and then down the back straight. But always at the end, there's Edward Darnton back on himself, and hopefully that rider at the outside there got themselves going. They did. That was Cole Reynolds. Back up through into the off-road, and you can see the dust just being kicked up, but a really clean line being formed on that berm, just showing that how well this off-road section has held up since last season, thanks to all the hard work that was put in by everyone that made this possible. So I believe it was Brothers Racing and the Walker Group that both put in a lot of time and effort into the off-road to make it so fantastic. And I think it'd be fair to say that this off-road is almost world-class for a Supermoto round. It's absolutely fantastic. So, last lap flag is out for the number 41 of Edward Darnton. He knows now he's just got to cruise around, keep it all together, and he should hopefully cross the line and take that checkered flag. So a little bit wider there into South Bank than we've seen him go. Just taking it a little bit steadier down the straight, and then it's hard onto the brakes. So he's there, got that inside leg out just on in the braking, then actually through the corner using the road racing style knee out on the inside, flat out down the back straight. And there's Byron Johnson again, just a glimpse of him in the bottom of our screen. Ed Darnton looking incredibly relaxed now through the corkscrew for the final time, and then squaring it up to head up the off-road section. And again, that has been newly tarmacked for this season, making it a little bit easier and safer for our riders to be able to attack the off-road section. So, and I'll be honest, for Edward Darnton, he's a nice relaxed ride for this one, but sometimes that can catch you out. Sometimes you can let it get a little bit to your head and you don't concentrate, and it's easy to make silly mistakes. But Edward Darnton doesn't appear to have done that. He's kept it together and had a fantastic ride coming across the line, and I'm sure we'll see a lovely wheelie from him here. Good fist pump in the air. Fantastic race win there for the number 41 of Edward Darnton. I'm sure the TM Leeds UK team will be incredibly happy with that one. Byron Johnson, a very good redemption ride from him after 2 spill-offs. He finishes second place, 9.4 seconds adrift. It's then going to be third place for the number 5 of Archie Reynolds. So we'll just keep an eye out, and there he is on cue. Comes across the line after his tip-off in the off-road a little bit earlier. A rider that's made their way back through the pack after a spill-off was the number 79 of Jackson Bennett. He came off in the infield section and found his way back through to 4th. 5th, we're looking for Rip Jennings as he comes across the line. It will then be 6th place Josh Walker, 7th for Jackson Nuttall, and 8th place with a potential retiree is the number 10 of Cole Reynolds.
Oh, sweet.
Still got bikes on the week?
No, we're in between the one.
Yeah, I mean, is that the next round bike?
So coming up next, it will be our Superlites making their way back out onto the circuit. So we will have some circuit changes just being implemented. So we'll just wait for them to make their way to the holding area. But again, our Superlites being sponsored by Mark Bates and Sons, so making it possible that we're able to broadcast the fantastic racing from our S3s, S2s and S1s for you. And I'm currently listening, and there you can see them out on track. You can see the two-stroke from those 600s. So these drivers now just heading round for their warm-up lap, so heading straight through. And there is our grid. So it will be Mark Richardson on pole position, Derek Warren in second, and Jeff Wilkes in third. Row 2 will see Tony Turner in fourth, Adam Holroyd fifth, Joe Hodgson in sixth, and then row 3 it's Phil Redfern, Guy Palmer and David Adams, and rounding this one out we should see the number 55 of Stuart Duckworth. So all of these drivers will be just making their way around the far end of the circuit as we speak. And we'll just now wait for them to make their way up to the start line to be able to take up their grid positions, and we can get underway racing very, very soon.
I just have the camera locked. I haven't really slacked, sorry.
So our drivers are under starters orders. We've got a waved red at the front pointing towards the lights, and it's lights out, away we go. And it's a fantastic start again from Derek Warren, who just can get that S9 started. So in our S2 class, but is that one of our... That's Jeff Wilkes there trying for a move around the outside. So it's Warren and then Wilkes looking round the outside. Not quite enough to be able to get the cutback, I don't think. With Derek Warren sending him right out to the edge of the circuit as they came through that infield section for the first time. Warren almost on the back wheel of Warren as they came across that inner chicane down to the far end of the circuit, and it's looking incredibly tight. But it's Derek Warren that leads, and that's Mark Richardson and Jeff Wilkes in third. So settling into this one slightly, we've then got a good gaggle of our S3 drivers there. So the man with the biggest mirrors in the paddock, as he's been fondly known as so far today, Derek Warren leads us now into the infield section. It's then Jeff Wilkes there in second, with Mark Richardson down in third place. But all three of these, you could throw a blanket over them, absolutely nothing in it. And Wilkes going wider, that's allowed Richardson to sneak up the inside. So Wilkes driving ahead of him, thinking if he goes wide he might be able to get the cut back, and just not quite close enough. But that has allowed Mark Richardson to have a look in there as they make their way through the chicane. So it looks like we may have potentially had a change there for second place, but it's so hard to tell with them both having the same liveried up cars, and we'll just have to keep an eye out, and definitely battling now as they make their way around there. So Warren still holding off Mark Richardson, and we saw this in both race 1 and race 2 as they're pushing themselves. So Richardson looking up the inside there on South Bank, he's not quite close enough, so Warren taking a wider line, then cutting back across with Richardson looking to the inside. Warren then adjusting himself to cover that line, and then Jeff Wilkes then being sent round the outside, and no room at the end for him there. And just look how close this racing is. So our fastest lap is currently being held by the man in 7th, and that's Tony Turner with a 109.3. It just goes to show that any single one of these could be at the front, and in the racing today has been absolutely fantastic. They've been really putting a good show on for us and showing us how close the racing can be in our British Superlight Championship. So round the bottom end of the circuit, back up past the paddock, just hopping over that inside curb, but it is still Derek Warren that leads us from Mark Richardson, and now it's Jeff Wilkes who's the fastest man on track with a 109.1. The man in third place on your screen is currently the fastest out there on that last lap. So Derek Warren with clear track, unfortunately spending all his time trying to defend from the rear and being chased down by Mark Richardson and Jeff Wilkes. So this time it's Richardson that looks to go wide and look round the outside, but Derek Warren again, he's clued up to that one and sends Richardson out towards the dirty parts of the track where it's a little bit like no man's land all the way out there. Back down the back straight, and the gap between the front three now back to Adam Holroyd in fourth, about 1.9 seconds on that last lap. But you wouldn't think it as they came round that bottom end of the circuit, all bunched up really closely together. But as Tony and Duncan have both had a word while they've been in here, explaining just how much the power difference really can make. So Derek Warren still holding on to that race lead. Mark Richardson looking for a different line, not quite able to get as tight there on Warren as I think he would have liked, so taking a slightly wider line, just letting the car drift out from him. Warren putting the car exactly where he needs it to be to know that he can block them, and it does, but that allows Jeff Wilkes now to nip through on Richardson up to second place. So a lovely pass from him there with a little bit of a mistake, I think, there from Richardson. So again, we're back down the far straight, and we saw Jeff Wilkes try and make a move stick down this end of the circuit a few races ago and not quite manage it. Instead, taking a closer look at the scenery, and we'll see if he's able to learn from his mistakes and potentially make a move stick. So back through the past the paddock, we have our front three of our S2s coming across the line. We're then back to Adam Holroyd, the fastest man on track now, in his S3. He currently sits in 4th place and is defending from Joe Hodgson, Phil Redfern and Tony Turner. And back round South Bank, Warren putting that number 93 almost inch perfect round South Bank now and covering the inside. And Wilkes again also covering the inside. If Mark Richardson wants to make a move stick there, he's going to have to be brave on that outside line. Now we're back down the back straight. Adam Holroyd looking like he's breaking away slightly from the other S3s and tagging on to these S2s. So that's really good to see there from the 600 driver. Warren getting a good drive out of that corner, but not enough to be able to use it to an advantage for a pass. And Wilkes just cutting back across towards the inside line. So it will be 4 laps to go this time. Warren still leads us, covers the inside on both of those corners, then tighten back on himself through this infield section. And it's a train. So within... from 1st to 7th, it is less than 2 seconds that covered them as they crossed the line. And if that's not close racing, I don't know what is. It's Derek Warren, Jeff Wilkes, Mark Richardson, Adam Holroyd, Joe Hodgson, Phil Redfern, Tony Turner and Guy Palmer in 8th position. And we are back down the back straight. Those S9s stretching their legs and leaving the S6s just a little bit for dust as they chase them down. Or is that Wilkes trying to make a move? No room at the end for him to be able to make that stick, but he was definitely alongside Derek Warren on that passing. So it's looking like Wilkes is starting to get a little bit impatient now with what will be 3 laps to go. So... super tight. Oh, not quite as tight as we'd actually seen him previously. Not quite clipping the inside edge there on the grass. So Warren leads Wilkes, and then we've got Mark Richardson about half a car length behind, but really not much. You could pretty much throw a blanket over them and get every single one of our drivers in there. It is incredibly close. So Warren covers the inside. There's no room for Wilkes to be able to squeeze through that. I can't believe just how many times he keeps trying, though. Will he make a Hail Mary like he did earlier on today at the end of the back straight? He's looking for that adverse camber. Oh, he's not quite close enough to be able to get that cut back to squeeze up the inside. It just doesn't lead anywhere for him, unfortunately. So down the bottom end of the circuit. And it actually looks like that move from Wilkes caused him a little bit of a mistake. But definitely not enough for him to be able to get away. So into the infield section. And it looks like Redfern has broken away slightly from Joe Hodgson and Tony Turner in 6th and 7th. So it's now our top 5 that are really battling it out at the front, with that being a battle between 3 and a battle between 2. And those 3 out the front are Derek Warren, Jeff Wilkes and Mark Richardson, with Richardson there, the 3rd rider in that train, making their way down the back straight. So Derek Warren will be looking in his mirrors, looking to see the yellow, and he does. Wilkes tries to take a later entry into that corner to then be able to try cut back across over the apex, and it's just not working for him to be able to make it a concrete pass. So as they come across the line, it will be the last lap flag out. So Warren knows he's got one more lap to just keep it all together and keep it nice and tight and tidy, and that's exactly what he's got to do. So really defensive driving there from him. covering the inside. And it's then Wilkes trying to send it nice and wide round South Bank. Is he able to get the run as they head back down this straight? A little bit of a drift there from Wilkes as he's trying to get the power on, and he looks round the outside, but he's not quite close enough. But does he get the cut back? He does. What a fantastic pass there from Jeff Wilkes. He managed to squeeze through what a gap there was, and he's found himself through up to the lead of this final S3 and S2 race of the day. So Wilkes now the number 37, putting it all together on this last lap, and Warren has nothing he can retaliate. Will Mark Richardson be able to try and sneak through, as we only have just one corner remaining? They come past the paddock, and it's side by side with Richardson looking down the outside, and just not enough laps for him to be able to make it stick. So Jeff Wilkes takes a race win with a fastest lap on that last one of a 108.1. It's then second place for the number 93 of Derek Warren, who led us for almost the entirety of that last race. That was a 109.1 for him. And third place, it's the number 17 of Mark Richardson, who's had a fantastic day so far here today. Fourth, Adam Holroyd. Fifth, Phil Redfern. And sixth is Tony Turner. And then seventh place, we see Joe Hodgson. And eighth place, we are just waiting for the number 9 of Guy Palmer. And it just goes to show it was 1.1 second that separated our race winner from our second place man there. So a fantastic drive there from Jeff Wilkes. Bided his time to be able to stick a move there on Derek Warren on the last lap, and what a fantastic move it was. So coming up next, it is our final S1 Superlight race of the day, and these are our 1000cc machines that will be heading out onto the track. And these guys have put on a great show for us so far today, and the speed these guys have been hitting around here has been very, very impressive. So it will... that's our previous grid on the screen there at the moment. It will be the 150 of Duncan Macbeth that leads us. He'll be on pole position. It'll then be Paul Hudson in second, with Peter Muirhead in third and John Kershaw in fourth. Fifth will be David Milnes, sixth Mark Bates, seventh Paul Smythe, and towards the back of this grid it will be the number 11 of George Mills, after what we think was a mechanical in race 2 for him. So he was having a fantastic race with Duncan Macbeth. Those guys were battling it out, and unfortunately it was a mechanical issue for him that put him out of that one. So don't know if he managed to nurse the car to the checkered flag, but either way he'll be starting from the back of this one for us. And as you can see from the footage, absolutely lovely day here at Teesside. We could not have asked for better weather for a bank holiday weekend of racing. And from what I've seen on the weather, I think it's also been beneficial for our riders that we swapped the days as well. And that we've ran our British Championship today on the Saturday, with our nationals are going to have some fun out there in the wet tomorrow. From what I can see, it's looking like a 95% chance of rain, so that'll be great fun. So there are our S1 drivers. They've just done their warm-up lap and now are coming to the grid. And on pole, as mentioned, it is the 150 of Duncan Macbeth. So I'm sure these guys are going to put on some fantastic racing for us. Our last few cars that we'll see out on track, our last bit of four-wheeled action for the day, and then we'll be into our final block of Supermoto racing. And away they go. It was a cracking start there for Paul Hudson. He gets a great run into South Bank. So he's taken the whole shot there from Duncan Macbeth. And the man with the most experience. What a start. So it's the number 4 that leads us on the opening lap of our S1 Race 3 for the Superlites. Then it's Duncan Macbeth there chasing behind, and these two drivers starting to pull away ever so slightly already. So we are flat out down the back straight, round the corkscrew at the bottom, and it is Paul Hudson that currently leads us. Duncan Macbeth not quite close enough yet to be able to try and make an early pass, and George Milnes already making his way up through the pack after that mishap in race 2. And back with me, I've got Tony Turner off the back of a very close race.
Oh yeah, that was tough, that one. Yeah, I had a bit of an incident on the first lap. Crashed into the back of Matt Richardson, who's I don't know if he stalled it or missed a gear at hairpin, whacked into the back of him, bent on my wheel. Next killing. But I just kept going. I thought, stuff it. You know what? It'll be what it'll be. So yeah, good race, but good start. Is that Paul Hudson leading this race? Wow, well done, Mr. Hudson.
He got an absolute flyer of a whole shot, and he stuck it in front of Duncan Macbeth and kept it there so far.
Brilliant to see that. Yeah, really good. Huddo again, wise old boy. You know, I don't like using the old boy for the experience. You know, he's out front now, and you know, barring a mistake, he could maybe bring this one home. I mean, Duncan's already had the 2 race win, so Duncan doesn't need to do anything silly here.
Yeah.
But knowing the competitiveness that Duncan is, he'll want to win 3 out of 3 today. So it'll be interesting to see how Paul holds him up.
Of course. I don't think any racer would ever want to say they want to settle for second. Yeah. But yeah, Duncan Macbeth definitely isn't one of those. But Paul Hudson putting in an absolute shift out there at the moment. So as they come across the line, it is Paul Hudson from Duncan Macbeth, George Milnes from the back of the grid now up to 3rd place. Fastest lap is Macbeth with a 104.4 on that last lap, and it was 0.2 of a second that separated him from Hudson. So absolutely nothing in it.
See, George has got. Did he start at the back of the grid, George? Sorry, I missed the start. He's up to 3rd.
Yeah, he was
bit too much of a gap, I think, now to the front 2, but it's a good solid 3rd at the minute for George. He's gapping Pete Muirhead at the minute, who's then followed by Chippy Dave Mills, Paul Smythe, Mark Bates and John Kershaw bringing up the rear. I don't know if John had a problem or a slow start off the line maybe. You've really got to get the biting point right on these on the line, because if you don't, you're either too much and you spin up, or too little and you bog down. It's a really fine art to get these things off the line, and sometimes that can be a problem. And if you get a poor start, then you're forever chasing the race.
Yep, and there's no sort of traction control, nothing like that. There's no electronics on these cars. It is very much driver focused, no driver aids at all, is there?
That's exactly right, and that's why I love the sport. It's you get in the car and it's how good you are. All the cars are very, very similar, very, very similar power, very, very similar built. Tyres make a slight difference, but you get in that car and you get it dialed in. You know, Paul Hudson's showing it now that Duncan Macbeth can be beaten. I know it's not the end of the race yet, but you know, it's good to see. Good to see they're not just the same old faces winning races as well, which is good. It's a lot of people on this grid that can win a race and get a top 3.
Absolutely, and I know you said that George Milnes hasn't been in the paddock as long as sort of some of the more experienced drivers we've got out there. But again, another driver that's turned up, got stuck in there, him and his dad, and he's out there currently sat in 3rd, but has been fighting at the front all day long.
Yeah, he's come on leaps and bounds as George. He actually bought my 1,000 off me a few years ago and went out in that and had a really good season. But he's actually been involved with Nora Sport for many a year. So him and his dad Dave, they were involved in the motocross section of Nora. So George has raced junior quads and youth quads and I think even adult quads in his day. So he's an experienced racer, albeit on a different platform.
Yeah.
But he's got that competitive edge for certain.
Yeah, and I think if you've got that sort of competitiveness and that sort of racer's instinct of you see a gap and you go for it, it's quite transferable, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely, yeah, absolutely. When you're getting, you know, you can transfer skills from a lot of different things in life. If you've got that competitive edge and the willingness to win, you know, anything can happen. When you get in any form of motorsport, you know, it just shows that George has come on leaps and bounds, to be fair. And they all have to be fair. You know, it's a competitive grid out there. All these guys out here are good, clean, fast drivers, and that's what makes it such a good sport.
Yeah, so George Mills there, he's put in the fastest lap. It's a 103.7, so 2/10 quicker than Hudson and Macbeth on their last lap. So Hudson actually dropping down into the 104s. So it's looking like it might be inevitable, and there it is.
What a
the
move
100 of Macbeth.
Duncan, that was that. You very rarely see overtakes down that short straight there. That's pretty unbelievable, is that? You are hitting that right-hander pretty quick, but then you're slowing it up. It's a little bit loose on the outside. So where the heck he found that grip, I do not know. But a brilliant overtake there by Duncan on Paul Hudson. Yeah,
a fantastic overtake, and he's using it now to try and give himself some breathing room into the infield section. He's now got clear track in front of him, and we've just reached half race distance, so just over halfway.
I'm going to have a little bet with you now that I think George Mills will potentially catch up to the back of Paul Hudson by the time this race ends. I think George will be pushing Paul over that finish line.
Yeah,
because he was a drive shaft that failed in the last race. I went to see him. I wasn't sure if he'd missed a gear or something happened to his car. Unfortunately, as he took into the infield, his drive shaft snapped. That's what put him out of race too. So I think he was quite frustrated because he was potentially on for a good result today. So
absolutely he was.
He'll be chomping at the bit to get Paul Hudson. I can tell you that for now.
I mean, I think it's pretty clear that that's already about to happen.
He has caught him up,
pretty much there, isn't he?
He has. Yeah, he's done well, to be fair.
Yeah, that is a fantastic drive there from George Mills. So it's a Hudson doing a 104.7 to Mills' 103.3. It means there's less than a second now as they came across the line.
So that last lap, George pulled 1.4 seconds on Paul. That's a lot of time.
Oh,
if he does that again, he's going to be... Well, he nearly is now. Look, he's just going off the infield onto the back straight, and he's probably within 4 or 5 car lengths already of him. So
I think it might be fair to say that Paul Hudson maybe getting a little bit tired. I don't know if it's the same as sort of riding Supermoto. I know at the end of a race I'm absolutely blowing.
I'll be honest with you, I was desperate for that flag to come out in that last race. My arms are gone. The arm. Oh, look at George on that back straight there. He's gone for a move on. He just backed out of it. That just shows that George wants this big time. But yeah, your arms, you're getting arm pumped now. You're looking, coming over the finish line, thinking, God, when's that flag going to come out?
It's looking like that might be a weak spot of the circuit for Hudson coming down that pit straight, because it looked like Milnes there was trying to tee up a move as well.
It's a really interesting corner because you kind of can't see the apex very well, and you're coming at it very quickly from the bottom end of the circuit, and suddenly the corner comes on you, and if you're a slight mistake, and you can lose tons of speed on that little bit of straight. So that looks like Paul's maybe just struggling there a little bit.
Yeah.
Has he actually got past him?
Yeah, he just nice and nicked up the inside.
Sorry, I was busy talking and I didn't see that. So well done, George. I did say, didn't I, that I think George would be on it. And I tell you what, looking at lap times, he's 0.6 of a second. Oh, last lap for Duncan Beth was a 104, and last lap for George was a 103. So at the rate of knots that Milnes is going, he'll be closing that gap on Duncan Macbeth in absolutely no time. 3 laps to go, and George is going to be right behind Duncan. Again, Duncan can use a bit of racecraft here. Duncan doesn't need to win this race to win the outright win for the day. I know he'll want to.
You try telling him that now.
Oh, 100%. I mean, you want to win every single race that you're in. I fully appreciate that. But sometimes, to finish first, you've got to finish. But George is now looking behind Duncan, looking for a move already, isn't he?
Absolutely he is. He's already trying to line and move up, and you can see he's probably planning this a few corners round. So he's looking up the inside. Is he close enough like he was on Hudson?
If he's got the grip, he's got. If he's got the grip, he's got that. If he's got it, he's got a bit of grip. But Duncan's got the drive out of the corner. The switch there. Duncan's gone to protect the inside.
He has. So back on themselves into the infield section. So Milnes is the man chasing down Duncan Macbeth, now heading down the back straight. So it looks like Milnes is setting that up to sort of go towards the outside as they come into this corkscrew corner, and Macbeth I don't think could have been any tighter to the inside there if he tried.
Oh, it's very, very close now, isn't it? Really bumpy around that section of the circuit. It doesn't look it, but it doesn't have to throw your car about a little bit, and you've really got to concentrate.
Yeah.
It can bounce you about, and suddenly you can miss your braking point, and suddenly someone's right behind you all trying to overtake you. So coming into last lap now, so...
Last lap flag is out, so it's now or never for George Milnes if he wants to try and make a pass. Both the drivers now down back to 103s. So seeing the blue and yellow of Milnes in his rear view mirror has definitely lit a bit of a fire under Macbeth. who's putting a shift in at the end of this one. So Milne's looking not quite close enough, but taking a wider line, but nowhere near close enough for a cutback, unfortunately.
He's going to be right on him going down this back straight. Less than a car length between them now on the back straight. Duncan will have to defend. But again, so difficult. So difficult to overtake. George got a great line, but you just can't hang the car out because of the adverse camber there.
No, and both of those drivers right to the inside on that apex.
Can't see Duncan making a mistake now with two. George is still having a look though, isn't he? He is having a look.
Not letting it go.
I think, yeah, he's going to go right to the line. Wow, good finish. Great finish.
Yeah, fantastic. So it was 0.115 of a second that separated them across the line. With George Milne still holding the fastest lap from earlier in the race with a 103.292. Paul Hudson managed to hold on to third place, and then we're just waiting. There he is, right on cue. Peter Muirhead finishes in fourth, and then there's David Milnes in fifth, Paul Smythe in sixth, Mark Bates 7th, and John Kershaw in 8th.
Dave Mills has got the bragging rights in the pits with that one because him, Paul Smythe and Bates, they do have a good bit of banter. And Dave's won the last race, so he'll be buzzing
bragging
in the paddock.
Rights for the evening now.
And he loves it, does Dave.
Oh.
When he's beating some of them boys, he'll be rubbing it in their faces. I can tell you that for nothing. So, but no, well driven, really good for the S10 today. I've enjoyed doing a bit of commentary with you today as well. So
lovely. Well, thank you for coming and joining me. I've really enjoyed it.
Thanks for having me. Just something a bit different. So get down, watch these Superlites. Really good bit of fun. And if you're interested in getting involved, just head to the British Superlight Championship website.
Yeah, we've got more info as well over on the British Supermoto and Superlight Championship. So that's www.bssc.pro. So you've got all the calendars on there as well. So like you say, if you're either interested in coming and watching these guys or even want to come and have a go, make sure you get in touch, come and have a look, come down and see us. But coming up next now will be Supermoto, so I will let you get off, Tony.
Cool, thank you, have a great rest of your day. Thank you, bye-bye.
Thank you. So in the holding area we do have our final Supermoto Group C riders making their way into the holding area. So these guys will be back on track very, very soon. So they'll get sent out for their warm-up lap where they'll be sent straight through, and then they'll come out and take the grid for their final race of today on what has been a lovely sunny Saturday. It's been delightful here at Teesside. And there it is, our Walker group that are supporting the live stream this season for our Supermoto solo classes, which is fantastic, and we really, really, really appreciate it. We can't thank them enough for all the help. Not just with the live stream, but also behind the scenes with circuit preparation. Chris Walker, the Trips UK team, have been absolutely fantastic. So a really, really big thank you to them. And there were our riders coming out on track. So, our C Group riders now just making their way around for their warm-up lap. And on pole for this one, we're going to see a rider name that's quite new to me. We've got the 264 of Jack Hoy. So not a rider I'm too familiar with in this championship. So I think he's one of our newbies, which if so, he's having a fantastic day, sticking it on pole for the final race of the day here with our C's. Alongside him, it will be the 351 of Rick Owen, one of our Cranked Up Racing riders, and I'm sure I've mentioned him today about their YouTube channel, which if you want to get a rider's perspective of racing in the British Championship, go and have a watch. Fantastic. They show all about bike prep, what it's like even getting to a meeting, getting set up, and the fun and sort of the trials and tribulations you have racing from sort of a sort of more amateur level in your team, professional teams. It's brilliant. One of the riders I haven't seen much of today is Sean Jones, his teammate. He's not come up on my radar today. Just wondering where he might be. On the front row again, we've got the 126 of Chris Bick, another rider that's new to the championship for this season. He's decided to stick some wheels in a Honda CRF 450 and come and have a go after being encouraged So that's great to see him out there, and he's improving. He's come on leaps and bounds from Three Sisters, and I think this off-road section will be suiting him as he's got a good background in motocross. Rounding out the front row, it's the 96 of Lewis Cowper there. And row 2, we've got Andy Mayo, Philip Rigg, Stephen Winter and Andy Goodsell there in 8th place. So just there over on the outside, the 714 AWG racing rider and my teammate. Then in 9th place, we've got the 31 of Danny Walk. Andrew Fulton on the 80 after a mishap in race 2. He starts from 10th. Then it's Simon Billam and Gavin Scaife. Steve Smith, Andre Clark, James Wallace-Moores, Lee Room, and it's then Jonathan Reed, the number 66, Matthew Granger, Lee Rudd, we've got Aaron Hillary out there, Darryl Brett in 21st, John Samuels 22nd, Craig Louth on the pit bike in 23rd, good ride from him, Adam Woodhouse making a return to racing in 24th, Graham Anderson in 25th, Jackson Bennett, Elliot Strite and Tony Cummings rounding out this one. But we're under starters orders and away they go. A little bit of a lift to the front wheel there from Chris Bick, but he looks like he's wanting this one. But it's a fantastic start from Andy Goodsell from the second row and taking it nice and wide and slotting himself almost. Is that going to be a whole shot? Oh, not quite. He's just been pipped there by, I think that's Jack Hoy. So Andy Goodsell, a fantastic start there from row 2 and definitely giving me something to shout about for him today. So round through the infield section and now let that Husky stretch its legs. I've ridden that bike and I can attest that that bike has definitely got some legs to stretch and it will be flying down that back straight, and if he doesn't come out in front I'll be shocked. Oh, it's close. So it looks like Jack Hoy just had him on the brakes at the end of the straight. So we're now heading back round towards the off-road section. Now, this is definitely youth versus experience out in front. So we've got Jack Hoy, who I believe is one of our newcomers, and then it's Andrew Goodsell, who's been racing in this paddock for a number of years. So Hoy inside to outside, Goodsell outside to inside, and Andy just looking like he's being chased down by fellow southerner there of Chris Bick, who's on that CRF 450. He's found a way through on Rick Owen. So it's all being shaken up at the front of this one as they make their way through the off-road, down that tarmac ramp, back out onto the start-finish. So Jack Hoy comes across the line and then he's being chased down by Andy Goodsell. It's 1.8 seconds that separate them, which for an opening lap, that's a great start there for the 264 of Hoy. And then Goodsell being chased down by the 126 of Bick. It's then Owen, Mayo, Winter, Cowper, Fulton, Clare and Scaife who round out our top 10. So Goodsell looking really smooth as he makes his way round South Bank, hard on the brakes there and just letting the back end step out ever so slightly. Nice and tidy through the infield section and then getting the power down on board that Dave Barrington built Husqvarna FS 450 and it's flat out down the back straight. He's pulling away now from the 126 of Chris Bick, but if I know Bick, he will be all over the back of him as soon as it turns to dirt underneath those slicks. So Jack Hoy leads us through up the tarmac step up and we'll see which line he opts for. Andy looking a little bit steadier, so Bick opting for the inside to outside line. Goodsell there, little glance over, he's seen him and Bick has got the long way to go round, but he does have the experience and watch him railing that berm. You can just see the experience has paid off for him. So although he might not have the experience on the tarmac, he's definitely using the off-road to his advantage. So he's pulled about 3 or 4 bike lengths there on Goodsell as they make their way back out onto the tarmac and head past the pit lane and the paddock. There's Jack Hoy still leading us. So fastest lap is Hoy at the moment with a 1:39.9, but that's just been taken away by Bick with a 1:38.5 and he's 1.1 seconds adrift now, chasing him down as they slot and shuffle themselves up on our timing screen. So watching Jack Hoy, it's a little bit tricky to see where this riding style of his is coming from. not quite sure, because I don't think he's come from an off-road background with too much prowess. Definitely not a bad off-road rider, and definitely not seeing road race any knee down style. So it'd be really interesting to know a little bit of a background from Jack, because he's definitely doing well on what appears to be sort of maybe a sort of maybe 13, 14 year plate KTM that I can see there. So even a bike that's not in the flush of youth, it's not the brand new machinery that we see out there. So he's having a fantastic ride. So back into the off-road section yet again. Chris Bick up in again for inside to outside. Andy Goodsell going outside to in and keeping it really tidy around that inside berm, and not losing as much time there to Bick as we've seen him previously. He looked incredibly tidy. So down that tarmac ramp, back out onto the circuit, and it's really easy to make a mistake as you rejoin the tarmac there, trying not to spin up because your tyres are incredibly dirty, dusty, and you need to sort of get that off as much as you can as you sort of rejoin the tarmac. And I'll be honest, I'm surprised we've not seen as many people with the sort of little issues there, just trying to get the power down. Sometimes with people spinning up and losing the rear. So Chris Bick, that's classic motocross style that we can see there, with the elbows right up there and the inside leg just trailing on the in as he made his way around South Bank. And Andy Goodsell, he's looking for a way through. So he looked like he was going to go outside to inside and just didn't commit to the move on that last lap. So I think we'll see him maybe try that one again on the next lap. He just needs to make sure that he doesn't give Bick the advantage of breaking away from him too much in the off-road. And you can see there Goodsell right on his back wheel as he came down the back straight into the corkscrew and then round towards the off-road. So Bick still fastest on track, and it's Jack Hoy that leads us with a 1.1 second advantage. And back out through the off-road section, and Chris Bick is all over the back wheel now of Jack Hoy. So from two riders that are relative novices to this sport, it's great to see them going at it at the front end of our Supermoto C group. And it just goes to show that if you do fancy coming and giving it a go, the racing can be absolutely fantastic. So if you are sat at home watching this and thinking, I fancy having a go at Supermoto, I know for a fact that that bike that Chris Bick is riding is a Honda CRF 450. I believe it's got a standard pipe on it, a set of wheels, a front brake and a slipper clutch. And he's out there fighting at the front of our Supermoto C group. So absolutely fantastic to see up there. So Hoy trying to wring the neck of that 450 KTM down the back straight. Then a little bit of a way back now to Andy Goodsell, and then the 137 of Andy Mayo in fourth place. He's having a good ride. Again, another rider that's newer to this championship. Andrew Fulton, he's come back from starting 10th on the grid, I believe, now up to 5th place on that Evo machine. So we're up, back into the off-road. And Bick opted in for an alternative line, opting outside to inside, and see just how much speed he's able to carry. And it's really impressive. And look how close he is. And Hoy knew he was there. He shut the door on him pretty blatantly there, not giving Bick the advantage on the run up the banking to the top. But now he's all over his back wheel. And is he going for a pass? He's looking around the outside, and they are neck and neck now, heading past the pit lane with 2 laps remaining of our British Supermoto Group C Race 3. And back into the infield section. Both these riders looking fairly level pegging as it comes to South Bank, with Hoy maybe having the advantage there and just able to carry a little bit more corner speed as they head back into the infield section. So that inside leg out, a quick glance over the shoulder there for Hoy, and back on himself before they make their way down through this chicane towards the far end of the circuit. You can see all the different patches of tarmac there, broken tarmac. It can unsettle the bike, especially at such high speeds. Andrew Goodsall needs to be careful. He's not coming under pressure from the 80 of Andrew Fulton. And now this battle for the lead, Hoy and Bick. So let's see. It looks to be both riders opting for the outside to inside line on this occasion. So Hoy doing that has cut off Bick's opportunity of trying to do that run up the inside yet again. And it's a mistake from Hoy. He tucks the front and goes down, and that has awarded Chris Bick a race lead. So he tips off, and Bick doing a fantastic job to not get tangled up in that one. So Chris Bick, he's now out in front, and he's leading a British Supermoto race. And he comes across the line to take the last lap flag, and I don't think he'll know what to do with himself. I don't think he's ever been in this position before. So he's out there leading this one. He's now just got to bring it home in one piece. And as they came across the line, Andrew Fulton did find a way through on Andrew Goodsell on that last lap. So it's Fulton up to second, with Goodsell up to third. And Jack Hoy now showing on our timing screen down all the way in ninth, which is a real shame after a fantastic ride from Jack. He's unfortunately tumbling down our order after that spill off in the off-road. And I think that's fair to say that was caused by a little bit of pressure coming from behind from Chris Bick, following there into that inside line. It wasn't a line that Hoy had used very many times that we'd seen anyway. So I think it's fair to say he was a little bit caught out by that one, and just probably a little bit too much front brake, which can be an experience thing. It's quite hard to be able to use the front brake in the off-road on these bikes. The front brake has to be big enough to be able to stop you from at speeds of nearly 100 miles an hour. So trying to use a brake delicately on such loose ground can be challenging. So Chris Bick railing it around that outside berm and back up this banking for the final time of Baskin, and covering that inside line, back down the tarmac slope onto the main circuit, and he comes past the paddock for a well-deserved first race win of his Supermoto career, and a good fist pump there. Very, very well deserved. Andrew Fulton, a great ride from him to come back from 10th place. And it's then a fantastic wheelie over the line there from Andrew Goodsell in third. Lewis Cowper rounds out the top four, with Andy Mayo in fifth and Stephen Winter in sixth place. And it's then almost a fight to the line there from Gavin Scaife and Philip Rigg in eighth. And then it should be the 671 of Steve Smith, but it wasn't. It was the 31 of Danny Walk that found a way through on that last lap. So Danny Walk in 9th, promoting Steve Smith to 10th, with Simon Billen in 11th place. Andre Clark in 12th, with James Wallace-Moores 13th and Jonathan Reed 14th. And rounding out our top 15 was the 111 of Lee Room. So that is our final Supermoto Group C race of the day. These riders will all be out on track again tomorrow. So if you are sat watching at home today, with nothing planned for your early May bank holiday, and you fancy coming and having a watch of some racing, we do have our national championship who'll be out on track tomorrow, and all the racing and information can be found over on our social media. So if you do fancy giving that a go, come and make your way down to Teesside Autodrome. There are our results for Supermoto Group C Race 3. A well-deserved win for Chris Bick, with Andrew Fulton second, Goodsell in third and Cowper fourth. I've really enjoyed watching that one, I have to say. And looking out of our commentary box window, it's still looking gloriously sunny. And we'll just wait. We will have our B group riders that will be coming out soon, and they've put on some great racing for us so far today. So we've got 3 races remaining for this afternoon. We have Bs, As and Academies. And then that will be the roundup of our British Supermoto and Superlight Championships so far. As you can see on screen, it will be Bs that will be sat in the holding area. We just got a few more riders on track, just making their way around after their cool-down lap, and then they will be able to be released out onto the circuit, and as I mentioned before, head straight round for that warm-up lap, and then we will be racing. So, there they are, our Supermoto B Group riders out on track for their warm-up. And it'll have to be a big shout-out to our 2 riders that made their way up to the Bs from our C Group Race 2, and that was Jensen Knowles and Corey Leggett. Just looking at our timing screen, it's the 164 of Sean Jones. I knew I hadn't seen him all day. He's on my timing screen and starting this one in 27, so definitely not an ideal start for him, but good to see him in the B group. But leading the front of this one, it will be the number 10 of Paul Reynolds on pole, with Sean Rogerson, Michael Craig and Tom Nutter lining up alongside him. Row 2, it'll be 150 of Liam Pearson, Jamie Wilson, James Wood and Tommy Sayer rounding out row 2. Row 3, it's Ronnie Potts, Austin Johnson, Byron Johnson, Mark Stevens rounding out row 3, and then we have Eddie Rushforth, Daniel Hudson, Simon Bentley and Stuart Burgess. So just looking at that grid, a fantastic ride from Byron Johnson in race 2 to be able to find himself at the back of the grid from being in the C's all the way up to 11th on an 85. Absolutely fantastic riding from him. Again, Austin Johnson as well, he came for the back of the grid up to a top 10 finish. And you can see there, we are starting to see that dust settling. So these riders doing their warm-up lap, but that dust just hovering over the off-road, so hopefully that doesn't cause us any problems for our opening couple of laps, where all the riders are quite bunched together as they go through the off-road for the first time. So we'll just wait for these riders. You can see them there sort of weaving towards the back, just trying to get as much dust off those tyres as possible so that they don't spin up off off the line. A few riders giving a little wave, just make sure they're all happy and in their grid positions. And a nice big group here today. We've got 29 riders that should be in this one. So nice full grids, just showing how healthy the British Supermoto Championship is with competitors. And under starters orders, and it looked like maybe a little bit of a movement from mid-pack in the grid. I wouldn't say anyone really stood out for me on the start there. And looking up the inside, that looks like that's Sean Rogerson that's had a good start there. As they came across the line. But that's the 19 of Tom Nutter. What a flyer of a start there for the youngster. So Tom Nutter, now he's leading us down the back straight and leading a Supermoto B Group race. And what a fantastic start from him. A rider that started out, I believe, on a pit bike, and he's now out there on a KTM 450, I believe. I think that's ex-Richard Blakeman bike machinery. So, back up the tarmac tabletop into the off-road for the first time. Nutter opting for the outside to inside line, with Rogerson opting inside to out. So, they're looking fairly level pegs as they come through for the first time. Is Nutter going to be able to get the power down and get the run up the hill? Not quite. So Rogerson, the 303 Brothers racing rider, he gets the run up the hill and takes pole position there as they exit the off-road. And it looks like Liam Pearson there up in the mix as well. Liam that started in 5th place, he's now chasing down that front group and looking for a move up the inside. So it is Sean Rogerson, Tom Nutter, Austin Johnson from 10th on the grid up to 3rd. Paul Reynolds now down to 4th place with Liam Pearson in 5th, and that was as they came across the line. And round South Bank, it is still Rogerson who's managing to pull out a bit of a gap, and really, really tight line there for Rogerson, almost to the point where he nearly stood himself up on his own there on that corner. Not an ideal line choice, I'd say, but I think riding maybe a little bit too defensive than he needed to on that one. And then it is Nutter and Austin Johnson there in 3rd place. So I'll be honest, it's really impressive to see a rider that's gone from racing in the C group to now pushing at the front end of the Bs just in one race. So fantastic to see that there from the number 27. So we're up through the tarmac step up, and now through the off-road section with Rogerson still leading us, and it looks like Tom Nutter again taking that outside to inside line. Can he get a better drive up the ramp up towards this top banking? He does look like he gets a bit of a better run, enough that Rogerson doesn't quite get away from him, and looking fairly spread out there for our top 4. It's then Liam Pearson, Michael Craig, Jamie Williams and James Wood in 8th place in this one. It looks like that dust is settling in quite a bit. So there is Rogerson, but fastest lap on that one, it was the number 19 of Tom Nutter with a 1:34.852. So absolutely nothing in it. It was a 1:34.858, so 6 thousandths of a second separated them guys on lap time on that last lap, but it was 0.9 of a second actually on the track as they came across the line. And firing down the back straight yet again, we are heading towards that really deceptive corkscrew corner, and Nutter looking incredibly comfy and all over the back wheel. But it looks like Rogerson definitely has a little bit more off-road prowess there than Nutter, as we saw him use that to his advantage. So again, Rogerson out inside to out, Nutter outside to in. Let's see, is Nutter able to get that bike squared up round that inside berm? He's just not able to get the drive to match him, but definitely doing the right thing and not following. And Austin Johnson again also chasing down these guys. Paul Reynolds, the number 10 Automotive Solutions team boss, still sitting in a very well deserved 4th place. We then got Jamie Wilson in 5th, Liam Pearson 6th. So just looking on our timing screen as they come across the line, there's Tom Nutter. He's got a little bit of breathing room from Johnson. There's Reynolds, and just trying to do everything he can to get the power out of that 450. And they head down that straight, hard on the brakes and down the box, and into this tricky infield section. So Nutter going slightly wider, looking to maybe get a bit of a cutback on Rogerson, but not close enough on that last lap. Looking down our timing screen, it is Liam Pearson dropping down the order slightly, so he's lost 2 positions to Michael Craig and James Wood, who are now up to 6th and 7th, with Pearson now in 8th. Stuart Burgess having a better ride in this one, up to 9th place, with Ronnie Potts rounding out our top 10. Mark Stevens on board his Husqvarna, he now sits in 11th place. So Nutter almost neck and neck with Austin Johnson as they go across the tabletop, with Nutter on the inside. Johnson just not able to carry enough corner speed to be able to make that outside line work for him, but they're almost neck and neck at the top of the hill. Johnson doing the right thing there and just slightly backing out of that move, not wanting to send it round the outside. As I mentioned, it is like marbles there, where the small rocks and stones have been sort of knocked to the outside of the track where people aren't riding. And once you land on them, it's a little bit sketchy to say the least, shall we say. Back into this infield section, and it looks like things are closed up between Johnson and Nutter, and as they crossed the line, it was 0.2 seconds, 0.2 of a second that separated them. So it looks like Austin Johnson is going to be the man that will be putting the pressure on here. So he's going to be the one to try and push the issue as they head down the back straight yet again. And it looks like Johnson's come from more of a road racing style background with tarmac experience, especially from that knee down style we've seen so far from him today. And as you see, all over his back wheel, round this corkscrew, round Skid Row, and then we're going back on ourselves up over the step up. So Rogerson and Johnson opting for inside to outside, with Nutter going outside to in. Johnson was definitely about half a bike length in front there, and that brings him out just enough that he was in front of Tom Nutter exiting that berm. So a fantastic pass there from Austin Johnson on board the number 27. Nice and cleanly does it, and just able to carry that little bit more speed than Tom Nutter was able to on that last lap. So a super wide exit from that corner for Austin Johnson. Then it's into this really fast sweeping left, hard right then on this infield section, which will suit his riding style with that knee down. You can see he's now already just pulling away slightly from the number 19 of Tom Nutter. Now, just for a little bit of perspective, if this had been the case where Austin Johnson had finished race 2 in this position, the rider that we saw in our C group, we would then find him out in our A's. It's fantastic the progression this rider's had today. I'm really, really impressed, I have to say. He's had a fantastic ride. So, huge well done to Austin Johnson, who's currently sitting in second. That's absolutely taking nothing away from the 303 of Sean Rogerson that's leading this one. Was leading this one, shall I say. He's now been demoted to second by that number 27. And into the off-road they go with 3 laps, well, just over 2.5 laps remaining. Johnson has pulled an advantage through this off-road, and what a fantastic ride from him. He must be proud of this one. Railing that outside berm, and then we're back up the banking, and Sean Rogerson looking for a move around the outside, and it's tight. Austin Johnson just managing to keep him behind, with Sean Rogerson doing everything he could there to try and retake that pass, even risking going on the outside where those marbles are. So have that little bit of a fire under Rogerson to think, actually, no, I'm going to pull my finger out a little bit now after settling into this one maybe. And he's not letting him go. He's got the bit between his teeth. So we'll see he manages to carry enough speed. So Austin Johnson going a little bit wider into South Bank, whereas Rogerson hugged the curb almost the entirety of its way around. Rogerson looking up the inside on the brakes, but not close enough with that sweeping road race style there of Austin Johnson, just closing the door on him. A little look over the shoulder to see where he is, and just in those few left rights in that infield, it allows it to close in. So is Sean Rogerson going to try and return the favour at the end of the straight? Not quite. Johnson closes the door on him and hugs that inside line for the apex, but I do think he's going to try and stuff it around him as they go through this off-road. So I think whatever line Johnson takes, there he is. Rogerson's taken the latter. So there's Sean Rogerson in the blue and orange Brothers Racing setup. He's gone outside to inside, and we'll see, is he able to make it work? He's not quite close enough, but definitely did the right thing, trying an alternative line. And as they come down towards the remainder of this circuit with only one corner remaining, they will then come across the line to take the last lap flag. So all eyes there on Kirk with the last lap flag out. Back into the infield section for the final time. And Rogerson looking up the inside, not quite close enough to be able to show a wheel. And we've got a rider down in the off-road. Not quite sure who that is. And we'll take a look at the timing screen after we've got a faller. So Johnson looking almost inch perfect round South Bank, and that gives him a back's length breathing room as they head into that really sort of deceptively tight flip-flop section, and then back down this back straight. So the 303, Sean Rogerson, he's not given up yet. He's chasing down the number 27 into that far end, that far corner, but he's not had him on the brakes, with Johnson in that knee down style covering the inside line. And we just cut the apex, try and square it up. Oh, he did not give him an inch there on the entry to the off-road. So Johnson taking a tighter line than we've seen him take previously. And Johnson also taking the inside to outside line yet again. It's going to be a Hail Mary for Sean Rogerson if he's going to be able to try and get the drive up the hill, and it's definitely closer than the last lap. Is he going to try for that move around the outside that we saw last time? Johnson does the right thing, covers the inside. Rogerson not quite close enough to be able to even show him a wheel on that occasion, and come down the last corner past the paddock, and it's a wave checkered flag and a race win there for the number 27 of Austin Johnson. A fabulous result there for the number 27, taking a race victory over Sean Rogerson. Third place goes to Tom Nutter after leading a few of our earlier laps, with fourth going to the number 4 of Jamie Wilson. Fifth is Team Automotive Solutions team boss Paul Reynolds. Sixth, the number 3 of Ronnie Potts. 7th, the 167 of Michael Craig. 8th, 82 James Wood, and in 9th, the 150 of Liam Pearson. And rounding out our top 10, it is the 944 of Mark Stevens. 11th goes to Tommy Sayer. 12th, Stuart Burgess. 13th, Simon Bentley. And in 14th, it's the 37 of Byron Johnson. So the 85 rider finding his way up to 14th. But it was the other Johnson boy that we were watching in that one. I have to say, all eyes were on him. And I was wondering why we hadn't seen a fastest lap on that one. It looked like the fastest lap was awarded to the 77 of Stephen Haig. Now, I don't think that one's going to be correct, I'll be honest. I suspect that was potentially a bit of a track cutting exercise for him there that sort of awarded him that one. But we'll have a chat with our timing and see if that's something they can look into. The 144 of Jason Ramshaw finished in 23rd. It was 24th for Dan Spencer and 25th for John Oakes. So, coming out on track next, it will be our Supermoto A Group riders, our S1 and a few S2 riders also in the mix there as well. And this is their final race of the day for the British Supermoto and Superlight Championship Round 2 here at Teesside. And as mentioned, all these riders will be hopefully back out on track again tomorrow. Just a little bit of an update from the paddock. Our faller from race 1, the 217 Trips UK rider of Richard Sharp. I've been told that it's reported that he's back from the hospital, up and okay, deemed all good to go. And he's currently sat tinkering with that bike. So really fantastic news after what could have been quite a scary crash. It was a fast crash into South Bank. But it was responded to well by our on-site medics. So a massive thank you to our marshals and paramedics and the Supermoto staff here at Teesside today. He was attended to almost instantly. But these riders now all getting their warm-up laps sent straight on through, and then we will be away racing. I cannot wait. This is always my favourite race of the day, the final A race, because it's almost sort of a now or never moment for a lot of people. If the riders had, say, 2 wins from 2, they know that, oh, maybe I don't need the third, but it's always nice. Or you've got a rider there that's in second thinking, do you know what, I need this now, this is the last thing. So you always end up with some absolutely fantastic racing. It's usually our last race of the weekend typically, other than our academy riders, as we're normally on a Sunday. So I'm sure it will put on a bit of a show for us. So, and another thing to add to it is why it's so exciting, is we also have a reverse grid. Now, the reverse grid for this race only incorporates the top 8 riders that are reversed on position. So what that means is the rider that finished 8th place in race 2 will start on pole, and the rider that started on finished in 1st place will start from 8th. So we just switch up our front 2 rows. What that means for this race is that the Trips UK team boss, the 155 of Chris Walker, on board his Trips UK KTM, he will be starting on pole position. It'll then be the number 8 of Blake Wilson on the front row alongside him, with the number 7 of Jamie Duncan and the 94 of Lee Williams rounding out that front row. Row 2 will see the 54 of Richard Blakeman, the number 11 of Max Ingham and the 21 of Ryan Kringle, and finally it'll be the 100 of Alex Mullaney after his race win after that very last minute pass on Kringle in race 2. So we're just waiting for our riders to take up their grid positions on track. And here we are. So, looking out there is that mixed up front row. It's Chris Walker, Blake Wilson, Jamie Duncan and Lee Williams that head up our front row.
Don't say that. I'll take payment in normal payment or alternatively gold bullion.
So, red flag at the front of the grid for this one. Waved red, point to the lights. And away we go. It's a great start from Chris Walker, who cuts from the inside right across Blake Wilson. And then Alex Mullaney already looking up the inside there, trying to slot himself up into second, with Ryan Kringle being sort of mugged off a little bit in the back there with Richard Blakeman, who's trying to head round the outside. So Chris Walker sending Blake Wilson the long way around there, with Alex Mullaney sneaking up the inside of him as well. So it's Walker, Mullaney, Wilson, Williams, Blakeman, Duncan, and that looked like Max Ingham there in 6th. So a real shake-up of our A group so far, with Chris Walker currently leading us round into the off-road section for the first time of asking in our 3rd A race of the day. So it's only Lee Williams there from those front runners that goes outside to inside, and he's carrying some speed, I have to say. So Lee Williams blasts his way around the inside and goes from what I believe was about 3rd or 4th up to 1st. A fantastic pass there from Lee Williams on that high-tech coatings Husqvarna. And as that dust appears, we're now struggling to see the riders as they make their way back on track. So, coming across the line, it's Lee Williams, Chris Walker, Alex Mullaney, and then that looks like Blake Williams there in 4th place on board that Cove as these riders come through. Oh, it's Max Ingham there that's actually snuck up into 4th place, with Richard Blakeman, Jamie Duncan and Blake Wilson down to 7th. My apologies. But there it is, high-tech coatings rider Lee Williams, a rider with a lot of racing pedigree. Not only in this championship but also in the BSB paddock. A little look over the shoulder and it's Alex Mullaney there on board the Automotive Solutions KTM, and it's flat outbound the back straight, and these guys breaking away just ever so slightly there from Chris Walker on board the Trips UK KTM. So Mullaney looking to the inside, not enough room for him there, so he's not forcing the issue just yet. He's in a good place for the start of this one. He knows that you have to make passes early on in a race with the reverse grid, otherwise it can make it a lot harder for you towards the end of this one. And a rider that might be fair to say is going to struggle, it's the 21 of Ryan Kringle. Oh, a big moment there for Alex Mullaney, spinning up on the exit of that berm. A bit of a mistake for him there, and that's allowed Max Ingham just to close in on him ever so slightly. And then we're now down back out onto the tarmac, round past the pits, and it's still Lee Williams. Lee Williams holding off Alex Mullaney, and it's Alex that holds our fastest lap with a 1:26.269 as they both now come round South Bank. So Mullaney looking for that slightly wider line, trying to get a bit of a cutback, not quite close enough on that one, but almost on the back wheel of Lee Williams there as they were braking into that tight left-hander. And then it is this really, really deceptive right as you now try and get the power on as early as you can to come through this super tight chicane and head down the back straight. You can see there the dust being blown over the track, but it's still Lee Williams that holds on to this current race lead from the 100 of Alex Mullaney. Max Ingham definitely closing in now. It's a three-rider battle at the front between the 94, the 100 and the 11. Oh, it looked like it was almost a mistake there from Ingham as he absolutely hammered that Husky into that outside berm, kicking up a load of dust. And Lee Williams taking the outside line and cutting straight back across to the inside there to cut off any chance that Ingham had of getting a run up the hill. So super, super clever riding there from Lee Williams, and just goes to show the experience that that man has got racing motorcycles, and he's putting it all to the test here, leading a British Supermoto Championship A race. Ooh, a slight twitch there from Mullaney, but he's now got the cutback, and that was the move done. A fantastic pass from the 100 of Alex Mullaney, just carrying that bit much more corner speed and able to slot that Automotive Solutions KTM exactly where he needed it to be. There was nothing Lee Williams could have done there, and it was an incredibly clean pass. So that has now popped Alex Mullaney up to our race lead. Lee Williams is now going to come under threat from the newbie of Max Ingham, and our current fastest lap in this session, it's the 54 of Richard Blakeman, who currently sits in 4th place. He's popped in a 1:26.1 as he's now trying to chase down this leading pack, but as he came across the line last time, he was 1.6 seconds adrift. So he's going to have to pull his finger out, as his teammate would say, if he wants to try and catch up to these boys. Max Ingham having a good run up the inside there into this berm, and if he gets the run out, he has. So Max Ingham promotes himself up to 2nd place in front of the high-tech coatings rider of Lee Williams. And there is the fat and fast rider Richard Blakeman, the orange, making an appearance in this group. It's then a little bit of a way back to the number 7 of Jamie Duncan in 5th place, with Chris Walker, who led us for a short while at the start, now in 6th. So Alex Mullaney out in front, looking incredibly smooth and keeping it nice and tidy and together as he heads around Southbank with some incredible corner speed from that Automotive Solutions KTM. Max Ingham, again, another rider that's come out here and shown us what he's got with that road race and off-road background. So the perfect pedigree to come here and race Supermoto. And Richard Blakeman, where's that come from? He's from being 1.6 seconds adrift to now being on the back wheel of Lee Williams. It's a fantastic ride from him. There's his teammate of Jamie Duncan there in 5th. He's coming under pressure from the TM Leeds UK rider of Ryan Kringle, but a fantastic pass from Richard Blakeman on Lee Williams at the end of the straight, and nice and cleanly does it. Up and ups for the inside to outside line through the off-road section, and it's great to see these line choices definitely being put to the test. So both these riders railing it around that outside berm, back up the banking and up to the top, and then tight as they head down that tarmac section and back out onto the main circuit. So the gap back to Ingham was 2.1 seconds from Alex Mullaney. It's now 2.3. So Alex Mullaney slowly chipping away at the front and pulling away a little bit more breathing room each and every lap. Richard Blakeman having a great ride to find himself up to 3rd place, and he's now chasing down the number 11 of Max Ingham. So he's got a little bit of work to do, as it was 2.7 seconds that separated them on that last lap, but he is pulling away from Lee Williams, so he needs to keep riding ahead of him now and not look back at the 94. Flat out down the back straight, and we'll see, does Richard try and get his weight over the back end? He does, tucks in ever so slightly. We've had a fall, I believe, now from Ryan Kringle. We haven't caught that on the live stream, but he has now dropped down the order, so he was battling to try and get past on Jamie Duncan, so I'm wondering if he tried to move and there was no room at the inn, unfortunately. Back through the off-road, it's Richard Blakeman that still holds third place, and you can see there the gap to Max Ingham is quite some gap for him to try and close down. Fastest lap at the moment, it is the 100 of Alex Mullaney with a 124.9, but settling into this race with a 125.2 on his last lap, and we do have now 3 laps remaining. There's Richard Blakeman looking incredibly smooth on board the Fat and Fast KTM, and round through the infield section, out and back round South Bank. So Richard taking a slightly tighter line there, not quite as wide as some of the sort of raw road racing style riders we've seen take that entrance to that corner. A little look over the shoulder, you see Lee Williams is still there, and you can just see in the back of shot there Alex Mullaney and Max Ingham shooting off down the back straight. And it's a real shame for Ryan Kringle. He's been having a good ride so far. It looks like he's trying to make his way back through the order. He's back up to 11th, finding a way through on the number 64 of Matt Lebrun, one of the boys that has come over from Jersey, which I think sounds a little bit better than the Jersey boys, as Jamie Wrigglesworth named him. Lee Williams not letting this one go, still chasing down Richard Blakeman, but just not quite close enough to be able to make a pass. Might be enough to keep the pressure on though. And then up, down this banking and back round towards the tarmac section of the circuit. So we've got 2 laps remaining. Richard Blakeman still holding on to that final podium position in our Supermoto Group A Race 3, with Lee Williams, after leading this one, now sitting in 4th place. Jamie Duncan is in 5th, with Blake Wilson in 6th place. Chris Walker, the 155 Tricks UK team boss, in 7th, with Harley Sharp finding a way through on Dean Hillier on that last lap, up to 8th. Ryan Kringle now up to 10th, so after a fall, breaking into the top 10. And we are back down the back straight, but there's our race leader. It's the number 100 of Alex Mullaney, on board his Automotive Solutions KTM and looking incredibly smooth. I have to say, this is a completely different Alex to what we've seen previously. We have seen Alex be a very aggressive rider, but a little bit what seemed to be erratic. The riding that we're seeing from him here today has been incredibly smooth and incredibly fast, and also incredibly well thought through. That overtake in our second A group race, I think, was incredibly clever of him. He thought of that one through, that if he does the move exactly where he did it, then there's no retaliation, and that's exactly what happened. It took him to a race win. He did all the work in this one at the start, and then he's managed his race lead incredibly well, to the point now where he's taken the last lap flag and just has to bring it home. There he is, making his way around South Bank for the final time, and right to the edge of the track, cuts back across through that left-hander, back on yourself with the right, and then try and get the power on as much as he can there, down through this chicane and onto the back straight for the final time. There is Max Ingham in a relatively lonely 2nd place as well, so it was 3.5 seconds away from Mullaney on that last lap, and Alex Mullaney decided that that last lap was the perfect time to put in a new fastest, so with no pressure on him, he does a 124.6. Fantastic. A absolutely incredible lap time. You can see just how much dust is being kicked up through this off-road now. It's Again, a little bit challenging, but we're getting towards the end of the day now, and Alex just has 2 more corners to navigate before he takes a race win. So comes around past the paddock and past the pit lane and onto the back wheel. A fantastic wheelie, and a well done there to the number 100, our under 21 champion for last year, Alex Mullaney. Second place goes to Max Ingham, and it's then a well-deserved 3rd place for Richard Blakeman. 4th, it's Lee Williams. Looking back up the track, we're keeping an eye out for Jamie Duncan, who should be the next rider on our screen. And there he is, right on cue, the Scotsman. It's then the number 8 of Blake Wilson, who takes 6th place on board that Cove. Chris Walker and Harley Sharp come across the line, and it's Ryan Kringle who finishes in 9th place after his little tip-off, with Dean Hillier rounding out our top 10. Oliver Holmes placed in 11th with Matt LeBrun in 12th, so I'm sure it'll be Oliver Holmes with the bragging rights on that one. Paul Groom finishes that one in 13th place, with Jake Holland coming across the line in 14th. So just the last few riders just to come and take the checkered flag. And looking down the order, in our final A group race of the day, we had 23 riders, so a really busy class, and I think it's been some fantastic racing. And we've got one final race of the day here at Teesside Autodrome for round 2 of the British Supermoto and Superlight Championship, and that will be our Academy riders. So all of our riders that took to the start have taken the checkered flag, and we're now just on their cool down lap. So once the circuit is clear, we'll then be able to get underway with our Academy class.
Raventor's watch. Raventor's Mother's Day. It's so polished. Yeah, exactly. It's fucking climbing on sea glass. No, I've done Root Killer Traverse. That's the hardest thing I've done now. Every gym rat's favourite outdoor climb. No, every gym rat's favourite outdoor climb. Yeah. It's the 7B equivalent of Gorilla Warfare.
So out on track are our Supermoto Academy riders for their final race of the day. And it was a race win for Edward Darnton. So Byron Johnson won race 1, Edward Darnton won race 2. So between those two, this one will be the decider for who takes the overall here today at Teesside. And it's been a very consistent day for the number 5 of Archie Reynolds, even after his little tip-off in the off-roading race 2. He will start this one in 3rd place, with a 4th for Jackson Bennett. 5th place is Rip Jennings, 6th Josh Walker, and 7th Jackson Nuttall, with Cole Reynolds rounding out in 8th place. It's then Harry Page in 9th, Jensen Knowles in 10th, and Hayden Owen in 11th. So we'll just let these riders take to the circuit for their warm-up lap, and then we'll see them uptake their grid positions before we get this final race underway. And there are our Academy riders. And there's Edward Darnton, the number 41, on pole position. And just letting the last few come up and take position. So there we go. So we're almost ready to get under starters orders. So there we are, point to the lights. Lights are out and away they go, and it's a drag to the start, but it looks like Byron Johnson that's getting the run on it. Edward Darnton's going to have to settle for second into this first corner, with Johnson taking the whole shot as they make their way around South Bank. And that looks to me to be Johnson, Darnton and Reynolds there in the top three, with Jackson Bennett slotting into fourth place. Oh, it's a tip off for Byron Johnson, just asking a little bit too much of that tyre, and it's a tip off for him. So that has given Edward Darnton clear track in front of him, but Archie Reynolds is looking to change that. He was looking incredibly racy as they made their way down towards the back straight. So Edward Darnton now, he's got to do everything he can to put as much daylight between himself and Archie Reynolds, and then it is all the work to do for Byron Johnson to come back from yet another mistake. Unfortunately, he's got the speed, but to finish first you have to finish. So we'll keep an eye out on our timing screen for the number 37 and see where he can make his way back to. I'm sure he won't give up without a fight in this one. There's Edward Darnton on board the TM Leeds UK 85, and he's already making his way back out onto the tarmac. And did well to not be collected by Byron Johnson as that Husqvarna just slid away from him. And I'm sure that's heartbreaking when that happens. It wasn't a very fast crash, but it was one of those where you can see it happen and there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. So through the infield section, Edward Darnton is leading us and pulling away now from Archie Reynolds. Looking on our timing screen, Byron Johnson came across the line in 7th. And he was 16.5 seconds adrift of Edward Darnton, so he's definitely got all the work to do. Darnton now heading his way back down that back straight, flat out tucking in as much as he can on board that TM Leeds UK 85, and all these riders trying to do the same thing. So that was Archie Reynolds and Jackson Bennett there in 3rd. Good ride from those guys, and we know they both had issues in race 2, having little tip-offs, but Mr. Consistent, Edward Darnton's kept it together and kept it nice and tidy, and just goes to show that consistency with points does make prizes, and he just needs to do the same for this last race. A little bit of a spin up there at the back wheel through the off-road, over the tabletop, opting for the inside to outside line yet again, and looking super comfortable. Just that little bit of a bump on the exit of that outside berm there as it just breaks away from you. And then down the banking and the ramp back onto the normal circuit. So it will be 5 laps to go as Edward Darnton comes across the line, and we'll keep an eye on the timing to see. I'm sure Byron Johnson will have been trying to make as many passes in the least amount of time possible. So we'll have to have a look and see just where he's making his way back to. So fastest lap, it is the 41 of Edward Darnton with a 1:37.180. That knee down style all the way around South Bank. And then Byron Johnson, he's up to 6th place for a uncharacteristic 1:40.3 from Johnson. So about 3 seconds adrift from our front runners in this one. Darnton, Reynolds and Bennett, with Darnton breaking away out at the front. There's Archie Reynolds and Jackson Bennett. And we are through round the corkscrew. A little look over the shoulder there again from Edward Darnton. A rider that, as I mentioned, had a really good ride out at the European Supermoto Championship, managing a 4th place in class out there. He had a fantastic ride and then brought that back and finished 2nd overall at the British Supermoto Championship round 1 that was held at Three Sisters just a few weeks back. And I'm sure taking an overall this weekend would fill him with confidence going into our next round coming up at the end of May. And our next round is over in Cumbria. So 30th and 31st of May, we'll see our Supermotos only, no Superlites, at the Rowra karting circuit over near Workington, near Egremont. And it's a fantastic track that really suits our 85s. Dead tight and twisty with a full tarmac off-road, shall we say, section. Bit more of a sky section that offers some great racing and some great overtaking. Looking at our timing screen, it looks like Byron Johnson's managed to find some clear track, and he's now popped in a new fastest lap with a 1:36.052, and he's up to 4th place. But he's still looking about 18 seconds adrift of Edward Darnton, and with 4 laps to go, that's going to be a challenge for him to be able to claw that one back. Archie Reynolds looking super smooth there in the second, leading Jackson Bennett, who's definitely not let him off the hook for the entirety of today so far. These two riders have been battling it out all day, and although our focus has been out at the front on what's primarily been Darnton and Johnson, these two lads have been having an excellent battle all day so far, and both unfortunately having little spill-offs in race 2. But definitely both keeping each other on their toes. So back out onto the tarmac, and it's 3 laps remaining as Edward Darnton comes across the line yet again. The gap back to Archie Reynolds is 3.8 seconds, and then it's a 1.1 second difference back to Jackson Bennett now. As you see these two riders looking fairly evenly matched through the infield section, with Archie Reynolds taking that really nice wide entrance into South Bank. We've had a new fastest lap again from the number 37 of Byron Johnson, who's still sitting there in that 4th place with a 1:34.9. So he's really trying his best, but it just goes to show that even the fastest man on track, if he's made the mistake at the start, it's so hard to be able to come back from that. You can see him just there in the bottom of our screen there, going through that infield section and heading towards the back straight. Archie Reynolds, cracking shot of him there, going round that super off-camber corkscrew corner at the top there at the end of the back straight. Now then heading up that tarmac table step up, and I have to say, since it's been tarmacked, the drive you can get up there is a little bit deceptive. It makes it so much easier to be able to try and clear it, but then stopping at the top's sometimes now the challenge. Both those opting inside to outside line, railing that berm and looking very level pegged as they came round that outside berm, down the banking, and then try and get the power on as smoothly as you can with all that dust on your tyres, then trying not to spin up. And I have to say, doing that on a 450 is hard enough. Try to do that on a 2-stroke with a power band, super difficult. These bikes, although they're lower capacity, they're super aggressive. So the way they're jetted and they're carbed, they're designed to be super aggressive and not only just have that high end, they're incredibly sharp off the throttle. But there's our race leader. It's the 41 of Edward Darnton, putting on a bit of a show for us at the front. Currently with a 4.6 second advantage, and only about a lap and a half left of this track if we look at our timing screen, and it will be a very comfortable race victory for him. I'm sure this will give him heaps and heaps of confidence, but he has had a very good day so far. He had some great battles with Byron Johnson in both race 1 and race 2, but this one he's just been sort of left to his own devices, which, as I mentioned, can be as challenging as trying to race with others. It can be hard to maintain your focus, especially if you've got no one to chase, no one to see braking markers, especially for riders that are a little bit younger, who might not always know them themselves. I have to say, Edward Darnton's a very experienced supermoto rider. He's been in the paddock now for a couple of years, and he's certainly one of those out there that's has got it all together and got the package to be able to put him where he needs to be. And I'm sure he'd be happy in me saying that I think a lot of that comes down to the team he's in as well. a super supportive team. He's in with TM Leeds UK after being with DCR, a little bit more of a privateer for the last few seasons, and having great success in our Academy Championship, being a previous champion. Now, round South Bank for the final time, a lovely wide entrance into South Bank. I might have to use that line myself. Looks incredibly smooth, and then it's hard on the brakes. Just coming up on a back marker, just give them a little bit more room. And he does nice and round the outside. Absolutely no dramas there for Edward Darnton, who could just be out there on a Sunday ride out on a bit of a track day. No dramas whatsoever, just looking super, super chilled. Who doesn't look super chilled, though, are these two. And it's Archie Reynolds and Jackson Bennett that are still going at it for that second place. And those two lads must, if Edward Darnton's barely broken a sweat, those two must be dripping. They are fighting it to the very end. And it is still the number 5 of Archie Reynolds that's just managing to keep Bennett at bay as they made their way up that tarmac step up. And last few riders just making their way through there. And up that step up for the final time. And there he is, our race leader, Edward Darnton, the 41. A little bit of style there as he hops up onto that top banking and then down the exit of the off-road section for the final time. And I'm sure we'll see it. I'm sure he'll try and put on a little bit of a show for us as he comes across the line. There he is, jumping up and down. A super well-deserved race win there for the number 41 TM Leeds UK rider of Edward Darnton. And it was 0.4 of a second that separated Archie Reynolds from Jackson Bennett, but it was Reynolds that managed to pip him to second, with Bennett in third. Byron Johnson, a good recovery ride. He finishes 7 seconds adrift of Edward Darnton and only 2.6 seconds off Jackson Bennett as they cross the line, and he finishes in 4th place. And just getting things wrapped up. We'll just wait for the last few riders to come across the line, but looking at our grid, it should be the number 10 of Cole Reynolds on board his Automotive Solutions machine to come across the line and take a well-deserved 5th place. And we're just watching out for him. And other than that, it's been a fantastic day of racing here at Teesside. I've thoroughly enjoyed myself, and I know the few riders and drivers that were able to come and join me and commentate on the racing with me today, I think they've all enjoyed it too, I'd hope to think. So just waiting for the last few riders to come round, and I think it's now the appropriate time to say thank you to everyone that makes this possible. A huge thank you to all our marshals out there on track. They've been out there in the lovely sun today. Our medics that have helped anyone that was needing attention, such as Richard Sharp from earlier on today. And a huge thank to our Nora Sport team who put on such a fantastic event. And also we have to say a huge thank you to TNL Sports, who are our live stream providers. So we've got plenty of people all around the track that have been giving us great quality footage of the live racing here today. So a massive thank you to everyone that makes this possible, including all of our sponsors and supporters. We've got Brothers Racing, Marks Bates, we've got Bathmate, we've got Trips UK, we've got the Walker Group. There are so many people that make this possible, and without them it wouldn't be. So a massive thank you to everyone for getting this on here. And I'd just like to say that's everything from here today at Teesside. But if you would like to join us, we have more racing here live tomorrow, not on the stream. And our next championship round will be the 30th and 31st of May at Rowra in Cumbria. And that's all from me. Thank you very much, and I hope you all have a lovely day.